invisibility.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Under attack.
The tide has turned.
Double kill.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. The Radiant now have mega. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant.
Folks, we've got a draft for game number 1, so let's go ahead and see what these teams are cooking up for us here.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay, wow, we're right at the very beginning. Perfect.
Gathering
No,
ingredients.
this is good. You know, we're not going to miss any of the action. We'll get to analyze every single band here. We have seen the NP style evolve a little bit, though. They are a new squad. They've done a lot of that 4 protect 1, you know, AUI in the safe lane. Sort of a staple of this lineup, it feels like him getting just massive farm in the safe lane. But, you know, it seems like individually everyone on NP has really stepped up. You know, it's been a team effort.
Yeah, I think they've actually kind of moved a little away from the 4 Protect 1. We've seen them pick a lot of carry Venge, where they just want to snowball in the mid game instead of doing that and like let MSS do his own thing.
Yep.
Which is the opposite of like when he picks Terrorblade and they just want him to get farmed.
And MSS has shined a ton in this new kind of a setup too, because when they were doing that, like at the very beginning of NP, when it was more of this like AUI safe lane and some aggro tries with MSS, they looked good, but I mean they lost that best of 5 to FDL doing that kind of strategy, and since then they've definitely evolved. Seeing a lot more out of MSS, where he's getting like his Timbersaw, his Centaur Warrunner, and he's making big plays.
Absolutely. Darkseer in that first banning couplet, that one's a little bit different. You'll see that every day.
I think they're just worried about laning advantages. NP definitely a team that would love to abuse an aggro tri-lane if they can. There's still a Batrider in the pool as well, which is maybe the most significant pick so far. But with the Warlock opening, NP's fairly covered, and they also haven't revealed what their draft does. Warlock, fantastic hero, just generic laning. His Shadow Word does amazing heal value, great damage. He's got a great right click with a couple Fatal Bonds. In some ways, you have 2 nukes, so and then transitions into a great teamfight hero. So good at high grounding too because of healing.
It looks like the NA Dota teams like have kind of learned from each other. We saw FDL run the carry Venge, now NP's taking it. We see Complexity like first picking Warlock before anyone else, and now NP's doing it as well. Like all the teams kind of regionally have done that, and At Venom goes with tried and true classic Shadow Demon Luna.
All right.
And I think the most interesting thing about Warlock's Rise is that he hasn't been buffed. It's just all the top tier supports just got nerfed down and down and down. And Shadow Demon is a perfect example of that. He's not as good at laning as he was before. He's severely worse, but he can still abuse towers with Shadow Demon Luna.
Absolutely. It's still a disgusting strategy. You hit 30, 40 minutes or so. It's hard to deal with Slacks. It's low risk, super high reward. Chipping down those towers. If you don't have a Treant Protector, you're not healing those babies back up.
Disgusting. No, I mean,
disgusting.
It is. It's a strategy that says, hey, can you be aggressive? Can you come and fight us before we get out of control? Because if not, you're gonna lose. And you know who can do that? MP, baby. They're gonna be coming hard. These kids don't mess around. They got full aggression. Same thing with that Venom though. So I'm a little concerned. Does that Venom run this combo a lot?
Ooh.
The Shadow Demon Luna? Is that something that they do?
I feel like kind of everybody does.
Everyone
I mean, it is the meta thing to do right now.
It's very popular in Europe too. I think even more so than like
Even
China
more so.
and like NA and
I
stuff.
would
fall
agree.
off.
I think it fell off in a lot of regions.
Yeah, you
Another
poor
hero
guy.
that fell off was Elder Titan, actually. As a support that in elimination mode at least has been consistently left out, but it's perfect this game. If you're against illusion spam, you can reduce every point of armor that he's gotten from agility, which is absolutely the purpose of making illusions. So it'll at least heavily counter the damage output that the Luna illusions will do, and give them a huge physical damage combo against the Luna in the early game.
And of course, it is an SVG classic hero.
Yeah,
That's like his bread and butter, one of his favorites to play.
And already for the high ground, they have Warlock, Fatal Bonds, Upheaval, and just Elder Titan Stomp Spam. It's going to be hard to go
That
uphill.
is one thing about the Shadow Demon Luna. I think one reason it did fall off is that you are revealing right away, like, it's a very telegraphed strategy. Like, teams have seen this over and over. And one of the things that's nice about it, though, like, even though you kind of know what the whole general plan is and this whole illusion siege and whatnot and how you can just go up to the high ground and do your thing, but you can have a lot of different laning options here. So we can't really guarantee it's just going to be safe lane through the Shadow Demon Luna. It could be an aggro try for Advenem, which isn't something you necessarily can get out of any sort of like a 2-hero combo right off the bat.
And it might be good for them too, just because Elder Titan's tri-lane is kind of weak in a lot of ways. Like, you grab Stomp level, and well, the cast time is like 1.7 seconds right now. There's a lot of ways to interrupt that, or he just doesn't contribute as much to a tri-lane as most supports. So definitely something that NP has to be concerned about here and worried for.
Faceless Void now, third ban for Advenom, just trying to eliminate some of those team fight heroes. And now the Batrider for MP. Batrider, a hero we're going to keep an eye on throughout this tournament. He's hot stuff right now.
Both teams should be very concerned about who the solo laners are going to be for either team, because they could get an advantage. So both Void and Batrider are extremely good at most 1v1s at least.
Yeah, and the last one's left to be Axe and Sand King in terms of our current meta heroes, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
We've seen Sand King kind of fall off in NA. It wasn't picked or banned in the NP versus EG finals. Just wasn't touched at all.
There were a couple heroes there too.
I'm surprised. I feel like it's pretty good against Luna SD at least.
Yeah, especially versus SD.
Just because if you get Ags, you can apply the caustic to every illusion, and then if you kill them afterwards, that's a lot of pops.
Well, a lot of Sand King players forget that Sandstorm exists.
Because it's a bad spell.
It's
You're
really-
a bad
It's
spell.
pretty bad.
Don't you talk to
Yeah,
me.
we're seeing Sand King's like level 8 skipping Sandstorm at this
It's
point.
amazing.
Slacks.
I
It
like
is.
Sandstorm. He does a little dance. Do you know he whispers when he casts it too?
Are you still 5k MMR or is
Yes!
that okay? Just making
Yeah.
sure.
It's very sensual.
And you've been grinding games a lot recently as well, right? Yeah.
Rain at a time.
The thing is, if you're in a 1v1 lane, Sandstorm, like, wasting a spell point on that
Yeah.
can actually just lose you a lane, or, like, lose you a ton of farm. Versus a tri-lane, a random point at level 4 could help you survive a gank, I suppose, but
That is true.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same with talking about Sandstorm on a panel. It kind of loses your career and your people's expectation that you know anything about Dota
Yeah, we'll
as well.
see. We'll see tomorrow when I put a bunch of sand in my pocket and throw it in your face. We'll see what you have to say about Sandstorm then, pal. All right?
Yeah, all right.
Anywho,
Nyx Assassin now banned out by Adfinum. Another hero that we've seen actually poke his head into the competitive scene, though. Similar to Ogre, he's got a lot of base regen. He's amazing against certain heroes like Bat Rider, Dark Seer. You get the guaranteed stun with the Spike Carapace. Definitely an offlaner that you need to be wary of in this meta.
It's so good at controlling mid-game teamfights as well if you're against the right heroes, just with Spiked Carapace, because oftentimes those like 12 to 14-minute teamfights are super essential because getting a kill or winning a fight turns into a tower kill. So Nyx is very good right now.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
The
can't wait
European
for him
team
to
picked
put
it.
his first point into Sandstorm.
That's actually the worst level one I've ever been. I don't think that there's much anything,
Come on, Adfinum.
maybe like Glaive's
Aftershock.
level 1 on Luna. Oh, and Earthshaker.
You see the masterminds here. Eternal Envy, AUI in the background.
So anyway, are they picking that Sand King as a deny pick against Team NP since he's pretty okay versus the Luna Shadow Demon combo?
It's an extremely good hero. I think a lot
Yeah.
of them
I
are
think it's
Axe.
just a good
Sand
solo
King.
hero.
It goes
too.
both ways. It's a good deny pick, and it's also just a great hero. Good team fight to synergize with Luna. You've got an amazing stun.
And it could be a solo, and it could be a support. is the
Exactly,
other
and that's
really good
very
part.
important too, because like with the Shadow Demon set up too, with that really short range, like support Sand King, he really needs that little bit of help early on. So
Yeah,
still very nice and open for FNM depending on what NP take.
May I say something?
sure.
No.
Where is Drow Ranger? Not banned, not
All right,
picked.
I'll give this one to you.
And that's pretty interesting. Drow
It is.
typically your first banned material these days. Both teams, some reason, letting her go.
I mean, for example, in our second, I think Wings is still a team that if Drow's available, they're going to be happy to snatch it up pretty early in the draft. It's interesting seeing neither of these teams really prioritize it.
Has everyone been just so psychologically damaged by
You know,
all the
it
Drow
must have been
they-
elimination mode too.
Yeah.
She's
Maybe
been
they
banned out every
forgot.
game, and they've just forgotten that she's there. Where's the Pit Lord?
They learned there's actually a new way to play the game. Who knew?
Like, how would you, if you first pick Shadow Demon Luna, you'd think, wow, Luna, Drow Orb, but where are you going to run the
Yeah, it's pretty.
the
greedy.
Drow out? You going to run
Yeah.
it middle and just get
And then you already have an
absolutely
Elder
stomped?
Titan, so you're like, well, I don't really want 3 ranged heroes. I really want that 4 ranged heroes.
Let me tell you guys about my jungle Drow strat. It's pretty good.
Can we not?
Let's talk about OD
Great.
instead.
Yeah.
OD is still quite good, very strong in the mid lane as well against a lot of matchups, but is he going to be vulnerable to Elder Titan? One big problem with OD is that he usually doesn't transition to armor items. I guess he could go Veil really easy this game though.
Yeah.
That could give him some super value against Elder Titan StarLadder.
Yeah, and it fits nicely with the whole Luna SD idea too, because he's a hero that kind of peaks in the same moments as Luna, which I guess is good and bad in some ways, because
Yeah.
in that early game, OD can be very strong, and you could move up and you might just win the game right there. Snowball too heavily, get some objectives, but then he has that kind of like fall off period like a Luna does.
This might be weird, and I bring it up only because I saw somebody do it about 2 weeks ago. Mech OD, very old school build, but this could be a game where they're tempted depending on what that second support is. I mean, Shadow Demon, Sand King, not really natural mech carriers, so.
I kind of like it. It's just NP's more kill one guy than kill one guy. And Mech is much better against, hey, I just got quap ultied on my whole team, and I'm going to counteract that with the Mech.
right.
Otherwise, I like the idea.
One thing that's a little worrisome, I'd say, for FNM right now would be that control of the Ancients, because whenever we talk about NP, we've seen a lot of play around the Ancients right now, and they're on Dire side, which is generally harder to contest. It's a lot better for the Dire side to be controlling those, because it's also around Roche, so you're going to be containing that away from FNM. And right now, the heroes they have aren't exactly ideal at getting up in there and like those big longer cooldowns too.
Yeah, especially with Elder Titan, they're always gonna
Yeah.
have the vision of that, and they
So
just send a
good.
spirit over there, see if they're doing it, see if they're stacking it.
Yeah.
Could it be an invoker for NP? Will they do the classic?
I mean,
Send
it's
it
there.
over?
Like,
It looks really good this game because
I
they
think
can
it's
put Slar in a 1v1, therefore he can always set up a Sunstrike
Yep.
kill on the Sand King if that's what the matchup is, and it's decent against OD because you're pretty far ranged. Gives them even more control with Cold Snap, and Port Spirits and lane push like that as well. It would be really useful.
I mean, they took out his Razor, so I don't really know what else it could be.
This is kind of a cool draft for NP though, because first pick Warlock, you often think, okay, big team fight ultimate, sort of the Wombo combo, if you will. And here they've got a good mix. You've got spammable stuns from Sven and StarLadder, and now Mirana, good follow-up for those guaranteed stuns.
I think I like this better just because of the stun follow-up, because if they just chain stun one guy, I mean, obviously there's Shadow Demon, he can counteract that once, but they have so many disables that they have tons of options. And as long as they have Elder Titan roaming, as soon as he's level 2, the person in the mid lane always has to fear the sleep into arrow. I mean, he can banish himself, but then Mirana can play around that as well. So it's looking kind of scary now for OD in the mid lane just because that Mirana pick.
Yeah, normally that Shadow Demon OD combo is pretty annoying to play against because you have the double banish, but here it's almost great setup for Mirana, it's great setup for Elder Titan, it's even good setup for StarLadder to come in and perhaps close the gap to set up a stun. So might be one of those games where you got to think twice before you banish yourself out.
Yeah, another huge advantage that Team NP has is they have a lot of area of effect non-single target stunts. I mean, that's going to be pretty hard for Sand King to avoid with Sandstorm.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is very true until the
That's an
Sandstorm part,
excellent
yeah.
point.
They're going to get him. So, scary stuff. Anyway.
How's he ever going to channel the full duration of 60 seconds in a team fight with
I
that
don't think
many
he can get it
stuns?
off.
I've seen worse. You guys remember that Crystal Maiden full duration ult the other day?
I do.
I mean, come on. He just needs a BKB into Sandstorm and he's gonna do.
That's 100 damage. That's like an Iron Shell, dude. That's
crazy. All right,
incredible.
last
Final
pick.
pick, Ad Venom, could be a support, could be a core, the Sand King is the flex, and it's a Kunkka, so still a little bit open-ended,
Probably
but
support.
support
This
almost
is very
for sure,
solid.
yeah.
yeah.
Great with the OD in the mid lane too.
And you can
Setup.
X marks the Mirana every time he ganks him. It's
Oh.
and same as against StarLadder. If you ever want to gank StarLadder or Mirana, they're normal good survivabilities when you counter.
Mhm.
I like it.
Yeah, there's a lot of good setup for the Kunkka.
It's more burst as well. It's something that they really needed on their side, especially with OD mid, and their offlane was like Sand King. They were almost entirely reliant on either Eclipse, Sand King, or maybe OD being in a gank early, but having Kunkka there, just get a fast level 6. At least you should have X Torrent Boat for almost every gank. They
So-
needed that.
Game number 1, we talked about these teams fairly evenly matched up. Feeling pretty even about these drafts? Anyone feel like there's a clear advantage either side?
I think I like the NP draft better myself.
I would agree just because of the control on that dire side. I think it fits their playstyle extremely well. I don't see anything from FNM they're really going to upset the way they play. Not that they can't, of course, take the game, but I think NP feel very comfortable with this.
I like Ad Venom just because they have way more catch. The Kunkka X, the Disruption from SD, and even the Sand King, like guaranteed stuns every time. If they win the laning phase, I don't see how they lose the game,
Yeah.
is the thing.
I mean, I know Trent's talked about Ancients. It's always something that comes up with NP, but this game, both sides have heroes that can kill Ancients. Stacking, contesting, I think that could be the difference maker here, depending on how map control goes.
It does
But
take Luna a lot longer to clear Ancients, though,
That's
and
true.
Sven can kill them more often. He can stack easier. I guess, I mean, she can buy Helm of the Dominator, but does she really want to? And then it would have to be a support stacking.
True.
I feel like maybe Ad Venom just ignores stacking and just always fights for when NP does it.
Okay.
Wins a team fight, then
Yeah.
takes it. That would be a lot
Yep.
safer, I think, for their
All
gameplay.
right. Well, with that said, folks, we've got a game on our hands. So you had something
I
to say,
gotta
Slacks?
predict.
All right.
You
Oh,
didn't
the
ask me.
predictions. All right.
Okay, whatever.
Very quickly, who wins game 1, Slacks?
Flip a coin.
Oh, flip a coin.
Go ahead. Do you want a coin?
I'm gonna go
Cap-
with Ad Venom.
Cap has
NP.
one.
Predictions?
I'm going to say NP still.
Let's say Ad Venom.
NP.
All right, and with that, we've got 2 commentators to take this away. We've got Mott and Cap for game number 1.
Thanks so much, guys. We are here in game number 1 of the Northern Arena Beat Invitational. Of course, it is NP versus Ad Venom. Cap, we just heard what, of course, the panelists thought about this particular game, this particular series. How do you feel about the drafts coming up for both Ad Venom and NP right now?
I think one of the things that, well, first we're going to have a first blood, so...
Oh, God.
Okay.
That was an unfortunate burrow strike from Skylark. AUI actually gets off the stun, and we're fine. Okay. He's okay. He's fine.
What happened?
I don't know. If you miss this burrow strike, Skylark, it's okay. Let's get those land jitters out of the way.
I guess so. Man, that's weird. Ad Venom, I was just about to, praise the fact that, hey, last time I saw them in LAN, I was casting them in MLG. They beat Evil Geniuses. They seem to be a great LAN team. And, yeah, well, got to get the jitters out of the way as quick as possible, I guess. But I have to say that I was kind of leading the way of NP when I was looking at the draft. That being said, I think the last pick of the Kunkka was quite good. I think it was a very strong pickup. They needed some more added survivability for their Luna and their OD. And these heroes are just like, there's so much going on with the Elder Titan aura, with the minus armor that's going to be applied by the StarLadder. I think the Luna was going to have a really hard time through all that. All
Yeah.
that minus armor that's going to
Yeah.
be applied as an agility hero. So I really like the fact that the Kunk is going to add a lot more survivability to this lineup. And I think Grant brought up a really good point is that they have so much catch. So if they do win this aggro tri lane, they can go on to very easily snowball and continue to get pickoffs throughout the game.
We were talking during the draft, and when SVG actually got that Elder Titan, I heard you thrown to a certain extent. You were like, "Oh God, it's the Elder Titan for SVG again. Here we go." I mean, this is a hero that he plays particularly well. He's played it very often on all of his pro teams that he's been in so far. So obviously, SVG very confident on this Elder Titan here in this top lane.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of those matchups that is going to need a little bit of finesse for NP, right? They're facing up against an aggro tri-lane with a Luna, and they have to make it work with a Warlock Elder Titan. These are not necessarily bad heroes by any means, but they are a little bit weak at level 1, right? With their strongest point, Lunar tri-lane comes in with all that extra damage with the aura. Meanwhile, you're talking about Fatal Bonds and a Spirit coming out for more like it's good harassment, but it's not necessarily good kill potential. So they just have to finesse their positioning pretty well. They need to be able to harass Ad Finum a whole bunch, see if they can force them out of this aggro tri-lane, I would say by the 3 or 4 minute mark.
How do they get experience on the Warlock and Elder Titan as well? Not two particularly great roaming heroes, Warlock especially, but how do they get experience in this lane?
That's the other dangerous thing, right? Is that you're not going to be able to get any experience. You can't really, I don't think they're going to have space to pull. Their camp, at least they did have the pull camp blocked up, but it looks like it was counter-warded by NP. So that's now free. I'm a little bit surprised. Maybe we're going to see the Warlock stack it and pull it now. Yeah, that's exactly why he's been waiting. So, but if he leaves the lane, it's very obvious they can just go.
And that's exactly what they were doing. They threw up the torrent, came through, and obviously did some harass to AUI. Not an easy kill, especially early on here with the lack of levels for Ad Finum themselves. But they did some harass to AUI. It's a very tough lane for him to walk up and get CS in, as you'll see as we progress through the laning phase. But so far, the lane's shaping up pretty nicely for Ad Finum. You look at the mid lane, you have the Outworld Devourer, 10 last hits, 5 denies. Envy sitting right now on 5 last hits. So obviously he's having a very good time. And the rest of the heroes are doing rather well for themselves as well.
Yeah, maybe next time just picked up a bounty rune right ahead of SVG. And the Sand King has a very, I would say, a very favorable matchup. StarLadder seems to be doing pretty well, honestly. I'm surprised MSS is keeping pace in CS, but it's only going to get worse as the Caustic Finale gets leveled up more and more. And then as Sand King does this as well, he can easily take advantage of pulls, right? Because he's a hero that just will right-click the neutrals, and how can MSS possibly contest? Right. So there are a lot of opportunities for Sand King to get ahead. Shadow Demon goes ahead and kills himself to neutrals. Real quick way to go back to base, full health, full mana. And that's, again, the thing that NP are really good at being able to put harassment damage into this aggro tri-lane. So they need to funnel this regen and need to be as efficient as possible when it comes to keeping their HP points as high as possible. Because that Fatal Bonds, I mean, you saw the last time they went on the Sven, right? The Fatal Bonds, Warlock wasn't there, but the Fatal Bonds was. And they brought the Shadow Demon very low.
Yeah. That's something you have to be very careful with the supports for Ad Finum right now. They still have this aggro tri-lane going. No kills just yet. They're really kind of doing an okay job of stopping the farm, but AUI still has 10 last hits. Sure, he doesn't have the highest CS in the world, but he's doing pretty well for himself, all things considered. You do have the Elder Titan who went back home, so NP's going to have one less hero in this tri-lane. Now he'll be back up top. There's really no action going on, which is kind of surprising, but at some point in time, we are going to see probably some sort of engagement up here in the top lane.
Yeah, I think really that's to NP's benefit, the fact that there isn't any kills just yet. I really think that they would be most likely the one to give away first blood against this Shadow Demon into Torrent plus Luna and all 3 heroes hitting on you with the extra aura.
Right.
But the thing is, they've only let AUI be in range of the disruptions. And maybe
he walks up too far. Madera's trying to go to the side chip. They do miss the stomp. The Shadow Word is up, though. There's no Fatal Bonds. He's going to be able to use the stick charge that he just bought. He's going to try to TP out. Stormhammer's not there in time. AUI did not have the mana for it, I don't believe. So they do put some harass on the Luna. She does have to go back home. Madera, of course, taking some time to get some HP back. And they give a little bit more of an advantage to AUI 2000 here now.
I think this is about the time where you start considering switching up your aggro tri-lane. Maybe they're going to try and make another go of it, but the honest truth is aggro tri-lanes in the current meta don't usually last past 6 or 7 minutes.
Right.
In fact, they usually crumble a little bit earlier than that. You just need enough time to be able to give your offlaner enough time to get level 5, level 6, and then you can go ahead and ensure the Luna gets farm, safe farm once again. But they're going to try and make the aggro tri-lane work again. Let's see if they get punished.
This is a very good self-disruption. It might not be enough. The Lucid Beam will go. They have the Shadow Word. That is first blood. 1437 is going to get an AUI 2000 X marks. They'll bring it back. He's still very tanky. They have enough damage here. It will be enough for the Lucid Beam going in. They'll trade, but here comes the stomp. They will put the Cook to sleep. Can they chase him down? They'll try to body block him. SVG not able to get in front. The Lucid Beam stops him from getting one more right click off. They'll put some harass on Madeira, but that is it. It is a 1-for-1 trade. It is first blood going the way of NP, but they also lose their spend in the process there, Cap.
Yeah, I think another thing to look out for is if they try and continue this aggro tri lane even further. You're already seeing how it's beginning to devolve a little bit as the levels finally start coming in for the Elder Titan. It will devolve even further because Eternal Envy, he's playing a hero that is more likely to rotate, right? And that's what you really got to be careful at this point is if you continue to go an aggro tri lane, you're more and more likely to get punished by a mid laner making that rotation behind the tier 1 tower in some sort of attempt of a push from the Dire side. So they got to be careful with that, but the longer they make this work, you know, they made a 1-for-1 trade. It wasn't terrible. They killed the Sven. The longer they can make this work and go even and survive through this aggro tri lane situation, the more they're giving Sand King a really big lead and a faster and faster Blink Dagger.
They are trying to set up here on mid. It looks like SVG has rotated in. He'll be able to pick up this Haste Rune and take it away from Thug, who's rotated down to that bottom rune spot. Thug will not see it. There's no vision in terms of wards. SVG smartly hides in the Roche pit so that he's not scouted out. They don't know who took the Haste Rune exactly. It looks like SVG will instead rotate bottom, see if he can get something done there. But I like the movements. However, this is going to make that top lane a little bit more difficult for the Sven.
Yeah, Sven, AUI playing just real far back since he knows he doesn't have the Elder Titan. Warlock's not much of a saving grace right now. They seem really committed to give Skylark a really fast Blink Dagger, and it kind of makes sense, but leaving AUI completely exposed.
Yeah, he walked up too far. X marks Torrent will go. He is still very tanky with that Warcry, but it's not enough. The Shadow Word healing him up the Lucid Beam. One more right click and Spartan will pick it up on that Shadow Demon.
And meanwhile, SVG wasn't really able to make much happen with that Haste Rune. They tried to make a little bit of a go on the Sand King at bottom lane. Obviously would have been a great kill with Sand King occupying the second highest net worth in this game, but doesn't work out, and they're just letting AUI drown at this point in time. Advenom do have some pushing power, and that's the dangerous part, right? They have a Luna carry. They're going to be able to take some of these early towers. If they start getting control of the map and they take away Ancients away from a Sven, there's no way for AUI to get back in this game, right? Bad laning phase, no Ancient farming. Sven really doesn't overcome that. So this is a very dangerous point in time for NP. As they start rotating out, they really need to find some connections with these ganks.
Yeah, I mean, Sven, of course, a hero that really relies on being ahead in the early game. That's not happening right now. CS-wise, 18 last hits. He's pretty much halfway down in terms of the Luna's farm. You look at the mid lane and the safe lane as well for Advenom. It's going exceptionally well for this OD, for the Sand King. They've got everything going for them right now in terms of this early game. Now, can they keep up the paces is the question. As they do rotate out a couple heroes from top, they'll keep the Luna up there for the time being. Skylark is still getting good farm, but down bottom, NP, they do have AUI who's rotated down. MSS has been spotted as well. So there's two heroes. They should know a third is nearby, and a fourth rotating down in terms of course, Eternal Envy, who has picked up a rune as well. I don't know if they can really find anything here. You can see Skylark's already backing away. There's a smoke up. Advenom are ready to fight this. There's the Bro Stricken onto 2. Here's the dive. The arrow's going to come through the Stormhammer as well. There's the damage coming out. The Starstorm Torrent's up. They will actually get the self-disruption off as well. He stays alive for the time being. They will finally get the kill on Skylark. AUI getting low as well now. Will finally drop. It's already turning bad for NP. They have to get out. Here comes this giant Thug. Outworld Devourer throwing out his right clicks, doing what he can. SVG gets Torrent up. Nicely done. And Madara gets a double kill for himself. They turn it around. A 2-for-1 exchange.
Really well read by Advenom. They saw that whole entire rotation coming, right? They saw the fact that Sand King's like, hey, MSS is playing a little bit over aggressive. He's putting Amplify on me constantly. It seems like he wants to go. And sure enough, with the Sven gone at the top lane, right? He makes a rotation bottom. Sand King calls to his allies. They set up the smoke rotation. Great counter initiation. Unfortunately, they lose their Shadow Demon there, but I think overall Advenom are still very happy with the place they are at in this game.
Yeah, because they killed AUI again for, I don't know, maybe second or third time here at this point. He's having a rough go of it early on in this game. I mean, he's got almost max Great Cleave, but that's it. He doesn't have any real items. He's got his infused raindrop boots and a windlace. He's really not got anything to help propel him into this mid to late game.
And traditionally, with this NP squad, Eternal Envy has played more of a space creation role than anything else, right? You look at his Invoker, it's incredibly disruptive. He plays this a little bit high risk, high reward kind of playstyle where he's very erratic and chaotic in his movements across the map, and it makes it hard for the enemy team to read. And he goes for these 1v1 plays constantly where he will trade his life oftentimes to be able to get a core kill and that will just create space for AUI. But that's currently not happening at all in this game.
Right.
AUI is by far the one who is most down, and he will continue to be down unless NP can create a ton of space for him.
Torrent's gonna fly at SVG. Here comes the Eclipse as well from Madera. He's chasing after MSS, can't quite get him. SVG left to be the lone target, gets off a nice stomp, will try to deny himself to Roche, but there's too much damage with the Shadow Demon popping his W, and that's it. Madera will find himself another kill, get even more farm, and they're 5-3 up right now. The Luna's second in net worth. They're doing rather well for themselves on Adfinum's side.
Yeah, certainly. Another thing to fall back on is that Eternal Envy is playing a hero that doesn't really scale all that well. We've seen Muranas go super late game, pick up Ethereal Blades and Daggons, but let's be honest, it's not going to compare to an Invoker. Now he might be caught. Torrent a little off the mark, though.
They should still kill him. They have the X marks there. He's actually rather tanky, the Arcane Orb, doing some nice work. There's the Burrow Strike, and that will secure the kill. As Skylark walks over, they get a much-needed one. A huge pickup at Eternal Envy, down for 30 seconds now for MP.
Honestly, Adfinum are just, they seem to have, I looked at the draft and I was like, okay, it kind of sucks, you know, they gave away an Elder Titan and they picked up a Luna 1-2. That was a bit unfortunate, but everything else said NP would, or rather Adfinum were prepared for NP. Right, they had the early ban of the Naga Siren. They didn't give Radiant Sight over to NP, so we're not going to see a Sven Invoker strat.
Well, there's a fight setting up. NP have been spoke down here. They will use the Chaotic Offering. Can they get at least one kill? Absolutely. The bash comes through, and the amplified damage takes down SSA Spartan. But if they can get Madera out, that is a Chaotic Offering used for a single support Shadow Demon, and that might be it. Maybe they can push into this Tier 1 tower and get something out of this, but that's the only kill they got in that last engagement.
Yeah, and it's, I'm not even sure if they're going to be able to pick up this tower, to be honest.
Oh, Thug goes for the ulti mid, and it's the infused right drop that keeps him alive. Now the arrow's going to hit MSS rotating in, and finally they get their first big pick up of the game. There will be an X-Marks followed up with a Torrent, the Lucid Beam out as well. Not nearly enough damage to bring MSS down. It was that newly minted Blink Dagger that helps secure the kill. But speaking of Blink, Skylark jumps in with a Burrow Strike. Here's the fight. 4-man crush from MSS. Is it enough to stop as well? Can they follow this up? There's just not enough damage here. The arrow will come through. Spartan, no. It's going to hit Madera. That would be a huge kill, but again, very tanky. Skylark looking to go back in, but it looks like that will be the end of the engagement. It was looking so good for NP after that 4-man crush, but there just wasn't the damage that they needed.
I mean, even with the tome coming up, they still don't have level 6 on the Elder Titan. Looks like MSS still managed to pick up the kill on one, though.
Yeah.
This guy's been playing really well for NP. Ever since he joined this roster, I feel like he's been picking up speed as an offlaner.
Yeah, he's crushing it right now. Even in that lane that was kind of rough for him down bottom, he's now currently top in the net worth after those couple of Blink initiations. MSS is going to keep them in this game, at least for now. You're right. This guy's a goddamn player. So
the rest of NP really should have been able to capitalize on. Oh, never mind. We're gonna have jump on NP.
Oh no! What a leap! Just half a second before the Burrow Strike, and Skylark is unfortunately not going to be able to pick up that kill. It's very close though.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Skylark did that perfectly, right? And he jumps next to Envy and he gets the Burrow Strike. I'm still not fully convinced he would be able to bring down Envy by himself before the leap away comes in and dodges some of that damage from the epicenter. But that mid fight should have gone so much worse, right, if Elder Titan had level 6.
Right.
But it's all because the laning phase went so well for Adfinum that they stay ahead, right? If that had been a stomp into an Elder Titan ult, then that fight would have been over. There would have been at least 2 or 3 kills going the way of NP, and they would have been right back into this. But it goes to show the effects of the laning phase and how that can create these little ripples farther out into the mid game, as we're now 13 minutes in. MSS is top of the net worth chart. He's been doing very well for himself, but his cores are very clearly suffering. They've got Envy at 4K, AUI at 3,700. You never want to say that AUI is behind, right? Not for this team. Unless Envy has some sort of scaling hero and MSS is also a scaling offlaner, then that's okay.
Right.
But for most part, NP, you never want to see AUI being behind.
I mean, there are ways for him to catch back up into this team. He does have great cleave. He has abilities to take ancient stacks, but the problem is that Adfinum are starting to pressure, poke, and prod, find initiations. However, NP are starting to make room for themselves. Adfinum going to back up underneath that tier 2 tower with the smoke coming in. NP still looking for a target. There's the Moonlight Shadow to drop the ward down as well. Madera as well as looking to just go up in jungle, but instead it's going to be Skylark maybe spotted out. He's sitting behind the tree line. They will go for Thug. It looks like Envy has spotted him. Can they find an initiation here? It looks like NP are just going to back away. They won't find anything with the smoke or the Moonlight Shadow, and now it's Adfinum's turn to smoke and conversely try to find something here. They're going to have, of course, Thug walk up, bait a little bit, but here comes the rest of the squad. Blank Burrow Strike. They found SVG. They're looking for more. They get off the Lucid Beam, and a couple of Arcane Orbs should do the job. No stick charges there for SVG to pop, and it'll be one quick kill, and that's about it looks like.
Yeah, another good read by Advenom. They seem to just know when NP is going to be smoking up. Part of it is the aggressive vision. For example, the mid wards that they had set up were able to scout the fact that, hey, Envy's missing. If Envy's missing, most likely Moonlight Shadow is being used, and they're trying to push out because this is kind of a classic timing. It's at the time at 15 minutes is usually the time where you have at least 4 or 5 stacks on the Ancients, and you want to be able to clear that. But first, in order to do so, it is hubris just to try and go in and clear that stack. You always try and push out with a smoke, find a pick off or something, and then back up and clear that stack. Looks like NP will still be able to do it though. Aren't going to be punished in any way. Despite that pick up on SVG, they had enough to be able to keep their tier 1 mid alive, and that will definitely bring AUI into a place that he's very comfortable with. 5,200 compared to Luna, who's sitting at 5K.
Yep.
You know, Purge brought this up. It was the fact that while they do have Ancient clearing on Advenom, it's not nearly the speed of Sven. So this next 10-minute window...
Not this early in the game, too.
Exactly. So this next 10-minute window is a space for NP to shoot ahead of Advenom and then start dominating the mid-game.
We'll see what they could do. NP are in a very good position. They've actually given themselves a good chance here at 15 minutes in. We've talked about AUI catching back up. Envy, of course, doing rather well for himself. It's Thug that's still top of the net worth right now, but NP can still take this game. Top lane, they're sitting for a bit of a gank here. You do have the epicenter. There's going to be the Burrow strike, and again, NP leaps out of it. Counter initiation by Misses. Here comes the arrow. Skylark at least dodges a lot of that damage with the raindrop. Here's the chaotic offering Skylark. He pops the sandstorm. It's not enough. They have the amp damage. Madera's going to be able to speed out of there. SSA Spartan should have the disruption. Not sure if he does. Actually, Slithering Crush. It won't matter. He gets destroyed by MSS with his Slithering Crush. The amp damage. Madera still falling low. Now the leap forward. The arrow's going to come through, and Madera will just barely actually sidestep the X-Mark Torrent. Envy's gone in too far. Lucid Beam. He dives to his death. They have the ultimate coming out from the other side. It's not enough. Meanwhile, another Burrow Strike. Skylark is brought back into the game. MSS will fall. Great turnaround, and they get the goal for Thug on top of it. Nicely done.
That was so bad for NP. That was such a great fight to start with, and then they just end up throwing it all the way, giving away 2 core kills when they could have just taken what they got, 2 pickups and space for AUI to be able to push out bottom. Instead, that's all undone with those 2 core kills, and Advenom can feel relatively comfortable to be able to take over the map again. They can push out top lane, they can recover bottom lane that AUI was pushing out, and they're making some progression towards their mid game where they can contest NP. The biggest window, I think, for NP, their strongest market is going to be about 25 minutes when the Sven is done farming. Advenom just have to weather that storm, essentially.
Yeah. There was a TP coming in top for half a second. Was canceled immediately as NP were not going to get in and get ganked by that squad of Advenom who were taking that top tower. Instead, they will let the tier 1 tower go. Advenom continue to farm well. We talked about how they're doing. We've also talked about how Thug is the top of the net worth. AUI is catching up. He's now actually top of net worth on his team, only by a couple hundred gold here. They will push bottom. SVG has been, I think, invis for a period of time. He's going to sit back behind the tree line.
I think this is absolutely a point where Advenom need to smoke up and push out through their own jungle, see if they can catch the Sven. If not, at least get some vision inside their own jungle to be able to read these kind of rotations that the Sven is making, because they can't afford to just let him freely do whatever. If they're distracted by the rest of NP, they will still lose this game, I think, because the Sven will catch up.
Meanwhile, NP seem to know something is up here. The smoke did come through, as you had mentioned, from Advenom. Looks like they did have, at least this is a Spartan, I don't think was smoked to be walked through the ward. They knew he was heading up to this bottom rune area. Maybe next time. 18-minute rune coming out. Looks like they won't go for it. Now they're just going to sit mid and try to take this tier 1 tower, I believe. The push is going to come through. They do have the Luna as well as the Shadow Demon, so illusions are a thing you can create here. But we do see NP setting up for a bit of a defense. MSS is going to come in, throw the amp damage up, see what we can get done, but it looks like they will just be able to defend this tower just fine.
Yeah, Elder Titan is like one of the heroes that is so good at being able to defend these outer towers with his Spirit Stomp combination. Just kind of sets up this fear where you don't know what you're getting yourself into.
Right.
But the fact that SVG is bottom and Advenom still don't feel comfortable pushing that tier 1 tower says to me a bit of hesitation that I don't think is a very good sign, because at this point, you know, the Sven is not necessarily a team fight monster. Sven would not, especially with the start that he has had, he would not have Blink Dagger at this point.
Right.
So Helmet Dominator and just having an Echo Saber is not that menacing. I think they really could try and take some of these outer towers before the 20-minute mark, and that's when you start playing a little bit more careful, hedging bets. Maybe AY has his Blink Dagger, and then he comes in with that one big team fight, and they take complete control over the game and over the map.
I mean,
so,
we talked about the late game. Do you think that Adfinem are on a bit of a timer here, even if it gets to a late period and Luna's doing okay? Do you think that they still want to be able to push in and take, you know, one of those tier 3 or Raxes before this Sven gets gigantic, or?
I think the power spikes go like this. Adfinem controls the laning phase, and then the 15-minute marker is a bit of a question mark. I don't think necessarily inherently one team has an advantage there. But then NP will take a big power spike up around 25 minutes when Sven has like, I'm done farming, I have Blink Dagger, right? And then they turn that into team fights, initiation, they get the BKB, they usually will control the game and still be able to have a lead by like 30, 35 minutes. And I think then that lead starts trickling away a little bit for NP over time, where just naturally Adfinem are going to be able to make their way back because they have a double core setup, right? They have both the Luna as well as the OD. Luna is very well countered by the Elder Titan and the StarLadder and the heavy physical damage coming out from NP, but there is still an OD that's going to scale as well, and that would make me more concerned. But that's probably not till like 45, 55.
We got a while, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And he will smoke up. It is 20 minutes of the game. They will look for a engagement bottom, or they can head to Roche for one of the two. They have picked up the Aghanim Scepter for Eternal Envy, so he's got that better Starstorm. They will go right into Roche at this point, Adfinem. We'll see if they make it move over to that area. A couple wards which will scout out Adfinim's movement. Looks like they're just going to go ahead and take the Ancients instead from Madera.
Yeah, this is the problem I have, right? If you are not aggressively pushing these towers when you have the opportunity as Adfinem, you're not going to close out the game by any means, but you need to take whatever advantages you can before the Sven gets to this fighting point. So if you are not doing that, you are giving NP space to be able to do things like clear through ancient stacks, take Roshan, etc., etc. And just because you have your own ancient stacks does not mean that you shouldn't be trying to, like, that you should just play a passive game and, you know, trade farm for farm. I absolutely think you should have tried to take a little bit of map control, but Adfinem, they're not necessarily the most aggressive team in the world. They're really good at team fights, and I would say that, I was talking to Charlie last night, we made the comparison, I said Adfinem is kind of like a CIS team without as much aggression. They're very team fight focused, but they're much better at being able to progress into late game than some other CIS teams, right? CIS teams are known for being able to go, close out the game, try and win this by 35-40. Adfinem, they always pick something that will scale a little bit. They'll have at least one hard carry on their team, and as such, they'll feel more comfortable, a little bit more relaxed in not having to pressure. So maybe that's why they're giving up some of these objectives. They feel comfortable with where they're at.
Right.
They feel like, hey, let's just trade farm out and just wait for NP to. They're gonna try and get really aggressive.
Yep.
It's gonna happen soon. Like this Sven
with the Aegis, with the Blink Dagger that they just picked up on this Sven. This is pretty much, it's close to go timing here for NP, at least for the time being. And they'll group up together. They did just, of course, smoke into Roshan. They'll do so again with Envy not smoked up. They're gonna head towards that mid lane. Maybe next time is gonna go ahead and farm this out. Starstorm used, and this tier 1 tower is going to be denied by NP, unfortunately for Adfinem. But here we go. We might see a push here, or an attempt at an objective, or kills coming out from NP. I'm looking for some sort of initiation for now.
The other thing is that Adfinem have really good reactionary heroes, right? They have 2 saving mechanisms with Disruption. Oh, there goes maybe next time.
Yeah, he's done. It was just that easy with that Blink Dagger from AUI 2000. He pops the God Strength as well. They're looking for more. I don't think Adfinem will get caught, especially with their tier 1 tower going down, but we'll see where they move to.
See, now you're going to see NP close off the map very rapidly, right? You see immediately what AUI identifies as right after that tower, he takes Ancients. That's what NP, they are so reliant on Ancients oftentimes that they know exactly how to counter the opposing strategy that is going to be farming off of Ancients as well. They're going to close off the tier 1 mid, they're going to close off the tier 1 top, take over that secret shop area, close out the map.
Look how much map control they just got off getting that tier 1 tower alone. They haven't really been across the river this entire game. Now they've walked through the tier 1 tower top lane, but here comes MSS. They've used the disruption, and this is with the tier 1 tower top still being there. Like, they're still being so aggressive, like you talked about. They took over the Ancients, they took over the secret shop area. They got one tier 1 tower, and immediately they weren't playing Ancient Stack, as you mentioned.
Yeah, at this point, like, it used to be the meta that you would take over the enemy's jungle, because that was much more of a farming mechanism than Ancients currently is. But now Ancients are highly prioritized, so teams are switching up from trying to pressure the tier 1 and tier 2 in safe lanes to actually pressuring the tier 1 in the off lane instead, because the off lane tower is what helps control the Ancients on both sides.
Right.
That way you don't have to go in through the high ground areas in order to get to those Ancients, right, to be able to contest stacks or, you know, just make general games. You, if you take away that offlane tower, can actually go in from the high ground rather than the other way around.
They're still looking for that tier 1 tower. Envy is walking through. He may find maybe next time, rather. They've scouted him. Envy's been caught in pretty much no man's land. He does have the Aegis. He has his Aghanim Scepter, 2,000 gold as well. But he's just going to back up. They're going to push this tier 1 tower eventually, but in the meantime, Madara is still getting pretty good farm. Manta style now done. He has the Dragon Lance as well. No BKB built just yet. He'll work on that perhaps next. I think at this point, he's starting to really catch up and get to where he needs to be.
The important item really is the Manta style for the Luna. If you have a good laning phase, you'll have a Manta style by now. And this is what allows you to be able to dodge fights even better, because you're essentially saying, with this Manta style, I can actually do a lot more split pushing than normal, so it's more worth it for us to dodge fights. You kind of think about it that way. Advenom, though, looks like they're going to be caught potentially by NP. Envy always on the back lines and searching for that one pickup because he's got the Aegis.
He is alone. He's going to get burrow struck, and I think he still has his Aegis, but not for much longer. It's gone. The rest of NP are going to rotate it. Advenom staying around. They still want to fight this, it looks like. Madara's trying to decide. Disruption comes in defensively. Stomp's still not there yet. They will come in. Slithering Crush, they will catch up the Luna. There's going to be the God Strike, the Stormhammer. They break down the Luna almost instantly. Skylark on the other side. X marks SPG being caught. So far it's the Warlock down. He did have his ultimate, but he couldn't get it off. SPG will be next. Starstorm. NP's not there really to fight. There's the Hurricane Pike coming out from Thug. Another Stormhammer. Can AUI do this on his own? Burrow Struck. They might be able to take everyone down here. AUI's getting low. They pop the ultimate. Ultra kill for Thug. Can he find the Rampage? The Yule Scepter is up. Envy's X marked. He does not have his Aegis anymore, and he will just go down. Rampage for Thug. All 5 dead. The pause comes out instantly afterward. What a fight for Advenom. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was an amazing fight. It started off so terrible, right? For Advenom, they got the pick on Mirana, right? But that was kind of null because it had Aegis and there was a Titan Spirit set up, so they couldn't really go on Envy again. But then that play by Spartan, where he disrupts the Luna, despite there's nothing actually coming out just yet, and he sets up the Stomp as well as MSS to be able to come in. It was like, oh god.
Yeah,
like he
bad.
just killed his carry.
Yeah.
But you know, we've got this other scaling core in the OD. Exactly.
Fine.
And that's the thing, is that the Blink Dagger is the first start for a Sven, but you need to be able to use that Blink Dagger, get the pick off, take the objectives, win the team fight, and then you need that other item, BKB, right? And that's the other essential item that they have to have when you're facing up against both a Luna as well as an OD. BKB has mega value there, but unfortunately, AEY just really wasn't able to use it. Didn't have it yet.
Yep. And with that, they lose an entire 5-man team fight against essentially Thug. Obviously, all of Advenom had been there. The net worth graph was about 4,000 in favor of NP at one point. It's now climbing back to even. Thug is, of course, going to be one of your top net worth farmers. Obviously, NP still intent on farming AUI 2000 up as much as possible, but that gives so much gold to that Outroll Devourer.
And now they're clearing through those ancient stacks faster and faster as the stats start racking up for the Luna, and they're using the Manta style and the Shadow Demon illusions really well to be able to clear through these things as well. This is the other side. This is the other side of the coin, right? When I talked about, Advenom had an opportunity to get aggressive and take objectives early on, but they played more conservative. This is the good side of it.
Yeah.
In their conservative play, because other aggressive teams would be like, we just want a team fight. Let's go. Let's put some pressure on NP. Let's mess them up. But Advenom do not necessarily need to do that. They don't need to be so brash and bold, because NP are still hitting a very big power spike with that BKB on the set. So if they're going to go for these team fights, if they want to try and contest NP, they should still try and be very careful with the way they set up. I think they should only go for fights if they're smoked up. They should always have counter vision ready to go in case of Moonlight Shadows. I do not think they need to be as active, because they could just play the farm game if NP allow them to.
I'm also interested, that last team fight, we talked about the timing, you talked about it in particular, that 25-minute timing, that was when NP took that fight. It was right as that BKB should have been up, the Blink Dagger was there as well, and they still didn't come out on top. They still have, obviously, some good advantages here, and they're going to find another hero. In fact, it will be the Sand King going down for a long period of time, 68 seconds. We might be able to find maybe next time as well. Absolutely. Great stomp from SPG. The Slithering Crush as well. They actually find 2 there. It's a pretty big setup coming out for MP. Now they can push into the tier 2 tower mid lane.
Yeah, they absolutely can. The pick off of the Sand King was probably good enough for them to be able to pressure an objective. Looks like they're still putting more priority on taking away Ancients, which is obviously pretty valuable when you've got this Sven. But I still think that these sort of pickoffs, they're a little bit expected, and Advenom in some ways can bleed hero kills as long as it's not the OD and the Luna.
Right.
Right? Because Sand King has everything he really needs. Kunkka and Shadow Demon are both defensive style heroes, reactionary, that don't necessarily need a whole lot of items. It's really just the two cores and how they scale. That's the most important thing. So if they were creating space for the Luna, it's creating space for the OD, who now has a Shivas, by the way.
Yeah.
And this is the dangerous thing. This is why I feel more and more comfortable with Ad Finum late game past 45 minutes. Is it's not just about whether or not how many cores the team has, but it's also how they counter that opposing team's core. And Sven will have a hard time against these kiting mechanisms. Hurricane Pike, Shivas. If he starts going lower and lower in the BKB duration, he's basically got a 5-second window to lock down a core and take it out before he's then exposed to all these various kiting mechanisms
Central.
that Ad Finum has, right?
I mean, that's
every single one of those heroes has something.
That's the inherent problem with this Sven in a lot of these situations. You just get kited. It's not like a life stealer to a certain extent. You just get kited so often if you don't have your BKB up, if you're not in the best position to fight.
Which is why it's so important to hit your timings at 25 minutes, right? 20 minutes, you have the Blink Dagger. 25 minutes, you have the BKB. You start building into more damage after that, but you just need to take that window of that 10 to 7 seconds BKB and just dominate and take a big net worth advantage and start setting yourself up for the inevitable Roche Shages.
I will say I'm very impressed with how NP is caught up for AUI 2000. They are looking for a fight. It's Moonlight Shadow. They might find Thug. They might find Scarlock here. Who will they catch? It's going to be MSS. They have this third card. That's a huge target. Can they bring it down? They force him away. There's the Stormhammer coming out. The Chaotic Offering. They're blowing him away. He's done. Madara pops the Eclipse, but he's alone. Burrow Strike. It's not time. Skylark will not be able to save the loot. They're going to start from the backside. SA Spartans, though, Skylark will fall. It's a triple for AUI. Can they get the stun off? No pass from MSS. 3 dead, but it is 3 important targets. Your 3 cores are down for Ad Finum. What a fight for MP. Moonlight Shadow coming in beautifully. No Sentry Ward coming out for Ad Finum.
And this is what we were trying to talk about, right? The fact that NP could definitely still win team fights. Just because they got wiped in that one team fight setup where they didn't have the BKB, it doesn't matter, right? You should not take confidence out of that and say, oh, we beat them in team fights. There's no way. NP are still incredibly strong right now. They just wiped out that OD so quickly with the Chrysalis pickup.
Arrow, SSA Spartan, good self-disrupt, still in trouble. That's a 3-man torrent coming out from maybe next time. They're still diving here. The tier 2 tower's gone. AUI clears out for SSA Spartan pretty much instantly. And now they'll go to work on the tier 3. No, they'll back up together as a team, maybe look for Roshan, which is now back up and ready to go.
I think if you're NP, you just want a huge team fight. Took an objective off of that, you should take the safer route of going for Roshan because you know Ad Finum will contest you. Even if you did take the tier 3 tower and the Sand King comes up, they have so much catch that you should not risk that. You should easily go back, take Roshan for yourself, get that Aegis, and Ad Finum are going to be hard-pressed for the next 10 minutes to stay alive in this game. Because another team fight like that will lead to at least a lane of Rax, if not so much more. They got to start saving buybacks.
Yeah. Maybe that's an unfortunate fight for Ad Finum. They let go of the Aegis and Roshan, obviously, as they just respawned. AUI 2000 almost at the 20k net worth. He is caught up beautifully now, doing rather well for himself. It's going to be the Bloodthorn coming out for AUI, so he's got the silence on top of the crit, not going through the Daedalus, which we usually see from Sven's, or at least we used to. Bit of an interesting choice coming out for AUI 2000.
Maybe he feels like this the silence opportunity is going to be able to stop some of the offensive heroes that he has to deal with. And this kind of 5-man, it might set up a lot easier for them. I'm not sure if Envy gets out of this one.
They're rotating down. It's going to be a little bit too late. It looks like Envy leaps the wrong direction. X marks, Moonlight Shadow, Lucid Beam, Envy, done. Ghost Ship even comes out as well. That might have been the first Ghost Ship I've seen all game, actually. I don't think I've seen another one.
It's happened, I think, only once or twice. It's because this Kunkka just... they've got a clean pick off and they don't really need the ship, or they're using the ship to get a 1-hero kill, or the fight just happens so quickly that he's not able to get a very good ship off. But that is actually, I really think that Coco's Rum is the only reason that Ad Finum will be able to stand up against NP in this big power window for when they've got this really big spend. Other than that, Ad Finum, they've got to get BKBs, but they're trying to finish up a Butterfly on Madara. Obviously, he's got a lot of physical damage to worry about, but this just means the Bloodthorn is going to be all the more effective. It means he's preventing the OD from being able to imprison himself. He can potentially stop a defensive support as it comes in to try and help that core out. He can also use the Bloodthorn that way. There's a lot of dangers here, and I'm not sure Ad Finum Again, it's really going to come down to those defensive supports more than anything. I think the cores you talk about, and it's usually, oh, this core will have to do super well, et cetera, but this is not the case. NP will always get their initiation on a core, almost guaranteed. There's no BKBs, so they're always going to get that initiation. It's going to be how the defensive supports interact off of that, and how do they counter initiate, and how effectively they use those defensive spells to keep the cores alive.
I have a question I want to ask about Adfin. I don't believe they have a gem on them currently. How do you feel about the true sight situation for Adfin on this rating side? They do have one on Skylark, so that is good, but
I think it's at this point in time the NP need to be able to take control of the map. They need to be able to make the map, the whole entire place very claustrophobic for Ad Venom, where they feel closed off. They feel that they're not able to push out and get farm at all. So the gem is really good for them, and I think Ad Venom, in some ways, you naturally have to respond with a gem of your own. When you're pushing out, you need to know, do they have vision of us? Do they know that Luna is alone pushing out the top lane? Or do they know that there's 4 heroes behind them? You know, that's the kind of thing that's that allows NP to be able to really crush you. Because if they see, like, Luna's pushing up the top lane, she's showing, right? But they have a ward somewhere in the lane, and they see 4 heroes behind it, well, that means NP don't need to fight necessarily, and they could just punish you by hardcore split pushing and taking over the other 2 lanes. And conversely, if they do have a ward behind it, then they'll feel more comfortable ganking that core, getting the free pick off, say, with just Envy, or Envy +1, and then being able to, again, rope in the map as much as possible and make Ad Venom feel blind.
Ad Venom's map control right now is currently better than NP's, at least in terms of wards. There's maybe one, I think, in the jungle. That's about it. For NP, Ad Venom have wards top rune spot. They have wards at the entrance to the jungle, their own jungle right now. So they have some vision going their way. They're actually getting smoked upon right now by NP, but this smoke is about to run out. They used it a while ago, and they're going to head to the hard camp and not find anybody. It looks like Ad Venom are going to back up smartly and get back home to their base and push out the rest of the waves.
You know what I really like about this from Ad Venom? They're not playing too scared. They push out as a 5-man crew, and the great thing about pushing out as a 5-man, say NP take the fight, right? They take the fight on their own side of the map, which means they're not able to utilize some of their pushing power to immediately punish you. Even if they win that fight against Ad Venom, they can't immediately go high ground. And that's the most dangerous part of this game for Ad Venom.
The burrow struck. There's the Torrent coming in, the ghost ship. He has BKB, no X marks. He gets out. SVG will miss the stun. Maybe next time still might be in a little bit of trouble. AUI is going to push forward. Arrow does come through and hits just narrowly onto maybe next time. It was about to go wide, it looks like, but he started keeping out, of course, canceled, and he's dropped down.
Nice punish by NP. That was a switch up of strategy that I like to see from Ad Venom. You know, they push 5-man top, but then they leave 2 of their gankers behind, and then they start pushing out the bottom and mid lanes. Again, it means that they could potentially get a really good kill on NP with those 2 pick-off heroes, and if they don't, then they still create space for the 2 other cores. Because look at this, again, NP are not in a position to truly punish. AY can by himself push down that tier 2 tower, but it means he's not necessarily for the push at bottom lane,
right.
So Ad Venom feel comfortable, just keep going. As soon as the Sven starts disappearing, Ad Venom may back off because they don't have the comfort.
MSS has been spotted. You can hear them yelling. They might find this kill. BKB, but he's so low, and they will finally drop him. That's no initiation anymore for NP. In fact, the gem dropped on the deck as well. They will actually stop the push top lane. SPG is going to TP back home, but AUI, he's not pushing this fast enough. He's to blink out, TP back home. They're pushing the tier 3 tower down bottom. This might be the opening. There's no buyback for MSS right now. Can they actually defend this on the high ground? This is so tough for NP if they keep going for Ad Venom.
Yeah, they saw that Sven did not have a TP. So they're like, all right, we get tier 3 tower almost for free here.
They're going to back up. They get it with the illusions coming out just to the narrow end of those illusions' life, but they will get it done. That is a kill on MS. It's a kill, of course, on the tier 3 tower. They will finally get AUI back to the base, but the damage has already been done to a certain extent. Well, they might find SSA Spartan. He's able to actually dodge. Oh no, the 2-edged Stormhammer comes out. They'll bring down one. There's the Bloodstorm. And a golfer, can they kill Thug? He's low. He's trying to get out as best as he can, and he's going to get at least that Astral Imprisonment off, but it's not going to be enough. It's too much damage. Envy comes through. He's got his right clicks. They bring down Thug. Dead for 72. Skylark is able to make it out. The rest of them make it away as well. That's a lot closer than it needed to be, and they get the kill onto Thug, the most important pickup for NP so far.
That felt like, to me, a very unnecessary, unforced error from Ad Venom. They had plenty of time to be able to read the situation and go, our Kunkka's top lane, they just came back with a Sven. it's not really needed for us to fight here. Again, it's okay if you fight on the enemy side of the base, but that was an unnecessary fight. They could have just easily backed up, you know, TP to the top tower and then pushed that one out, you know, and gone as a 5-man. The fact that you can hear them talking about, they got excited, they were like, hey, let's fight. Unnecessary, I think, in my opinion. I think they're getting a little bit too ahead of themselves, and if they just remain calm, they could have kept map control. But with that fight, obviously, NP will be able to corral in all the lanes, and this is where it gets dangerous, right? It's not necessarily about whether or not you win or lose a team fight against NP. It's about what NP is able to take after that team fight.
They just got that tier 2 tower top, as you were mentioning, able to get a lot of objectives, and it looks like they'll probably get the tier 2 tower bottom as well. With Thug being down for that long period of time, they don't want to buy back, obviously, for these outer towers. Tier 2 will stay alive for the time being. Roche is not up for at least maybe a couple more minutes here. We'll find out the time in about 20 seconds or so when Roche is actually up. But yeah, I mean, and AUI gets more farm off that. He bought a Lincoln Sphere now, so he's if he's not 6-slotted already, he's pretty close. Boots of travel maybe, and that's about it. Maybe sell your Echo Saber as well for something else, more damaging, more survivability. It really depends on what he wants.
I really like this Lincoln's pickup because if you look at it, all the defensive abilities, they're single targeted in some way. You got the Disruption or Purge that's going to be used on the Sven. You've got the Sand King Bro Strike, despite it being a line stun and it feels like it should be AoE. It does get blocked by Lincoln's as well. The Imprisonment used offensively, blocked out by Lincoln. So I think these are all really good choices by AUI to pick up that item, pick up that way to be able to make sure that he is not stopped in his tracks even after the BKB goes down, that he can continue to pressure forward. And this is now a time where they're giving a little space to add Venom, but I think part of it is because Roshan's coming up and NP are about to finish up a couple of key items like that Lincoln's. They just got a Blaz now on their Elder Titan. That's a very big increase in damage for them. Envy's got 4k gold. I'm not sure if they want to be able to stall this out until he has the Ethereal Blade. That might be a nice thought. And honestly, 1437 is not too far away from a refresher, and that will mean a ton in team fights because now Venom have BKBs on their course, right? So before it was entirely reliant on their defensive supports to play correctly. Now it's no longer the case because they have the BKBs to be able to dodge Stormbolt, to be able to dodge Arrow, the Titan Spirit, whatever, right? So it means that this stun that comes out from 1437 with the double chaotic offering is all the more important because it helps be able to keep those cores in place even through the BKB for the Sven to be able to hammer them down.
Not to mention, if they take a fight on Ad Venom's side of the map, especially close to that tier 3 tower, they drop a double chaotic offering, that tower is just gone. I mean, it was gone with the Sven beforehand, but it's gone even faster now with the double column. So
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. 1437, he has a I saw the Perseverance, or excuse me, a Void Stone, and I thought, oh, refresher.
Right.
But he doesn't even have Aghanim Scepter. So maybe what item? Lotus Orb, Lincoln's.
He's got a lot of options here.
But you don't go refresher without the Aghanim.
Yeah. I mean,
I got ahead of myself.
That's a good point. And it's very surprising to see him not go for the Aghanims first. I mean, he has a lot of different options here. He wants to go.
They seem to have a lot of value in Lincoln's in this game.
Yeah.
You just saw another one picked up, so he doesn't go for the Ethereal Blade. He goes for a Lincoln's on Eternal Envy.
I like this, though. I like how defensive they're being. They know that if they lose one fight, if they have bad positioning, they can take... I mean, Ad Venom can take Rex just as fast as NP can with the illusions, with the Luna, so there's obviously a lot at stake here for making sure you avoid these pickoffs. Roshan is back up. It was a almost full duration Roshan respawn. Ad Venom have positioned themselves down the bottom lane where they know they can push in, they can keep these lanes pushed out, make it tough for NP to maybe find a pick or find just an entry into Roshan at this point. And they're being aggressive here. Look at that, Venom. They're right in the pit already. We'll see if NP can counteract this. They take this fast, too.
This is so risky from Ad Venom, but they feel comfortable because the Sven is showing at the top lane they have a double damage. So despite facing up against an Elder Titan, they're still trying to do this.
And the Elder Titan did stomp in the pit. They know that this is happening. Envy jumps in with a BKB. They're going to go for it. Double Stormhammer again. They do get off the ghost ship. Is it going to be enough? There's the chaotic offering. They stun 2 again. Can they find Madeira? Thug, they both pop BKB. They get a bad shot from MSS, but here comes that epicenter. Envy's going to drop down. MSS finds that Saluter tries. Can they get this kill on Thug? Absolutely. 2 dead. Madara is low as well. Skylark's heading out of there, and NP will try to take Roche now. There's no buyback now coming out for this OT, and Luna is barely alive at this point. She's sitting at pretty much no HP right now, and they will get the Aegis going to MSS, and the Chiefs picked up as well for NP.
Huge misplay there from Adfinum to attempt to do Roshan against an Elder Titan, and they're actually going to lose more here.
Oh, that's
nice boost of travel use.
He does get the Bloodthorn off. It's not going to be enough. It looks like SSA Spartans should live here. The Bloodthorn will go off, and that'll be the end of it.
Either way, though, I mean, the thing is they feel comfortable because the Sven was at top lane, he's showing, and they have a double damage, so it's like, oh, we could do this Roshan so quickly. He might not even be able to TP and make it in time. Elder Titan is the ultimate stall. Like, he is the ultimate stall when it comes to the Roshan pit, right? He throws a spirit in there, he stomps. You either, like, disrupt like they did, or you just tank this, or you pop your BKB. Honestly, I think popping BKBs and just trying to man up against Roshan might have been the best option there.
Yeah, they could
but
have
it
brought
doesn't
down.
feel good, right?
I mean, obviously it wasn't a fight they really wanted to take. They wanted to be able to take down Roshan before that stomp came in. It's very tough, though. And SVG's having another great performance at Elder Titan. I mean, this is not shocking. This guy's played this hero a lot. So NP are looking very solid right now. They don't take an outer tower or a tier 3 tower. They don't take a rack yet. Obviously, they're trying to keep the lanes pushed in. But with now the Aegis up, the Cheese up, with Envy respawning again, it looks like NP might have a go time here pretty soon.
Man, 1437 has so much
He's
gold.
gonna go Scythe. I mean, he's just got like a lot of money. I mean, he could go Scythe if he really wanted to. I feel like.
I mean, he's got Blink Dagger, so I guess Scythe could be potentially an okay item, but I think that is not how you play Warlock.
No, probably not. I mean, I'm just saying,
Upheaval's a really good ability.
I'm literally just saying, like, he has money for it. I mean, if he wanted to buy it, he could. He's got 4K gold. I don't know what you buy at this point. You're just saving for buyback too, I suppose.
I mean, it could be if they have. Like, the thing about these Lincolns for these heroes on NP is that there is no initiation from Adfinum, right? Because their way to initiate is usually going to be through Burrow Strike. If they initiate any other way, it allows NP to be able to set up, right? Because the Burrow Strike is an instant stun into follow-up.
Yeah.
Everything else, Disruption, X marks the spot into Torrent, it all gives NP time to be able to set up and use their BKBs. So there is no form of initiation that can really catch NP when they have these Lincolns like this. So they feel, even later on to the game, when you say have like Scythe of Vice on the OD, which I'm presuming is going to be his next item, selling out these drums, even then, you know, the hard, you know, blink disable still doesn't do anything because they have the Lincolns. I think it was a very smart pickup by them, and they seem to have this knack for being able to find the right kind of sustain items that makes the enemy have a very hard time initiating or getting the team fight that they really want. You can see the way they pick up like those pipes and stuff. Would they just like load up on magic armor and they just run around as a 5-man? It's so hard for the enemy team to be able to get the initiation they want because they can't pop anybody.
This NP squad has got a lot of bags up their tricks right now. Have you bought anything? Oh, 37, please buy something. You 4.4k gold. You don't need buyback. You're a Warlock. Come on, man.
He's got Aegis for another 2 minutes. I presume they want to push high ground by then. But Adfinum, that's the thing. It's like initiation is not as important when the enemy's pushing into you, pushing into high ground like that. So it's rough, but I don't think Adfinum's going to give them the opportunity for a pickoff. Unless they find the Sand King, that's the only way. Because right now they can actively keep the lanes away from the tier 3. They can keep the creeps off the tier 3 tower purely through illusion spam.
Yep.
Shadow Demon or the Manta, either one can be used to clear through a creep wave just like that.
Unless they get lucky, MP are going to have to make an attempt at this high ground push at some point in time. I mean, it's coming to that point. MP, I think, realized this. They're starting to group up top lane. It looks like that's where they want to go. Skylark, he just narrowly avoids that spear. He's able to blink out in time. It was kind of dangerous, but he's able to do so. And it is the Scythe.
All right, go Mod. Mod's power fisting his way through. Good call, Mod.
You know how often I get that? Never get that. All right, go.
Man, a Warlock with Blink Sight.
I mean, it's unconventional.
Yeah.
I'd say.
I guess he's not going to be planning on being in position for upheaval, but it does give them even more hard lockdown initiation against these BKBs, right? Because that's the thing. Like Adfinum, they don't have that the same luxury that NP does, where it's like they don't have to worry about initiation. They have AoE Crush that could easily go through Lincolns, right, and catch them out. So it's this kind of hard, instant stun scenario.
And the Stormhammer
really good against it.
If you get the Storm Crush, you get a Stormhammer, you follow up with an instant jump in X. I mean, that's all they really need, and they might find it here momentarily. They would go for the Stormhammer, but Madera was able to back up. Yeah, I think have the X marks on him. Already a significant amount of damage done to this tier 3 tower with just maybe a couple seconds of pushing. But NP will back up for the time being.
So at NP, their best play here, unfortunately, they're going to lose their Aegis, but I think the way you try and structure this high ground push is that you try and threaten a hero and force it into using BKB, and once it uses BKB, they naturally want to commit, and you back out with the Lincoln still in hand.
Ghost Ship, the AUI might be okay. He's able to leap out, but he does take a lot of damage from that Ghost Ship, so they might have to make a decision. They want to keep going. I want to put a Shadow Ward on NV. Do we want to go back in again? It looks like they will Shadow Ward NV up and try for another push here momentarily. It's going to take him a while to heal up. He does have the cheese, of course, so he has that skin life if he can pop it in time.
Ooh, what is this? This is some other kind of commitment here. This 5-man smoke.
They're on
This is saying, like, we want this initiation to work out.
Moonlight Shadow's going to come out as well. They drop the illusions down. They'll probably be a bit confused when they find that nobody's up here.
I mean, I think Ad Venom, like, they've proven to be very careful in this space of time where NP's trying to siege you and get that one pick off. I don't think they would just stumble into the trap, the bear trap like this.
You can hear Ad
late
Venom,
into
like,
the game.
they were talking about it. They knew something was happening. They're just like, yeah, okay. As soon as they saw NV again, like, yeah, okay, they were smoked up or something like that. So they understood what was going on. So again, NP are just going to have to break this base the normal way, without doing any sort of shenanigans. Maybe they can find a pick, but right now that doesn't seem to be the case. Counter initiation, MSS is able to get in. They got the Hex off as well, but they force him back into the base for now. But NV comes in, the Golem's going to get dropped down. There's the Eul Scepter coming out. Scalars might be able to survive here. Lots of damage coming out. AUI in the backside looking for great Earth Splitter coming out as well. 2 already dead, and Thug will be the 3rd to drop. They have plenty of damage from AUI. He does not have buyback. Madera might be the only one. He walks up and he's trying to do whatever he can. They're diving for it. The Stormhammer, they get off the Bloodthorn. See you later. God, like 5 dead. They get off a buyback from Madera, but it's only him alive at this point, and MP will take tier 3 tower more than likely this game, Cap.
Yep, they just had no buybacks. The OD didn't have a buyback, the SK didn't have a buyback. Their defensive supports were pretty close, but NP pushed at the perfect time. Like another 500 gold on many of these heroes, and we could have seen Ad Venom still hold the defense just by using those buybacks and being able to push NP once the BKBs and chaotic offerings have been used. But because of this, one team fight is all it takes for NP to be able to claim victory over this game.
Yeah, I gotta say, NP has played extraordinarily well. Obviously, you had Ad Venom coming in big with a couple of these fights, but NP, they're able to outlast Ad Venom with this Sven. Even with the awful start AUI 2000 had, they're able to come back in, get him some farm with the 18 stacks, take control of the map from that point on. There's not much they could do on Ad Venom's, especially with the great itemization from NP. Jump into the ring first, they'll find one. Now they get the arrow off as well. Madera gets forced back. He's going to be able to at least stay alive for a moment here, but with, of course, that damage from NV in the side of NV, it looks like they will take down another. He's dead for 100 seconds, and that is it. GG. Game number 1 of Northern Arena Beat Invitational goes to NP.
Good work by NP. The ability to be able to make that kind of recovery after a kind of an awkward laning phase and that 1v1 setup at bottom lane, you had to feel some pressure. And the fact that they lost a team fight when they reached one of their strongest stages, that again would have put a lot of pressure on them. It would have caused some stress. It would have been like, oh God, we just gave a 5-man team fight.
Right.
We shouldn't have allowed that to happen. We should have been able to come out on top in that engagement. But they still managed to keep their calm. They managed to control the game rather well. I think that they saw their opportunities, right? When they got that one pick off or that right team fight, they just immediately just jumped on every single opportunity when it came to taking objectives, controlling the map, going back and taking Roshan, and all it takes is, with this kind of lineup, all it takes is one good team fight and the game's over. There is no situation where it's like, oh, they just take a lane of Rax. Not with a Sven, not with all those tier 2 talent.
Actually gonna try to help this Tidehunter on bottom. Not really sure what Keeper can do here that Tidehunter isn't already doing here. But he has Magic Stick.
Anchor Smash is definitely going to be... is going to get tagged. There is a... goes through the creep wave and... Right now, we're going to have creep wave drag to the side. That's what I call it. Pull the wave back. Ruka is in a lot of trouble though. That magic stick. There's the lift. Need another Anchor Smash. They might not be able to kill him there. Oh, he goes in with that slam again. Rubik doesn't have enough for the Faith Bolt. The dagger is ready in 1 second. Does it do enough? No, it does not. And Rubik still trying to go for the kill. Does not kill him with the Faith Bolt. No, having tower J4. Oh no, gets out by the waterman. Brought down. Brutka is going to survive that. Chappie meanwhile not going to be close enough for that dagger, so the nerf coming into effect here. Meanwhile, AR on top with Venom, hitting him for this big melee. Oh, 2 as well, so 1 melee and 1 big Satyr creeps. So that's good. Pulls the meat wagon over. But and now Ascendancy has 2 meatballs. Talk about that early threat against him. Not gonna.
He should not be dying on the top lane. Bigdom is probably just going to back off and just try to get experience out of this lane, and that shouldn't be too hard. But right now, the mid lane is Invoker getting dumpstered. Magnus is usually going to be doing okay up against these generico ranged intelligence heroes. Wex Invoker's lane control is very weak compared to Exort's, so he just doesn't have enough base damage to contest. Now top lane.
Oh, yeah, coming in and blocked by the catapult. So, yeah.
Oh, Ascendancy,
no
he's isolated.
Ascendancy as well. He's gonna drop. Yeah, he will fall. The Shadow will take the kill, but that is the Meepo going down. So this laning phase is working exactly how PR needs it to go. You can't have this laning phase go passive for you. Otherwise, Meepo gets out of hand. Even Chappie or the Legion commander getting picks will not. But Legion dying. Is that the reason?
She messed up. That's not an intentional death.
Yeah, because I see money on her, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things. It's just a little embarrassing.
Chappie. They get coddled here, gets blasted in the face, and with the Titan cutting wave. This is very reminiscent of those X cuts you see in pub games. Walking over this lane, so they're trading. Their safe lane on that bottom lane, not as fun as well as that top lane. So. A4 abandoning that lane, probably orders from the P, but no, we have Bignum coming here for a little bit of trap. Brutka have that blast come in, and now I think Tidehunter should be going down, but have 5 stick charges on him. He might be getting that kill, maybe not. They have to be very careful here. This Tidehunter is very tanky with 3 points in Kraken Shot. Yeah, not gonna get that kill, even with Blightstone. This PA is not good against the Waterman.
So weird, she used Phantom Strike on the Tidehunter, and it blinked to the Tidehunter, but he was in the cogs, and then she ended up outside the cogs and couldn't attack, which may have made the difference if she actually ended up inside the cogs, as Phantom Strike is usually supposed to work. But you know, whatever. It's again not a terribly huge loss there. It probably wasn't going to happen anyway. They are still getting a decent amount of CS Power Rangers. They are going to scout empty stacks though. Ascendancy, 100 HP Meepo runs Bignum. Oh, that's not what you want.
Oh, he traps a solo one, so it's about just as bad.
Yeah.
He is probably going to lose his life again, so the heal's coming out. Nope. Gets the 1 hit in the cost, and now he hits level 6, so Bignum is going to get another one, I think. The Illuminate comes in. Out there, 2 heroes against him, so the only one take that fight. And I'm not sure you needed to use that hook, though, to be honest. Just going to play on the safer side of safer side caution there. The end. You lose the Meepo again. Block worked. I wanted to say something, but
well, you could talk about the fact
treads,
that Cheshire Cat has duel right now, and he's looking for it. He doesn't have overwhelming odds. He just wants to keep the Meepo down just by straight up killing him constantly. And there are opportunities up top.
Not the travels, so I don't think I've seen anything like wow now. I always see travels on Meepo, but I think Treads is a variant, but how does he get a map time?
I mean, he's not really planning on...
He buys another travel?
He's probably going to get travels eventually. He just wants the Treads because he's having such a rough time in the early stages. Like, usually with Meepo, you end up with a ton of gold, and you could afford to kind of quote-unquote waste gold on early game items, power treads, and then still end up with travels when you actually need them. So I think it's reasonable.
But Big Gnome does have
Ravage
that hook shot. Ravage bottom. Chappy, is he gonna get caught though? The Illuminate is here. The blast comes out. The the PA goes down. I really like this one combo. You know, it's two heroes that don't really have a lot of kill potential between them, but it's just the slow wearing down that Tidehunter that just gets to you. A really nice kill there. They got not even with the gush. They get a kill that they really need, and it slows down the PA progression really good. You look at her farm. No upgraded boots, just that Blightstone and the Basilius. It's a really rough time, you know. I mean, they shut down Meepo, but Meepo won't get his farm. PA, not as flash farmy as you would think. But now Big Gnome gonna trap the Titans in, I think. Great one under the tower as well. Could be a nice kill there. The hook shot, the double damage, a lot of power there, and Big Gnome will find a solo on
top.
And just Legions, the dual win. Yeah, the dual win. Warlock going down.
2 kills for Power Rangers all over the map. Hookshot still available. Big Gnome is just on a roll right now. I've seen some sick games from this guy in the past, and you know, a couple mediocre games as well. But this is definitely looking like one of his hot games when he plays that Clockwork. So maxed out in the battery assault, even enough to kill off a Tidehunter. I don't think double damage rune really made a difference there. That I mean, it made a difference there. It killed him faster, obviously, but I think he probably would have gotten the kill anyway. Big Gnome's able to get, you know, your drums, your blade mails, the Aghanim Scepter, anything like that. Just tank up against this Meepo. It's just going to be, you know, a quad core lineup of Power Rangers that are doing so much damage and are so difficult to kill.
Coming down again. With the lift, they could get a kill on him with a hook. Standing there, Brutka, disrespecting the Rubik, now going to be punished. Dead. Again.
Last time Battery Assault was also split between a creep, or 2 creeps, I think. But he dies even faster this time.
Well. Oh, he had no reason to stand there. Tier 1 tower.
Oh, smoke.
There's a rock. This might not be the good fight they're looking for. Now Meepo coming in. There's the rock. They're going to drop the rock. I'm surprised I was dropped in there, but now it's going to have the rock to zone out there. Rubik, the Clockwork might have bitten off more than he can chew here. Invoker cleans him up. J4 is still in trouble there. He steals the Fatal Bond, so AR is going to lose his life to the Shockwave. Invoke, the Rubik escaping on 60. And they will claim up this Golem as well. Auto Blast coming in again. Tag up F1. They want to chase this. Have Ravage here on the Tide. I believe they will be able to. There. Collar getting daggered up.
That's yeah, unfortunate for Power Rangers that their smoke wandered into that many heroes. Just walking into a Warlock there is kind of rough times. Tidehunter wasn't that far behind, and Neo in the front is not an easy kill. At least they can kill him, but it's going to take a very long time. So kind of unfortunate.
Oh, hook shot again this time. Okay, but there's the keep of the life blinding light. Use it. Might want to save your buddy there. Push the Clockwork away. No, he didn't push Clockwork away. Very interesting. Maybe just save it for the PA coming in. Oh, the PA takes a huge hit from the Illuminate and the EMP, I believe. But now the does fall, and I think it wasn't safe there. I would be pissed. Oh wow, first hit crit here from the dagger. But he had the blinding light.
He doesn't use it to push Clockwork away. And then as soon as Chappie jumps in, drops down to like 100 HP, he uses it, and Chappie gets put away to safety. I don't know, man. Like, sometimes shit happens, I guess, but that's definitely not what they wanted to happen there. And now Chappie's going to salve up. He'll be just fine. We have a Blink Dagger on the Legion Commander. And I think Magnus just picked up an item as well. Yeah, he has a Blink Dagger also, so Meow's positioning game just got a lot tougher.
Echo Saber nonsense. They need to push this game, and I like how Sonic has adapted to the game by going 3 points Illuminate, 4 points Illuminate actually.
Oh, mid RP.
And there's a big RP to get, and there you go. The Legion Commander gonna start the duel a little bit weird there as he does skewer them away, and now the EMP, the tornado is gonna make those one of those highlight shows you watch, and yeah, this Invoker is gonna fall though, but that's one of those highlight reels. Magnus is nice, his throw there, dual damage.
Oh, they found Tendency. Dead here?
Oh, the hook shot.
Power Rangers are all over Meow this game. Like they haven't
I mean,
taken down any towers, but still they're going into the enemy jungle, going into mid lane with impunity, and just smashing the heroes that matter, keeping Meepo down, keeping Invoker down.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The Rutka
Radiant structures are fortified.
is now going to tier 1 tower. They're actually going to be the first one to claim the tower, I think.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Titan missing on that last hit. Going for that mechanism. Invoker.
The duel
that
coming.
Combo Bignum does have that. Oh, now the Legion starts the duel. They might not kill him in time though. But they'll kill him probably. Oh, saving alive. Faithful. Nope. Midas is in time.
It kind of sucks that they're not getting dual damage, but it doesn't really matter that much. Like, as long as you're using this Legion Commander just kind of as a secondary clockwork, so they have 2 heroes running around with, you know, ultimates that are low cooldown and very high pickoff, applying just so much pressure. Yeah, yes, it can be better, but Legion's still getting farms, still getting kills for the team, and again, they're killing heroes that matter. Like, Invoker, yes, does have a hand of Midas, but if Invoker isn't buying space for me to put a then who is? I mean, Tidehunter kind of when he has Ravage, but it's not even guaranteed.
He has an Arcane now. Really nice to Ravage now. Team trying to pick a fight in the middle lane, but it's gonna be his butt clockwork again. Gonna come from the back as well. This is potential disaster, but there's an Invoker. They're gonna be here. The Rocket Scouts out as well, so from the high ground, if they come in, could be rough there. There are a lot of teamfight ultimates ready. Rocker ready from the side as well, AR. Oh no, the Meepo getting pulled down. The bot lane, the PA going in, needs a big crit to get this one. Yeah, and he will actually get the kill off. And Meepo once again going down. Clear up this creep wave. There is going to be the start of the fight coming into. They're looking for the keeper. Nice Illuminate going through. It's a level 4 one as well. There's the hook shot coming in. Now is your EMP and Tornado. Gonna burn out Bignum's mana. There's the EMP burning up the Legions as well. They're both out of mana. The rock comes down. Big Illuminate hits, but not enough damage to Stewart in. Gets that Ravage in as well. J4 tosses them back in there for the big combo. And for Ninja taking damage from this rock. But yeah, they lose all 5 heroes there on Meow 111. ER. Perfectly negating around those big team fight.
I mean, they take the hit on 2 heroes with the Invoker combo with the Rock, the Ravage, but that's kind of okay because the Rubik had Tornado stolen. He was able to buy the team quite a bit of space. The Phantom Assassin was able to dodge absolutely all of those spells. They clean house on Meow, and I don't think there was another dual win there. No, there wasn't, but still, they are just all over the Meow team, and sooner or later, they're going to, Meow, require this Meepo to show up with some really big guns, and I'm not really sure if that's in the cards right now. Like, Power Rangers are getting so very far ahead with a 4-core lineup that are all pretty good up against Meepo that even though he is close to his Ags, what can he really do with that?
Have to see. There's still that high ground to contend, right? There is that Illuminate that's gonna slow down the game. Meepo, once he gets a Blink Dagger, has to for a big amount of combos. Yeah, this early game is not what we expected, but Power Rangers, like one of the better team, the more experienced guys matchup, so gotta always have that experience advantage. Stay here, so Young 1-1 face rough opponent. Still see, Meepo lineups have they have that ability to come back.
It is gonna have to be Meow fighting as a team though. Like, that fight we saw Meepo being picked off and then everyone else dying. They're actually all together if the Meepo is able to do his damage in the stun duration of Ravage, of the Chaotic Offering, with the enemies having no mana from EMP Tornado, they can definitely pull a fight together. But they're not really quite at that stage yet. I feel like Meepo needs, you know, a Dragon Lance or a Blink Dagger or another item.
Oh, the hook shot coming in. They were looking for the Tidehunter. The Tidehunter is still gonna be that bait. That's on J4. Meepo looking for something. The Tornado's gonna be missing there. Don't want to give that over to Rubik. Maybe you want to change your spell. He has that Cold Snap. He's gonna start on Rubik. Rubik has that Anchor Smash, but they're still not getting the kill there. The Gush coming on Bignum. I feel like they're pushing a little bit too far here. There's still a hero in the back there for Ninja. There's a hero that could be hit here. Do they find it? Now with the Illuminate charging here, stopping this pick. The RP only going to land on the side. I said they don't fight answer. The EMP isn't going to do enough damage. It does, but Cheshire Cat going to take a lot of Meepo damage. The Illuminate comes through. They lose that Meepo. That's the Rock. Could slow things down. The Cold Snap is going to maybe keep this block here, but PA meanwhile still slaying fools in the back lines, gets another one. Just all around the place, they're not getting the kills they need, and Meepo still trying to find something. Afro Ninja's out of mana. They look for a big crit here. They do find a big crit, and in the end, the PA does fall with that Meepo poof. But is it going to be enough? The Warlock Golem trying to do some damage to Bignum, but not going to be enough there, as the Rubik is back here with Earthbind. So overall, another team-wide loss here from Meow 1-on-1, but they do get the kill on the PA. 2 other cores here on PR as well, so it's not the worst. You know, they lose 5 heroes, but look at it go.
They ravaged the Rubik.
Oh, I got him.
You get him, so I guess that's fine. It's a fairly even numeric trade there. But the end result is, I think Legion Commander does get dual damage off of that. I think it was just enough. Meepo showing off how much damage he can do, and that was even with some really good management from the Rubik, was able to lock down all of the Meepos for a very long time by stealing Earthbind and then using Telekinesis as the kind of AoE stun to stun them up. That was not really the cleanest initiation there from the Magnus, but still, yeah, that was a decent fight. The problem is that their ultimate cooldowns are extremely long. All of Power Rangers ultimate pretty much back up now.
I still don't see a fight that's gonna happen. So Ascendancy really has to get out of here right now. He gets the Earthbind, and oh, he goes for the PA. I thought he was actually gonna run, but nice TMP tornado gonna come out here. Another nice Earthbind, gonna trap him in. The duel coming out. The Blade Mill is gonna do quite a bit of damage, and they get that RP onto the Tidehunter, who just dispelled away, but he's still gonna drop a nice step there from Cheshire Cat, picking up the Meepo. They're trying to go for Roshan and make that happen. Looks like so far 52 full damage with the 126 with the Empower. Wow, that's like pretty good.
And that's like the power of having this kind of jungly 4 position-ish Legion Commander. Not too infrequent that with Meepos, able to take down the enemy core immediately with poof damage, and they just run wild. But since they have another kind of character on this Legion Commander, Power Rangers can afford to lose the PA any number of times, and Cheshire Cat will just pick up the slack, and he is picking up a lot of that slack. He's doing so much damage.
Oh, another duel going out this time on the Keeper as well. It should be an easy win for her. Cheshire Cat up to 66 now with that Blink Dagger able to press targets. They are gonna look here. Deep Ward, Snipes. RP used for 44 seconds, so see if they still try to go for an 8 without a fight. That's the one PA now, so Focus Fire is there. Going to go for Roshan themselves. It is a dangerous strategy. Meow is going to challenge. Or maybe
they see that Meepo has no Blink Dagger.
Oh, Tornado EMP is going to start. There could be a rock here. It's going to do some damage. The rock's going to start. There's air contest. The 8. No, there isn't. But the Knights of Evil there. Going to slow things down for now. Hoop is there. And they're using their PA twice here. So they bait with the agents. They lose that Invoker. The duel coming in. They're piling on this Legion Commander. She gets the damage, but it should have survived the poop. Takes out the Magnus. Takes out the PA. And now the Legion will fall as well. There is the Meepo down. But now it's Bignum with Big Golem at his back there. Gonna run away. They lose their entire lineup. Nice blinding light keeps it in place. The mana leak is there. It's gonna trap in. Bignum is gonna stun up a little bit. Their Golem a little bit slow on the move. Not be able to get the skill, I think. Without Shadow Word, there will not be able to take him over. But that is full Aghanim's for the Warlock. That is the full Aghanim's for the Warlock. T kills off defensive.
And that's almost another Aghanim's on the Keeper of the Light as well. Looking for the snipe on the Clockwork, kind of brave, but it wasn't gonna happen. So 2 Ags for
Mike.
The supports. But that was also, I mean, as great as that fight was for Meow and as much as they got from it, it's so hard to replicate that fight because Power Rangers were hit with a 3-man EMP. The rock hit onto everyone as well. They were stuck in the pit. They were unable to move out of it because of upheaval. Again, it's a great fight for Meow, don't get me wrong, but as far as their ability to replicate that, it's very, very difficult. It's much easier for Power Rangers.
The next time they fight, they will have the Aghanims on Warlock and the Keeper, so there'll always be Blinding Light and Double Rock from now on. So it's gonna be a different atmosphere now. And it's about to hit daytime as well, so they're about to get this really huge map advantage that will really benefit to get caught again. But he already has some good items with that fight. He gets his first Dragon Lance. probably looking for another. Bignum is invisible or pick here. And Invoker has that Midas, so this game, the longer it drags, the better it will be for PR. Right now, for Meow, right now, it's still a PR game. Can slip out of control really quickly if they're not careful.
I mean, yeah, the Meepo is going to be fairly dangerous. Chappie's BKB still hasn't even been thought about yet, so once that happens, then he can still beat Meepo pretty quickly, and you're looking at a lot of damage coming out from a Legion Kender as well. It is looking like Meow actually have a chance at this game, but wouldn't really say that you know, really game is
not
great
in the
for
bag.
Meow to aim towards.
It's still keeping things in game one.
Yeah, game one was.
Work towards farm here, build up towards, like you said, that BKB. I don't imagine any other item outclass it. In it's going to be left out of that smoke. Radiant, they do have a scan, so maybe look towards it. Still, that gem gonna start his D-ward, so that's why he was left out of the smoke. Kill himself D-ward. Could give FNinch a false sense of security here as the if he walks in there, the tornado is going to miss completely. Thought they're not work out as number that negate spell. They are freeze there, but it looks like they're not going to play this game with them. They're going to push top back himself.
Power Rangers are at their strongest when they're taking random 1v1s across the map. Meow are at the strongest when they're as a 5-man. So Power Rangers, they have the luxury of being able to kind of push and force Meow to separate from that 5-man. And if they do separate, then every single hero of Power Rangers has so much more kill potential than every single hero of Meow. So Power Rangers, as long as they stay spread out, prevent themselves from being hit with a Ravage or a Chaotic Offering, they will have the long-term advantage.
I do like the Keeper. Yeah, like I said, this is daytime, so Keeper is gonna start house cleaning, wiping out all the wards on the map. Themselves for that nighttime. But oh, is there a duel? There's a duel here on the middle lane. The Legion does take out the Meepo, but he's about to get taken out himself. I'm not sure if the Ravage will be there. The Tornado is gonna fly, and he will land on the Legion. 1-for-1, but still, they'll take it without the Meepo. Fight potential a lot less than there on Meow, but there are still 2 rocks they have to worry about.
Yeah, but the Meepo is pretty much all the damage.
FNinch jumps deep in. Is there a mana leak? Use it on him. Yep, they mana leak him. Shadow Blade, so Red still looking for a pick here. AR would be nice. Get a low kill, get Chappie meanwhile though. Purchased up that BK. Farm ready. Continuously checking out those towers. They'll lose those out towers, make no.
Was that Legion
They'll
pick
make
on the
those.
Meepo just Legion? Was it anyone else helping it?
No, it was Legion and a little bit of Rubik, but multi-Legion. He nearly died though.
I mean, even if you just trade 1-for-1 like that, like Meow need their Meepo so much more than Power Rangers need their Legion. So
Yeah,
that's
Legion is
definitely a
98
good display
damage
of
already.
power for the Legion Commander. If she's able to do that a handful of times, if she's able to do that at all, just solo kill off a Meepo, then it makes Meepo's life much more difficult. He can't really afford to separate his Meepos and feel safe.
Yeah, the thing with Aghanim Scepter is so good. Jin as well. You dual info, you take no damage from his clue.
Does it work like that?
You take no damage from anyone except,
Ah.
and it lasts for 8 seconds, so there's no way he's running.
I would think that it would, like, it works if you don't take any damage from any other hero. Meepo's kind of the same
you
hero,
take
but
nothing,
yeah, that makes
You
sense.
take no damage from outside sources except. I'm not
That
sure if
makes
there's a
sense.
special interaction with Meepo, but I really doubt it. Like, it's
Yeah.
really weird inconsistency because summon units do not damage. And could be a weird inconsistency, but I doubt we'll see it. But it's a really interesting item to pick, especially when you have really high damage already of Cheshire Cat. Academics is an item you pick only when you have a lot of damage on your, where you can go for solo kills on your own without help.
I mean, this game, if it does extend long, that's gonna make the Legion Commander one of the best ways of actually handling a Meepo. So, I mean, you could build up damage and bulk on your Legion Commander, and you have the infinite scaling with Duel, but being able to duel Meepo with impunity and rely on that duel in order to get kills every single time is a big deal, because that's one of the few ways in the game, I think, to effectively deal with a Meepo, like an Aghanims Legion Commander. Who would have thought, right?
A lot of damage. Wow, what's this fence bottom? But yeah, the Legion just jumps in. Their whole team can like throw spells at them, but it's gonna be a waste of CC because he won't do.
Bignum's, look at Bignum's item build. This is the sickest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Saber?
And on the courier. Look at this madness.
Okay.
That is a crazy person.
Oh, going into friends here. Ascendancy baiting here with his, oh no, with his buddy. Oh no, he's gonna get caught. The rock needs to start now. The rock will start. The blind light will blind. Oh, it's a trap, but they'll get happy. If there's anything to remove, they waste all their big ultimates. The BKB was expended. The Eel Scepter will trap Bignum for now. Cold Snap is there, trying to lock down his, but without those big ultis, I don't know. Will they be able to hold the line here? Brutka. Now pop the dust, he will find Brutka. The net not there. Afro Ninja once again gonna be pretty safe with that BKB. He doesn't have skewer though. He got that. He gets that. But still hit by one ascendancy. So he will not be able to blink. He gets hit again by that Geostrike, and now the showdown will begin. There will be the kill. It's 14 coming in. J4 looking for that kill. The Magnus is down. PA is now in with a big sprint. Afro Ninja still alive somehow. He's still alive, and Sonic is going to drop as well. The duel ready there on the Invoker. They lose the Invoker. Triple kill for the PA. It's disaster time for Meow 1. They have buybacks, but no big ultis, and that's one of the problems with these ultimate reliant lineups. You waste your ultis and you're done.
And J4 has been playing like an absolute boss. He stole recall, and that let them bring the Phantom Assassin into that engagement.
Oh, okay.
She was nowhere nearby. What a steal there. I mean, usually it's like, oh shit, I only stole recall, that sucks, but no, in that situation, that's exactly what you want. Meepo does not have a buyback either. Now, therefore, have no damage. They'll lose top Raxes at least. I'm still not sure if this big build is working, but it doesn't matter. Rax taken, right?
I wouldn't push the issue here. Cheshire Cat has duel in 8. Stolen by J4. That Aghanim Scepter just playing a big part now. That BKB dip and looking to block that, knock that keeper out. Nice body blocking here so far. Chappie to keep alive. Now the duel is ready. The Tidehunter is going to go down. The Cheshire Cat getting ridiculous amounts of duel damage now. 134. They lose the Invoker again. This could be GG. That overextension there might have just cost them the game. Be now feeling bold, going in onto Brutka, buffing the attack speed of that PA. They don't want that fountain here. Dealing Shadow Word. So that's going to be a nice little top up here. But Ascendancy's
back. They have another duel in 20. They can't fight Meepo until then. Actually, they have an RP. Never mind. They can't.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they can. Oh no, the RP landing on the Warlock. One guy that could have locked something down here with his Golem in 30 seconds, but he's about to drop here. He does have buyback though. He's gonna drop. Tidehunter is gonna fall. There's gonna be a dieback for him. He gets hit there with a bash. Not like in Masters. This middle Rex is going down as well. And dieback on Invoker. I don't know how they're gonna win this. Trying to go for Red Legion. He's gonna duel, and you ported out your meat. This is the problem. Okay, no, actually taking a lot of damage here. Cheshire Cat dropping out with that Fatal Bonds. He will drop, so he loses his life to the Fatal Bonds. The Warlock buys back into the game. I don't know what for. Gonna try and fight this one. They don't have Meepo. The Rock comes down. It's gonna tag onto the Magnus, but it's not gonna do enough there. BKB on PA seems good. Golem's just out-heighted at this point. Two slow lumbering giants feeding away their kills, and now with this kill score 43-17, no more resources. I think we can really say that we won.
The Meepo still does not have buyback. Just tried to load up in stats with the Dragonlance. That's, if anyone is wondering why we put Dragonlance, it's just for the stats. Don't get any additional range, so that's there. I'm kind of sad that I didn't get to see this Clockwork Reich build actually work out. It didn't seem like Bignum. I mean, his score is excellent. Like, it's amazing for any hero. But I'm pretty sure these items are not what let him get score, which really sucks.
It's a
because
respect build, you know? Once you're done your job and like...
Dude, Mjolnir is so good up against Meepo, though. Oh,
yeah,
Doctor's in!
What?
Fine rapier.
Okay, the Doctor is in. Okay, I just got that reference, but... Well, why not, right? They don't have a good... for Dire. Meepo is not a Rapier user.
Mm-hmm. Invoker's pretty good.
So I'll give the hats to the spectators. But yeah, Chappy. Look into style on Meow. Finally having more damage than his Legion is having. Insane amount of damage. You gotta just jump in and duel. There's nothing they're gonna be stopped. Got a 2-shot.
Blinding light. Still gets the kill.
Oh no!
Oh my god,
that's
RP. Oh.
Up the house. And Vietnam says entry. And the game beyond got like again.
Oh, look
think.
at that BMGG.
Wow. GG, and I mean, so that RP, I would call it that way. Nice little play here from the Radiant. PR do style on Meow 1-on-1, so they'll knock those guys out. The Meepo users are out, but Power Rangers will prevail. A really big surprise between you. Powerful execution. Alright. Power Rangers, they give us great games, and we'll be back with next set at a later time. Is it? I don't think so. There might be a little break again. It'll be... Yeah. What time is that? 3 a.m. Singapore? Alright, so the next match will be... Oh yeah, Shax is easy. Should be interesting. Cooperation though, what I told you today. So yeah, there will be a break till 3 a.m. unless date. So save us guys and grab food back at the with more Dota 2 Champions League Season 9 powered by Epic, as well as Face It, Mike Loris. I'm like broadcast. Hope you guys enjoyed so far, and be right back. See ya.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Well,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Haste.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Second.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Then, the prize is mine.
Over.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. We go unseen.
Wait.
Go.
Shadows take us.
And
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Double
Man.
damage.
it
Yep.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
come.
So. Crap.
May your doom be averted.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Go.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Nope.
Dire's top barracks. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Get it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Yes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks is under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
but it's
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant. is under attack.
I am compelled to thank you. Illusion. You know nothing unless the omniscience knows. Bloody tricks.
Radiant's bottom
All wands break. Let's get
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
haste.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wish fulfilled. Double damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No sorceries available. showdown.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle Radiant's top tower is under attack.
take that.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Right from the brink of extinction.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Obliged.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's ancient is under attack. Radiant's ancient is under attack. Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Great teamwork, you vicious slugs.
Reserve time.
Safe,
Radiant
or like they would from NP, I would assume. So, like F&M want that 1v1 matchup, but one would assume NP just don't want to give it to them.
What
So
if they
they'll
just
do whatever
dual
they
lane,
can not to.
like SB Warlock or something? No, I guess Beastmaster is the offlane, so.
I mean, could Beastmaster be sort of solo offlane with just rotations from the Spirit Breaker to help break it up and make a little space for him? I mean, MSS is very, very good on that hero right now. He's pretty good at using boars to interrupt pulls and all sorts of shenanigans like that.
If Firefly's on cooldown, I feel like they can get the back kill there, but
Yeah, they can.
especially with an Orb of Venom or something. on
They might
SP.
actually just
It could
dual
work.
lane Spirit Breaker Beastmaster bottom at the beginning if it is a Bat Rider, because they might not do aggro, but.
But look what
Oracle
they've done now,
Healer,
though,
yeah.
because now they've gone for the Oracle. So now, no matter where Beastmaster goes, whatever his lane matchup is, it's going to be totally awful. So Oracle will just be able to Purifying Flames away the summons. Now you also have the False Promise to be used on the like when you get the BKB OD going, and you have the Life Stealer when he's raged. Like, obviously, those are pretty expensive stuns going through like the Nether Strike or through the Roar. But if you can just instantly get that False Promise off and keep him
Yep.
moving, yeah, it's going to be very
Good point.
important.
This is an amazing Razor game. Lanes
Yeah.
well against OD and is going to counter lifesteal in the mid to late game.
And it's pretty good against Bat Rider, as
I
you
think
said.
it should have been the
Unstable
Slardar
card.
ban. I think it should have been a Razor instead of the Slardar.
Yeah. Too many Mojo heroes. Can't ban all those MSS offlaners.
Reserve time.
I mean, I don't know. Razor is going to have a good game, but I think Advenom still has the advantage in my opinion.
It's not like Razor's a complete game changer. Like, he's there, he's a good stable, like, stone statue
Right.
that'll be there, but he won't, like, be a playmaker.
I think you also have to factor that it's complete comfort zone for NP,
Yeah.
though. They're one of the teams that really, really like this hero. You know, Envy's very comfortable with it. He knows the limits. He can push the envelope.
But right now, I feel like Ad Venom's early game is quite weak, with the exception of Oracle rotations for damage. Like, they're very reliant on Bat Rider getting a blink, and
Yeah.
until they do, unless their last pick is like a gap closing Invis hero, they could pick like support, Bounty, or Ricky. I think that could work to give them some potential for early game pressure. But right now, I think NP has the upper hand there.
What? You don't want to pick a Bounty or Ricky into a Spirit Breaker. That's
It's
just
definitely
game over.
okay. Yeah, it's bad, but they need a gap closer somehow. They need a
True.
gap closer.
It's not terrible, because then you commit the Spirit Breaker to him every time. And
That is
Especially if you're
proper.
Ricky. You've got the tricks of the trade, so you can reset. You can kind of buy some time. Bounty, I agree with you, though. That one's pretty brutal.
What about a nice, stable axe? Come in there,
Axe
cut
support.
up them.
Okay.
Yeah, come
If
in
you
there,
want the
cut up
greedy
those
jungle
lanes,
axe.
Jungling axe.
Okay.
counter
They already
jungle
have
the
a Bat Rider.
Beastmaster.
And they have an OD. Why doesn't just everybody on Ad Venom jungle? It's 5 camps, right?
I think you just pick a bad and we go ham, you know?
It's a little bit greedy, Slacks. It's a little,
You'll see.
Okay.
Here
We'll
we
see.
go.
Mirana now 5th ban by NP. Of course,
That was
that
good.
has been the NB hero for most of this series, afraid to get a taste of their own medicine. And they take the Venge.
I called it.
Well done,
Yeah,
Grant. So this is looking like a
Oh,
position 1
God.
Venge for AUI.
And they have Venge Beastmaster, so they got
That's
double
auras.
auras. And they have the SP aura. They got
Oh.
movement speed, attack speed, and damage.
That's
level
too many
1
auras.
Roshan.
Oh
It
my
won't be level
God.
one.
Here
And
we
minus
go.
armor, like up tons of minus armor. Razor ulti, Venge aura, or wave. It's going to be really
And
effective against life.
They've got great scouting tools. You've got Spirit Breaker who can give you vision from across the map. You've got Hawks from the Beastmaster. This is a pretty well-rounded draft for NP. I like this. Now, Ad Venom.
And they can swap Bat Rider.
They need to be ready
True,
for
I
this
didn't say
big
that.
group up. So, like,
They need a team fight.
Coddle?
Yeah, they need something like that. They definitely
Coddle.
can't do bounty now.
NP needs like Treads, Aquila on Venge, and Razor needs like half of a tank item, and they all need level 6, and then they are just dominant.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Trying
Ad
to-
Venom needs Blink Dagger on Bat Rider. They need OD to have some items. They need Lifestealer to probably have like Armlet, so he has some armor. It's looking pretty good for him.
the lanes are going to be very interesting, though, because we think about it, like, they're just going to get certain items. Doesn't matter if it goes, like, really bad for NP or whatever, it's going to group up and do their thing. But if, I mean, there is the potential for them to use, like, dumpster in these lanes.
Right.
I think from the Bat Rider and, again, from the Oracle against the Beastmaster.
They
I
have
feel
to
like,
find the levels.
yeah, they have to, like, really figure out this movement from NP. And we might see a little bit of that, like, musical lane scenario.
It has to. I think NP can get it from kills.
Earth
and
Spirit.
That's where everything changes. If NP gets enough kills,
Wow.
then they will have the levels.
The legendary Spartan Earth
We
Spirit.
actually talked about this right
Yeah.
before the series started. We're like, well, he fell off. We probably won't see him, and, well, here he is.
Here we go. So, all right, quickly before we go to the casters, we need predictions. We forgot last game. Slacks, call it. Who's winning game 3?
I think Purge is going to go for NP, so I'm going to stick with Ad Venom. Spartan Earth Spirit looking pretty good.
I'm going with NP. I like the well-rounded draft.
I would have very confidently said NP, but I love the Earth Spirit because it counters SP charge in, and it's very good against clearing Beastmaster summons and stuff, which will give them a big team fight advantage. But I'm gonna say an MP, but I think it's gonna be a lot closer.
Oh.
Sick.
Yeah, I think it's close either way. I think it's whoever wins the laning phase, and I think Ad Venom has a better shot at that, so.
Yeah, I'm actually going for Advent too. I think Thug on that OD, just wrapping up solid.
Okay.
Skylark Bat Rider.
All right. Well, the panel's split, and with that, it's time to go to our casters. Once again, we've got Mott and Cap to take it away for our ace match.
Thanks so much, guys. We are here with game number 3 between NP and Adfinem for the Northern Arena Beat Invitational. Of course, both teams very solid laning phase, very close series thus far. But game number 3, Cap, who do you favor going into the game?
I'm gonna have to say, looking at NP's draft, I like it. I slightly lean towards NP, but I think it's pretty close either way. You saw me. Last pick for Adfinem. I wanted Kunkka.
You wanted Kunkka.
I think I agree with the panel.
We did a little dance on it too.
They needed some team fight to really make this work. Earth Spirit's a little bit more laning phase presence. Kunkka would have given you really solid mid-game focus, but I guess winning the lanes is more important, and there is greater potential for you to be able to maybe win your bottom lane here and then transition that into maybe a gank on mid as well. Razor is obviously one of the hardest mid heroes to gank, but maybe it's possible. He goes into the off lane, maybe he tries to get a gank on the Beastmaster. That's probably the best idea. I think there's more possibility for an Earth Spirit to win the overall laning phase than a Kunkka would give you. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm leaning slightly towards NP for now, but I think so much of this does come down to the laning phase.
Yeah, they were talking,
and how are they setting these lanes up? Because at first it looked like they were going to be.
It looked like they were doing
aggro.
aggro. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh my god, another aggro trial, but it's going to be defensive. It looks like for the time being, they've even rotated up. Let's say the Spear Breaker. You have the Venge, obviously, on top of SVG playing the Warlock. So it is going to be a UI 2000. He's the Magic Missile potentially. I'm not sure what he's skilled up, but the charge will come first. He does have the Magic Missile. Meanwhile, they will get off the stun. There's the Shadow Word. This should be enough. Firefly is there with the last tick of the Shadow Word. Will he go down? He's so low. The Tango is healing him up. They need one more right click. He will finally drop. It is the Shadow Word that is able to grab the kill. SVG narrowly getting that one.
I think it's very important for them to be able to keep the Bat Rider down in this game. His Blink Dagger timing is going to be very key in order to slow down the pushes from NP and finally give Adfinem a source of solid initiation alongside the Lifestealer. That's the other great thing about the drain still goes through.
The drain does go through that.
In case you weren't sure about that one, Thug. Either way, the Earth Spirit does give you a form of initiation that the Kunkka would not have. So at least they'll be able to have that. Kind of like, in a weird sort of Spear Breaker sort of situation. NP, I think they're okay with Beastmaster matching up against a Lifestealer Oracle Earth Spirit, because if the Earth Spirit isn't there, he's already used his kick, he just TPs away, not a problem. And I think, again, it's important to keep that Blink Dagger at bay for the Bat Rider. Then we've got our mid matchup, which is pretty good. Eternal Envy. He's been building up some plays on Razor here. He seems to be getting better and better, and obviously this is probably one of the more favorable heroes to match up against a Node.
Yeah, I mean, his static link, as we saw, has already done a lot of work in this lane, but it feels like every other lane is going to shape up like. For the most part, this series has been kind of interesting in that a lot of teams have they've been winning both the top lane and the bottom lane. This lane is actually favorable for both safe laners in terms of the Lifestealer getting farm, and then top lane Venge should be getting farm. I mean, that's what happens when you have like a defensive tri-lane for both sides. So they should be able to both do fine in terms of getting up their net worth. MSS will be able to get some farm as well as, of course, in that off lane. Bat Rider has Firefly, but he's actually... That Rider for now, I believe, is in the jungle as we speak. He's just stacking up and get ready to go.
He feels very uncomfortable matching up against that lane. Has a lot of kill power. Vengeful Spirit's probably one of the more terrifying ones. A lot of early damage and provides a nuke/stun of her own. Hard to beat that. So better to just go off in the jungle, not feed NP anything extra when it comes to the laning phase, and it also means being off map gives you the potential to catch NP by surprise on those first couple of rotations. The hard thing is the difference between this game, Game 3, and Game 2 for NP, where NP had the Lifestealer, is that NP did not have a scaling mid-hero to be able to offset the many counters that Adfinem had against Lifestealer. You look at NP, they also have a lot of counters to Lifestealer here in this game, but it's not necessary for Lifestealer to be the highest net worth. In fact, quite contrary, they want the OD to be the one really scaling far better than any of their other heroes.
And right now he is having a little bit of a tough time in this mid lane, to be expected against a Razor, 15-9 to 9-1. He's still getting okay farm, obviously getting okay experience, but he will struggle a little bit here with the static lane coming out, but still able to get some nice farm with Astral Imprisonment going out as well.
Oh, Spartan. See if he steals away that big Hellbear.
He's going to get chased down. 1437 is going to try to
does the right kick. Come on, Spartan.
Do it.
Feel the kick.
I don't know. It's going to be a lot harder now with 1437 coming in, getting a bash, and MSS is going to get the last hit. Pushes third Demon away, and Spartan will be able to just roll and bull around out of it. make his way back towards that bottom lane. But I do want to ask you a question about Dimensional Spirit. This is a hero that is sometimes seen in the carry position. At what point do you feel confident fighting with NP and Dimensional Spirit?
This hero is going to put a lot of pressure on lanes, but I don't think NP truly gets online until about maybe 15 minutes early with Vengeful Spirit Razor. They're both pretty good fighting cores, but they won't really get into their full strength until the Beastmaster comes online. Beastmaster is actually the slowest of these three cores, which is pretty rare to say for your offlaner, but he obviously needs Necronomicon 2 at least, usually 3, and even Blink Dagger is a really big pickup for the Beastmaster as well. So nice steal away there from 1437. Knocking back the Oracle and snatching that bounty rune. Things I would feel pretty comfortable if I was NP. The way things are going, Eternal Levies keeping the CS to a minimum for Thug. They've got a jungly Beastmaster, one of the fastest in the game. Will be able to outdo the Batrider's jungling capabilities, especially since Batrider's jungling got even worse when the camp started adapting to magic resistant Doras.
Yeah, I mean, he's up top now. He's trying to find what farm that he can. This Batrider is going to take a while to get online. Again, though, it does take a while for MSS to get his items, as you talked about. Necro 2, which is a very long build-up, a lot of gold that you have to put into that before you... Of course, without even boots yet, he's still a ways away to getting there. MSS will inevitably come out of that jungle and be a little farmed when they decide to maybe start pushing or rotating around. But so far, it's a very quiet early game. It's 0-1 at this point, 5 minutes into the game. Envy's still doing okay mid, and for the most part, there's not been any kills. But here down bottom, this might be where it starts. However, 1437 does charge away, and they will put their attention towards this bottom tier 1 tower instead.
Yeah, I really like NP's decision not to go for the aggro tri lane and try and clash with the Ad Venom. For all the reasons that we mentioned earlier, but then there's one more extra reason. The Spirit Breaker also has that easy escape mechanism, as if he's going to be filling in that off lane while the Beastmaster is jungling, he doesn't really have to worry about it because Ad Venom just do not have the stuns to really keep him in place.
Do you feel like Spartan's done enough in this early game? I know, there's not a lot to find here for Ad Venom in these particular lanes, but would you like to see him rotate around mid more? Would you like to see him rotate top and try to find something here, or is he doing what he can?
Mid's a really hard lane to gank, so it's hard to tell him, oh, go gank a Razor with an OD in lane, right? That hero doesn't provide you a whole lot of kill power, and Razor's probably one of the toughest heroes to gank. The best he could possibly do is gank top lane, but that's probably up for Skylark to call when the supports are being a little over-aggressive and when he feels powerful enough. He also has to have Firefly up. That's really his only option, and that's kind of rough for Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit needs to be able to have a lot more options to gank in the laning phase to have a successful progression and impact in the game. They just did not give him that opportunity the way NP set up their lane.
And he's trying to gank though. Plus, Field at least is going to try to take this hard camp and see what he can find with it. Is the haste rune currently. He also has a bottle of regen rune. He's just going to take this off camp for himself, it looks like, and that's about it.
Yeah, I think he was hoping he'd run into the Batrider trying to farm that, and then he gets the link on the Batrider. What can the Batrider do? He fireflies, but he can't actually run through trees to escape. He has to get over a cliff in order to get away from that hasted Razor. But fortunately for Ad Venom, Skylark is not found in that position. Both our carries getting the max amount of farm they can in lane. Lifestealer slightly ahead. He can use neutrals a little bit. He'll have a very fast armlet. Again, they're going to try and go in 1437. Shouldn't be a problem, but he does not charge.
He charged at the last second. He wasn't looking at another lane. He wasn't trying to get to on the mini-map. It's just unfortunate timing for 1437. So a free kill goes the way of the Lifestealer.
Yeah, I don't think he expected that extra bit of burst damage that came out from the Infest. I think that's really what caught him off guard. He was just like, oh, I'll be fine, and then all of a sudden Infest, and he's about to charge, but it's too late. Maybe the creeps were in a position where he thought they would be for him to be able to charge off of. Either way, an early kill, but doesn't mean a whole lot.
Not a big deal, really. 1437 going down, not the end of the world, but giving more farm to that Lifestealer, maybe a little bit negligible. Still, he'll be back up to the top lane. Looks like they want to set something up here, either with a push or a dive behind the tower. There are two heroes top lane for Ad Venom. It's both Skylark and Spartan are up here ready to go. The Wave of Terror is going to fly. AUI looking for a potential swap. We'll find it, but here comes the TPs. This might be trouble for NP. They have to get out now. Even Thug's rotating up. Nice, great size for Rolling Boulder as well. And that should be more than enough damage to bring down AUI. A big kill, and they might find more. Meanwhile, Oracle is taken down solo. MSS will grab that kill. 1457 push back with the Flame Break, but now charges away towards the mid lane. And it looks like he will stay alive. He's going to head back through the mid lane and possibly back to the well as well.
Good play by MSS, popping out of the jungle here and putting some pressure on that bottom lane while there was top lane action like that. If MP were going to get aggressive at top lane, it's usually going to force rotations. It's a good time for MSS to finally show. And it actually forces Madara all the way back to base. Fortunately, he doesn't get caught by the rotation of the Spirit Breaker. That would have been the worst thing possible, but MP still pick up a lot. They're going to get this tier 1.
They did lose AUI 2000 in that last gank, though, so his farm is going to be stifled at least a little bit. He's already rotated back up and to the mid lane, so he's got some farm there. But that death, you saw at Spartan waiting in the tree line. They were ready for that. They rotate Thug in, they get a nice little kill there, a nice little pick off for SNM.
Yeah, and that's what I talked about with the...
It's fine.
That whole gank setup, how can Spartan... Oh, nice pick.
That actually just barely hit him. 1437 still in trouble, but he's got Envy to cover his tree. Here comes AUI, swap out. They're looking for more. No magic missile. He gets silenced up. A great silence coming out. Mad Phenom and Spartan getting it done. Meanwhile, there's the chaotic offering. They want Madara. He does have Rage still. The plasma field will go. He's very low. Can he get inside of someone with an invest? He's looking for Thug. He will find it. Can they get anybody here for NP? Even the tower's low, but it looks like that might be it. Thug's coming back in. Wants MSS. Will do some right-click damage. Meanwhile, AUI is diving deep. The plasma field is up. There's the Astral Imprisonment. There's going to be the Magic Missile. This is trouble for Madara, and he gets dropped down before he can get the lifesteal off with the open wound. They lose Thug as well. NP diving deep, but they know it's a controlled dive. Skylark getting caught as well. He has the Earn Charge on top. A double kill for SVG. Meanwhile, AUI has found Spartan. Magic Missiles back up in a couple of seconds. He does have Rolling Boulder away. He's going to get up to the high ground and then go right back down. Plasma Field stun. It's there in time. Oh, he could have Rolling Boulder deeper into the tree line, but instead he Rolling Boulders up to the cliff and then goes right back down and dies. That was something else.
If you want to take a look at if Ad Venom end up losing this game, that tier 1 fight is going to be a big reason why. Ad Venom definitely should not be trying to take engagements against NP. They do not need to try and defend that tier 1 tower like that. That tier 1 tower does not offer you enough in this game for you to be able to take a risk like that. Their heroes just aren't going to be, they don't have level 6 on Earth Spirit. Oracle is not a whole lot of team fight without that level 6 as well. Batrider doesn't have the blink. Lifestealer, you can't get a good Infest Bomb without the other heroes. And then OD's not much of a team fighter right now. You know, you really need levels on that hero before you can have a decent impact. So it was just kind of silly that Ad Venom chose to take that. Very poor decision, and it's going to cost them a lot.
They have the charge for Skylark as well. It's just trying to get some farm. We will see 1437. TPs could come in, even will not complete his charge. Still farming up. This Skylark Blink Dagger's trying to get up and complete it for the time being, but NP are looking pretty good. They've got some really good net worth in terms of AUI 2000. They have the Razor as well. I mean, they're doing rather well for themselves in terms of farm now.
Yeah, certainly the MSS getting a good progression into his Necronomicon. Again, he's kind of the slowest of these heroes, of the cores anyway, so his progression in items is probably the most important because both AUI 2000 as well as Turtle and Envy are playing fighting cores that can go ahead and get by without being top net worth, right? Just because they're so inherently strong at 15 minutes. So they can get themselves back into the game through fighting. It's the Beastmaster and his progression items that is paramount. Looks like a nice little gank here. This is what Ad Venom need to be doing. They need to play more of a skirmish sort of style and maybe get occasional pickoff like this or counter-initiating like they did earlier when NP tried to get aggressive on the Skylark. They should not be looking for those full 5-man team fights just yet.
There's a first Infest Bomb coming out for Ad Venom, and it's successful. And they will take, or at least try to take the tier 1 tower off the back end of this, and it's a very important kill again, bringing AUI 2000 down, making sure he's not farming Thug. In the meanwhile, mid lane, walking a bit far up. There is a wraparound gate coming in, but it looks like it might not be successful here. Thug is already back up to the tier 2 tower.
NP really wants to, instead of trying to set up and defend that tier 1 tower at top lane, they'd rather take mid. But the problem is OD is one of the better heroes to draw aggro off of the tower and clear through creep waves. So in order to kill that mid tower, they needed to be able to gank the OD. But unfortunately, due to his defensive position, not possible. MSS will at least get some serious damage on that tier 2 with fresh Necronomicon coming up.
The structural damage is significant. Here comes in from the backside. They get the roar off. They find Spartan. They mana burn him as the Necro one just comes out. The axes and of course the Nether Strike will clean him up. AUI looking for a potential swap, but it's just he's a little too far away. They're too fast on Ad Venom's side. Still, MP very happy with that. They get a tier 2 tower. They get the kill onto SSA Spartan. I think they cancel the TP as well, but whatever.
Yeah. Envy, I think, is making the call for them to go mid. The creep waves right in the river, so they could very easily clean up the rest of the remaining creeps and push down. that mid tier 1, or at least pressure a little bit, force Advenom into a position around that mid lane, and that will give MSS the whole entire farm at the top lane. Again, his progression into Necro 3 and Blink Dagger.
And right now, Advenom are a little bit behind. They do have the top net worth right now. That's the Lifestealer with the armor that he just picked up. Do they have the Blink Dagger for the Batrider is the question. I'm not sure if it came out. The answer to that question is no, he's not quite there yet. He's 1,800 gold, so he's getting there, but he's still not quite there yet.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. This is about the time where you want to be playing off the map as Lifestealer and Batrider together, looking for pickoffs and forcing NP to group up all the time, and that would create space for the OD to farm whatever Advenom has scouted out successfully, and it just creates this space-creating machine. But due to their laning phase not going as well as they hoped, and that bottom lane fight, they are a bit stalled up in that, and NP will get a lot out of this period of time. You could see they're pretty spread out right now, and they could feel free to do so until that Blink Dagger comes up. Once the Blink Dagger is finally revealed, they'll have to group up a little bit more, play more of a buddy system at the very least, you know, to be able to protect each other against these ganks.
For the time being.
Oh, yeah, they've got vision of the Batrider. That's why they feel comfortable. They've even got a charge on him right now.
Yeah, they are charging, but it would just be 1437. There's nobody else there, so they can't quite find it. He does pick up his Blink Dagger. They do have an Infest Bomb ready. It's Spartan that's bringing it alongside the Lifestealer and looking for something. Bench is farming, getting towards that Hurricane Pike. They have a Midas on the Warlock. There's a lot of good items here for NP starting to pile up. And, well, they will have to deal with some aggression here as Advenom are moving in. Rolling Boulder, if it's they found SVG, they're trying to go for him. The Infest out, Open Woods might be there. Shadow Word stops him in his tracks, actually, for a moment. But he's completely fine. They can't get there in time, and it looks like Advenom are starting to call for back at this point. They didn't use the Golem. It was the animation that went, but decided to cancel. Meanwhile, 1437 found Skylark, but now the turn last, so he didn't complete the charge. They bring him underneath the tower. 1437 is gone too deep. They missed the flame break, but the Arcane Orbs should be enough with a stun coming out from Spartan. So kind of a misplay there from 1437, getting a little too deep and then being on his own.
Yeah, that was very silly. They read Advenom and what they wanted to do. They read there was going to be a wraparound behind that tier 1 tower and all those sort of things, and yet they still lost a hero because 1437 just goes a bit too deep with his charge. Completely unnecessary. NP are still going to try and keep up the pressure on Advenom, though. They go for a smoke and looking for that pick off on the Lifestealer. He's going to be jungling, and they found him too.
Wop, the Roar will get out inside,
Nice
but
Rage.
he's still taking a lot of damage. The Rage is there. They will infest inside one of these creeps. It's huge. SSA Spartan will come out now and look for the play, but he's actually gone too deep himself. Chaotic Offering dropped down. Madar back to full health as well. Still, they've already lost the Space Spartan. There's the Drum Charge going as well. And the Fatal Bonds, Plasma Field, Skylark still hightailing it out of there with his Flame Breaker, Firefly. 1437's back. He looks like he charged the mid lane, or at least TP'd in. And Advenom thinking about taking this fight. They wanted to bring down the Warlock Golem. It's a little bit low. Madar healed back up by the Oracle. Open Wounds will go. He really wants his Golem, but here comes Envy deciding against it. Just trying to force them back and keep this Golem alive and not give away that extra gold to Advenom.
Yeah, I like the way that Advenom responded there. I at first thought it might have been a mistake, them trying to do that, but what it actually does is it prevents NP from feeling comfortable just to go onto that tier 1 mid tower. The way Advenom were pressuring them, it forces NP to retreat and not give up any extra gold, right? So that's really nice. It keeps their tier 1 tower alive because the tier 1 tower protects some of their safer jungling spots. And that's the thing. Lifestealer is a hero he can't really show in lane very much because part of the Lifestealer's, the inherent psychological advantage of Lifestealer is that when he's off map, you never know when that infest gank's going to come in, right? So he's going to spend most of his time trying to progress in items by neutraling. So if they can control at least some of their safer neutrals, the camps on the far left side, that tier 1 tower really helps protect those. So being able to keep that tier 1 mid helps a lot.
They found the lasso and it's SVG being caught this time. He falls instantly. One Arcane Orb, plenty of damage from the Firefly. That'll be that. They are split pushing bottom for NP, but speaking of map control and getting these tier 1 towers, it looks like Advenom will draw first blood when it comes to this tier 1 mid and bring this down.
Yeah, tier 1 for tier 2. That tier 2 safe lane tower is just inevitably going to go down, I think, with the natural split push that a Beastmaster does. So I think Advenom are pretty happy with that exchange. They got tier 1 mid. Very good controlling tower overall. They can get some better rotations into the dire jungle and play a little bit deeper when it comes to those infest ganks. Speaking of that, Spartan's currently waiting out one hero from NP to show himself farming top. Envy not taking the bait just yet,
He's
though.
close by. Spartan's going to find him. Rolling Boulder. Envy knows he's in trouble. They have SPG nearby. The Shadow Word's going to come out. It's the Fatal Bond first. He's low. Not dead yet. They can't bring him down. The Magnetize is taking the Earn Charge as well.
Bit more.
He might be able to heal through this. It's so close. The Magnetize. He finally
got
gets
him.
dropped. Oh my god, that almost actually kept him alive. That Shadow Word was close.
Oh, that was such a big kill, too. The fact that it was so close. NP, that's a 1,000 gold swing, right? Like, that kill by itself, and it gives space for Advenom, because every single Infest gank that's successful like that, then Lifestealer feels comfortable showing, right? Because they know, the enemy teams know Infest is on cooldown, and there's a numbers disadvantage, so they're not going to try and fight anyway. So then it's like Advenom, they can play the field a little bit more. They can progress in items on this Lifestealer. The last thing you want to do is sit inside, wait for that Infest gank, miss, and then you have to play off map again, and you just wasted a lot of farming time.
Yep. He's doing very well. This Lifestealer is sitting at 9,000 net worth right now. Pretty far ahead of that of the Vengeful Spirit as well as the Razor. Both of those heroes going down a couple of times throughout this game. His Desolator is coming close to completion. He just needs about 1,000 more gold for it, and he will have his full Desolator, which of course is a big item. AUI should have his full Hurricane Pike coming very soon. I think here on the courier he might have the Dragonlance. I don't know if the recipe's there. It is the full completed Hurricane Pike now up for AUI 2000 and ready to go. Envy has his Dragonlance, boosted travel. Plasma Field almost hit Spartan, would have been huge. But he is still there, again, ready for another Infest Bomb now.
Yeah, I think they know their timing is coming to a close here in some ways. NP with that Necronomicon 3 should start grouping up, and the Lifestealer will lose a lot of his effectiveness in this game. And then it starts questioning, when is the OD really come online? Well, right now he's got drums and a Force Staff. Not really a hard-hitting hero just yet. They need to stall. They need to buy themselves, I would say, a good 10 to 15 minutes of time for the OD to come online. So that means fighting at the right times and also choosing when not to fight. When to give up some of these towers in exchange for space to farm. And that's a delicate balance, because you can't just give everything to NP and say, take all the map control, take all the towers, and we'll just farm in exchange, because NP can do it rather quickly with the Necronomicon Beastmaster, and then they'll be pushing high ground within 10 minutes, and you will not have farmed enough. So they do need to find an engagement. It's just a question of when's the right time to do that. I think they need to wait on Desolator, but Advenom are kind of standing like they want to fight around this area.
They do, yeah. It's clear.
Keep their tier 1 alive.
And potentially Roshan as well. You can see Advenom was very good with the positioning there. They didn't get caught by the smoke. They saw exactly where NP were. They have not been caught this time. In fact, they're starting to be aggressive. They're looking for them when they saw AUI TP, but it's down to that tier 1 tower. So they are all still together, but Advenom will instead move towards mid, push this wave out. And people do the same, but in the bottom lane now, they'll actually smoke again down to this bottom lane, looking for a smoke through the jungle. Advenom is nowhere to be found, and P might still be able to wrap behind them and get a couple of kills here, but this is some very good positioning from Advenom again.
I think Advenom know there's a potential smoke gank coming, and they're going to position, around this high ground area. So they push out through mid. They're going to go onto the high ground and the neutral area, and I think they've effectively dodged this smoke. It's going to wear out in a second here.
Although Thug is a little far up here. They get off the 4-step. They have the swap. There's the Wave of Terror first and foremost. Magic Missile will come out. They get off the False Promise, but there's the Chaotic Offering. Lasso counter initiation. The roar will come through. False Promise is going to drop soon. Not enough damage just yet, but they get off the Nether's quick. Thug taking a lot. Will finally fall. It's MSS and his Necrobook that gets the job done first and foremost. Madara able to TP away, but it looks like SSA Spartan not so lucky. Envy gets right in front of him, stops the roll out, and makes sure they get that killer. Looking for a third, but the TP does come through as Skylark is able to make it away in time.
And there's the fight. NP found it just towards the tail end of that smoke. They catch the OD even with the Oracle there. They had a second round of disables, and if they're using the Beastmaster Roar on the OD, then they have to get the Lifestealer in that fight and create some chaos and take some heroes down, but unfortunately positioning was just not to the advantage of Advenom. Now NP, just like game number 1, they could very rapidly turn from winning a team fight or getting even just 1 or 2 simple pickoffs and turning towards quick objectives.
And it's not only that they take down the tier 1 again, and now it's that easy access point to the jungle, like you were talking about earlier, to, of course, their ancient stack. And they have a better access to Rosh as well. They feel maybe more comfortable and confident taking Roshan now, which is yet to be taken in this game, 42 minutes in. I gotta say, MSS on this Beastmaster, I think, might have done enough with getting that Necro 3 so quickly that he's done a lot. I mean, you saw how much damage he did to Thug in that fight, obviously. They were a little bit split up, but still, MSS playing very well again on this hero.
Yeah, and he's going to have Blink Dagger too, and that will be all the more impactful He'll be able to stop the Lifestealer engagement almost every single time, just with the mobility that Blink offers you. Trying to do Roshan is very risky
Feels
against
like
the
game one.
Beastmaster.
Feels like game one again, honestly.
It does in many ways. I think Advenom are harder pressed this game.
Good swap. They actually stop Envy from getting caught in that pit. There's the charge onto 3. Plasma Field has already been used. They will take down 1437. Maybe not the best. He's going to buy back now. It looks like Advenom need to back away. Envy's looking for a link target. Can't find anybody. AY was a little out of position as well. His swap now down for 30 seconds. They did fire the silence of the MSS. They're going to use the Magnetize as well. He has the Roar still, not using it. Magic Missile, Rolling Boulder's not there in time. Spartan gets saved by the Astral Imprisonment, but for how long is the question. Axes will come through. He dies. Does get off a nice Magnetize as well as good Geomagnetic Grip, but still, Advenom might have to let this go. MSS with his Necro 3s. Envy up there with some damage. I don't think they can contest this cap.
Yeah, I think Spartan got a little ahead of himself. Honestly, Advenom just could have played the high ground around the Radiant jungle and played a little bit of a neutral game and farmed up on their cores while still posturing around the Roshan pit, essentially daring NP to go into it and then being able to counter-initiate from there. But because Spartan got a little bit ahead of himself, went for a pickoff that the team really couldn't follow up on the Beastmaster, he becomes a simple casualty of war, and Advenom have to give that fight away. That was a prime opportunity for Advenom to actually take control of that game. It was going to be a rough fight, but they know because buyback's been used and Roshan is potential bounty, there's so much reward that's potentially there that if they could have just staged that fight a bit better and won it, the game is back into their hands. But NP tight grip still, as they're going to manage to complete some big ticket items here. The BKB on the Razor means he has to worry about very little in this game. The Blink Dagger we've already talked about from the Necro book. Beastmaster, and now Moderate being threatened a bit, but
the rest of the team is coming. Advenom are looking to turn this. 1437 just died. He's going to get last hit and brought back. I don't see any way he survives this. It is the Aegis, however. The Chaotic Offering drop. The counter initiation, they're going in. They want to get a kill. False Thomas is there. It's on to Madara. Can they keep him alive? Meanwhile, Thug getting destroyed. Has to astral himself, but will only stay alive for a moment longer as Envy is there, ready to whip him down, and will. Now the charge connects further. It'll be onto Skylark. He gets bashed up as well. It's a double kill for Envy. It looked so clean, but they just forgot the Aegis was there up onto 1437, and they get counter-initiated on.
Yeah, they probably did not expect that Aegis to be on this Spirit Breaker. None of the other cores of NP really need it. And to be honest, 1437 is just playing a very, oh, nice swap back there. Madara might be dead as well. He still has Infest, but
he's gonna have to use it here, and he will get it off. Then he Infests out immediately, and he's going to fall. Huge kill for Envy and the rest of this NP squad. They're now actually going to threaten high ground here. They still have the Chaotic Offering for a couple more seconds, and they will do some nice damage here to this tier 3.
I think NP very clearly have a path to victory here. They don't need to be too over-aggressive with that buyback. They simply back away, and that's not unfortunate.
That is unfortunate indeed.
Well.
And it's the gem that he drops too, which kind of sucks.
Oh, that is pretty bad.
Yeah. It is a buyback force, though. It is only him going down. Tier 3 does stay alive, however, for Advenom. But when you have to buy back on a Lifestealer, I feel like that puts you pretty far behind at this point, or at least it should.
I mean, he's a hero that, because he's a fighting core, he wants to be ahead, and he's also a core that needs to be able to burst down a hero very quickly. So there are some similarities to Sven to try and get that quick numbers advantage. And now he's no longer a top net worth. He's going to have a harder time eating through these heroes. Razor can build up an amazing amount of sustain. Same goes for the Vengeful Spirit. Beastmaster is a counter-initiator, so he's probably sitting farther in the back. And then that leaves you going on a Spirit Breaker. That doesn't feel good.
No.
They want you to go on Spirit Breaker. 1437 is playing a very sacrificial game.
And the smoke tank, the wraparound. Last is going to come out. Swap already used. It looks like Envy's going to get the full duration last, so he's still in couple. He's got the loaded stuff. BKB pops. He's tanking a lot of his damage. Upheaval is up and ready. Now Skylark as well as this Oracle caught. Good Hurricane Pike. Thug actually has that false promise. He's back up in terms of half health. Looking for more. Looks like this fight might just end. 1437 will find Skylark super low. Flame break the earn charge. There's another strike. That will bring him down. It's 2 dead. Madara rages up as well. He just bought back. He needs to TP out, but the rage, it will actually just go off, and they get the magic missile stun, bringing him down.
They've got Thuggas too. He's going to be charged up. There's no way he gets out of this one, I think.
He's got Astral. He gets to the high ground. He might be able to survive, but
Can he really outrun a Razor, though? He is hot in his tails, and they're going to have another charge coming up in a second.
Plasma Field, Hurricane Pike in fourth. Thug might be able to get out. There's the Static Link going again. There's the Astro coming through, but again, that actually purges him. Thug with another force. He uses the Hurricane Pike.
Nice play. Oh, sick!
The ultimate. Thug's going to turn. He wants NV2 completely out of mana. The gem's on the deck again.
No.
He just TP's home. He says, screw it. That's enough of that. Nice plays from Thug to keep this game even, or relatively even anyway.
Yeah, nice play using the Hurricane Pike to stop that charge in. I figured with the Razor and the Spirit Breaker, they'd always be able to keep pace, but he sees the opportunity for a turnaround. They do lose that tier 3 tower, but they reclaim the gem, it looks like.
Yep.
So
Game is not over yet. Adfinum are doing their best to keep it even, but it's a 14,000 net worth advantage coming out for NP now, and a 10,000 experience lead as well. NP, they just need to play smart. They need to play carefully. For Adfinum, it's going to be tough to find fights here in the next couple of minutes.
yeah, especially with NP, as they win these engagements, they give themselves better opportunity to scale later on to the game. So they're going to get these, again, the armor items that are going to be more and more effective versus the life stealer. And then they have certain offensive items that they can pick up to try and lock down the OD. The OD really is the big threat to NP. It's the only way that Adfinum can actually win this game, and fortunately for them, OD does not seem to have much progression still. Just the Hurricane Pike and drums. Another 1,800 gold on him, but they do need to always keep in mind buybacks I think are a must-have.
They do have the Silver Edge now, which is somewhat important. In terms of break, it doesn't provide them that much. I guess the Life Stealer or Silver Edge as well would be nice against the OD with Essence Aura, but other than that, I mean, it's really just some extra damage, Shadow Blade coming out. Just nice to have for the Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Vengeful Spirit wins like most 1v1s at this point in the game, and if you can decrease the damage output of one of these heroes, like the Life Stealer, for example, when he's trying to burst somebody down, Vengeful Spirit can just easily take anybody 1v1 in this game.
It's more about the damage reduction in this situation, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I also really like the pickup potential. I think Shadow Blade's a great item to have when you're ahead and you've got map control. It just opens the door a little bit more for you to be able to find pickoffs around the map, and that's NP, they're not as bad. Say like game 2 Adfinum, they were scaling quite a bit, so they felt comfortable, but in order to really go high ground, they needed pickoffs. It's not as bad for NP. They don't require a pickoff to go high ground, but they would feel a whole lot more comfortable.
Yeah. Their high ground push currently, Vengeful Spirit doing a nice job, obviously. Razor, no Aghanim Scepter can still push relatively well with at least some static link damage or just the items that he has currently. Golems would help out for NP's pushing, but they probably want to take a fight first. Obviously, the Necrobook being the most important thing for NP's push in this situation. But
how's let's see, checking on our Warlock. Lotus Orb this time around.
No sight
for SVG. Yeah, no Blink Dagger sight this time around. Man, SVG has had a really good progression. He's 5-1-11.
Yeah.
He had the Animitis nice and early, so he's actually ahead of the Bat Rider when it comes to net worth. And that Lotus Orb is a really sick pickup. Can potentially, it stops open wounds, right? It can potentially take off the silence of the Earth Spirits. And the best possible scenario, right, is you being able to Lotus Orb preemptively into an Imprison or a Lasso from the Bat Rider or the OD. Because those are obviously heroes like the Imprison. If you could just take the OD out of the fight, it's really nice. In fact, we've seen a couple teams pick up Rubik against OD and use that to really good succession. Just keep the OD out of the fight constantly.
This Lotus Orb is going to, I think, pay dividends for NP. They're playing a bit slowly now. They're slowing the pace down of the game. They know that they can take this, they can get the age, they can take as long as they want, really. They have a tier 2 tower. They still need to push top. Adfinum are starting to group up around this Roche pit, and again around that tier 1 tower down bottom as well. You do have Skylark there. Roche respawn is, I believe, somewhat soon. Well, we don't know just yet. We'll have that next set of numbers coming out momentarily. If it's a full respawn, it's 2.5 minutes. It's pretty long. It's close to a full respawn. They have actually found the Skylark who was going for a blink last. I think they swapped him back with AUI, followed up by Aurora, which will bring him down. They're looking for more Plasma Field. MD can't quite find anybody. That is still a huge kill. Skylark's dead for 45, and again, just like that, it's another dead hero for Adfinum.
Yeah, I feel like Adfinum are forgetting a bit of the vision that is offered by a Beastmaster. This is twice now they've got caught by Hawk in some scenario around the Roshan pit. NP can play this really slow. They can play on the opposite side of the map because, one, they haven't given up any early towers, so they've got really good control of the Roshan pit via teleports. And two, they've got the vision game around the Roshan pit with the Hawk sitting there. So Ad Finum, they have to play kind of almost like a guessing game where they have to smoke and try and go towards Roshan at the right time. They can't do it themselves because it's not going to be fast enough, and they're going to be spotted by the Hawk. So that's why NP can play really slow and on the upside of the map, despite the fact that Roshan was coming up, because it's just not a threat. They know Ad Finum can't do it, and they know they could very easily counter-initiate or just TP in and defend it.
Ad Finum moving around the map, just trying to dodge and push out whatever they possibly can at this point. Roche is again up soon. They even have the courier scouting it. I believe that might be for NP. I believe that's NP's courier in the Roche pit.
I think in many ways these fights become a whole lot easier for NP to read over the last 5 minutes or so, because Ad Finum are getting more and more desperate. The more desperate they are, the more they're going to try and group up and try and get a pick off in the side lanes, and you try and go for a split push or something. So NP, just stay grouped up. Like, just make sure that you're always around each other. If you're going to farm in the same direction of each other. If one person's pushing out a lane, you know, farm up the neutrals next to them or something like that. Just always make sure you're ready to go with counter initiation, a Beastmaster, as well as the Chaotic Offering, because those things will almost guaranteed win you the fight. I think Ad Finum needs a lot more time to be able to get back in this game.
Even with that time, though, again, they're getting choked out. I mean, this is just standard. You take down all the outer towers. You try to push in as much as possible. You try to limit the farm of the 2 cores that are currently in the game for the lifesteal on the OD. You essentially have to share the farm. And you can just see NP are getting more and more ahead at this point, because the Razor can farm a lot more, the Venge can farm a lot more. They're not as stifled currently as that, of course, OD and Lifestealer. So
yeah, little things like the charge help out vision as well. Like right now, I'm charging the Lifestealer. He gets to see for a limited period of time if the Lifestealer is going to infest inside somebody as he backs away, if he's going to stick around, wait on the high ground. He gets to have these little reads that will give them the information of when it's time to Roshan.
And it is indeed time for NP. They will group up. No Necrobooks popped yet, but with Wave of Terror, AUI, and NB's damage, they should clear this out rather quickly. The Inner Beast is on top of that from MSS. They just have everything they need, and there is absolutely no way Ad Finum can get this hit anywhere near in time.
Yeah, they don't even get like a good push off in exchange for Roshan being done, right? Because the board's pushing in mid, and everyone's too scared to show mid because their jungle is very dark. And then bottom lane, same kind of scenario. So the only place they feel comfortable pushing is top lane, but NP had that nice and pushed in before Ad Finum could get their hands on it. So it was like, okay, they're going to push the wave a little bit past river, but we don't care. They won't be able to go for the tier 2 in exchange for Roshan. That's certainly the case. And now NP can continue this control, just like Ad Finum did between mid and bottom lane, between the mid and safe lane. Don't care about the off lane pushes too much. Chip away at these towers, wait for Ad Finum to make a mistake in their initiation.
I mean, that's pretty much it at this point. They will slowly but surely try to take down this Rax. However, there's a smoke coming out from Ad Finum. We'll see if they can catch anybody.
Oh, nice blink out.
Yeah, he gets away in time. The last one not connecting. The Roar is up as well. The False Promise will come through. There's the Magic Missile. Static from Envy. They drop the Rock as well, and maybe next time try to run for the hills. They will almost certainly get one kill. It is Skylark going down. AUI 2000 picking up that kill. They're in the base. Underneath the tier 3, they find that Oracle, who could not get out in time, and this will transition directly into a tier 3 tower.
And there you go. There's the mistake in the initiation. MSS just had the faster blink for blink. Managed to get the Roar off.
What a player. They will lose their golem, but I'm pretty sure they're going to get at least this Melee Rex, if not more here, Cav.
Yeah, certainly. Ad Finum, they're getting real close to an AC on the Lifestealer, so they really don't want to lose him in this engagement, but they're going to be forced into defending the second lane of Rax.
Yeah, they can't. Sure. They just can't let these buildings go for nothing. I mean, they are 2 heroes down. It's very tough to defend. Rage will go through open wounds. This is Madar's best chance. Force away with the Hurricane Spike. Now they're looking for more. Envy did get stunned up, but he's still fine. Very tanky. Charge onto 2. Now there's going to be AUI just jumping in and wrecking people with right click. The upheaval is there. Static Link Plasma Field. Madara cannot afford to go down, even has the, of course, extra minus armor on him. On top of that, they get some nice fortunes end off. They will push them back. They will defend the Rax for the time being. Yes, they did bring down Spartan, and these Raxes are so low, but will NP go back in? They drop the ward down on the high ground as well to get vision. Skylark's still ready to go. His lasso is up. NP still doing just fine, honestly. Solar Crest is up. Match Missile. Yeah, good rage in time. There's the last place down. AUI with Loaded Orb is there. Can they get him out in time? The rage comes out. They get the Roar as well. He's actually barely alive. It looks like he might tick down. He's so low. Forces away. He's sitting at 40 HP. He narrowly makes it away. The Shadow Ward will come out, heal him back up. Again, the Rax still alive in that mid lane. Ad Finum, they have to buy back on Thug. They get the Astral up into 1437. AUI looking for a Magic Missile, trying to right-click Madara. He has the Rage going, open wounds as well. Magic Missile back off cooldown. SVG backing away. Still no chaotic offering after just using it. Envy pops the static with Magic Missile. Oracle will fall first. AUI doesn't know. Going to work at Madara. He will not win this fight. Maybe he will with the help of Envy. Turning his attention as to say he'll fight him next. And it looks like Madara will finally get the Aegis, but that's it as he goes down. No buyback. Dead for 66 seconds. Just too much damage from NP, too much survivability. Skylark and Thug are on the run. Thug just buying back. Plasma Field will hit him up. He should have his Astral. He's going to force it to the high ground. Swap back onto Skylark. They get the match off as well. Beyond godlike for AUI 2000. Thug dead for 82. That almost certainly has to be a cap.
I think NP are so good at being able to suffocate out the enemy. In situations where they play greedy and they pick up the Sven Invoker, they play this really nice defensive style, always punishing desperate actions where they try and, stop the Ancient stacking or something like this. And it's a very similar situation, just more offensive in this game, where they pick up the heavy sustain early team fighting heroes and just go for these pushes.
They will lasso AUI into the well. He's barely going to survive, but walks out and dies a moment later. He'll buy back. The tier 4s have been assaulted, one down. The other one's still alive and healthy for the time being. 1437 charging in. NP getting maybe perhaps a little impatient. They will have to run all the way back for AUI. No boots of travel. And they'll push this in inevitably. They might get this tier 4 tower. They will have the lifesteal respawning. Still no Thug for 32 seconds. And that might
I never feel good about the I am winning the game
buyback
and then the unnecessary buyback.
Yeah.
But I don't know. NP, they've got like 95% chance to win this game, but the buyback is still something.
Best, no lasso coming out. They will actually find SVG. He will get caught and drop down. False Promise still up on the Batrider, still taking a lot of damage. Madara and the rest of the crew running into the well. They will find that Batrider, buys back immediately.
Oh, nice.
Push Envy back in. Oh, he gets one kill, but it won't be much more. He will fall. He does have buyback. That Ancient taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, AUI
he's manning up. He's going straight for the throw.
Well, I don't know about this. It's low, but it's not low enough. AUI might just die here. It's so close. He lost. AUI makes it a little bit closer than perhaps it needed to be.
I mean, he dies there. There's no buyback, and they get themselves a lot of time to farm, but ultimately NP still would have been control of the game. But yes, maybe a little bit unnecessarily risky there from NP, potentially giving a lot of gold back. But they close out the game, they close out this series in some of their signature style. We didn't see the Sven Invoker that they were running over and over and over again in the NA qualifiers, but they did fall back to one of their old strats, right? The AoE Vengeful Spirit. Very strong pickup here against the Batrider. Very nice core versus the Lifestealer. I think it fit the draft so well, and then they just won the laning phase as well with the way they decided to run that defensive tri-lane scenario and abuse the fact that tri-lane from
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Position 4 that's been hugging the PA. Got in the pipe, it's got 8 lengths, 13. A lot of stats on him.
Like 1300 HP is just a lot to grind through those heroes, even if he didn't have a pipe there. So, I mean, whatever. You lose a couple of kind of supporty heroes, not the end of the world. Your Tinker is still farming kills in the meantime, 6-1-0 on Owned Me. So, yeah, they're still in a decent spot.
I'm worried
It should
that
be.
the PA against BK.
What was that?
You know, if they get BKB on PA, then fights become a trouble for them.
Yes, but like up until that point, they can still kill off pretty much everyone else. Like, yeah, BKB is certainly a very good item to have. But Luna is also still farming. Like, Luna can at this point probably still toe-to-toe the Phantom Assassin at a decent rate. Especially if they look for Roshan soon, which they kind of missed their chance for since it's no longer daytime. But with Luna having Helmet Dominator, Roshan should be pretty easy for EC to take.
Charlie, ending very poor. Poor guy. He's got a Aghanim Scepter, 8 length, dagger, Hex maybe. I think Hex would be what they need on a roof. Or do you think it'd be something?
For Tinker?
E-Blade, Dagon.
Yeah, probably just blast him. You're not going to be focusing the Omni. Oh, he's gone for Hand of Midas. This is going to be a powerful Omni Knight.
Hand of Midas, wow. Okay. Late game Omni Knight coming in. Dale might just carry shots to a victory in game 1. You know, given the start, I thought this game was going to be really one-sided, but I really have to commend Sharks for back into this.
EC like had the lanes on lockdown, but like this after laning phase, they haven't really done anything. Like Talera has had this Blink Dagger for a long time, used it to any significant degree. You know, Luna's just farming. Tinker's been getting a couple kills here and there, but he's gonna get spotted, but not glimpsed. Static Storm, but no glimpse. Yeah, Static Storm does not interrupt TPs, guys, in case you didn't know that.
Oh, looks like it'll be a fun fest. I really didn't expect this game to be a fun fest. The March spam is gonna go happen, so the lanes are always be pushed out bottom. Have that Luna sending the Mancers over. Homer is almost at his BKB though, so that's a problem.
It's a Bloodstone.
They're going for Roshan now, double damage. Can kind of agree with that as well, you know. You can always go for the clutch suicides for the heal. You know.
I mean, it's like at worst the soul booster, right? Just going up against a Phantom Assassin and a Mirana, that's a lot of damage coming out. You need to have some sort of bulk so you don't just get killed every single time. I like that decision, although usually with Tinker you want to be building up into offensive power. He still has the bottle to ditch though. He also has the Aghanim Scepter. Still be fine damage-wise.
Nox. Extra leverage, maybe we try and push now.
They're looking for a pick off first. There is a Mirana in their own jungle who is spotted. Walk into that observer. She's definitely spotted. Burrow?
Got him. Will they kill him though? The mana leak is there. They bounce him backwards, but he does actually leap, so he jumps 2 times and loses all his mana. The dust there. The song is a little bit too much, but you know, they're gonna use it anyway to just save their Mirana's life. Might as well.
Song down for 2 minutes though. It's still a good opening for EC. They know that once they start a fight, there's gonna be no interrupting them. And
oh,
that wasn't a miss. That was like a predictive burrow strike. He went for a kind of a ballsy play there. Not gonna say that was a bad play.
He didn't see the PA.
I mean, he knew that the PA was kind of around there, so he just wanted to get in as quick as he can. Because if you see the PA, that means the AC is you, and that means she could BKB. So he had to kind of make it like half blind. Now it's daytime, so it's not happening.
Oh, double star storm going in, but yeah, repel, keeping things real here. Wonder if someone's gonna pick up a diffusal blade. Keeper, I mean, he has a lot of spare change. Try and pick up a diffusal just for the counter.
Yeah, Diffusal is not a terrible item to have. It is probably going to be Keeper. He's just getting the most gold. It is probably worth getting. Alternatively, you could just get like just tanky auras. Try to just outlast him, and they're going to find the Mirana this time.
This time he doesn't. Who gets the kill? So yeah, still for him. Yes. Nox is looking to push it. He doesn't want to wait anymore. Without the Mirana to nuke out the waves, perfect time to go in.
Anything in Super Light is loaded with gold. I think he might actually be able to go for something maybe perhaps a little bit more useful than Diffusal Blade. It's still incredibly good to have on the team. Better. Force Staff is pretty good. I think Diffusal Blade is probably slightly better. But I mean, he's rich. He can get whatever he wants.
Yeah, Diffusal Blade removes that one protective layer that the Omni Knight can give. You know, the Guardian Angel can be a problem as well. Yes, Nox is starting to pick up the Eagle Song, is starting to hurt, so having his work corrected by that. Oh wow, this Disruptor dropping low. But having his work all removed by the Guardian Angel can be pretty annoying. So Gale now is going to try walk up to this Luna, but it's a bad idea as the Eagles can really do some bad damage here.
Walk in, commit only one hero with an Aegis, and walk out with the free tower. Not a bad exchange there for EC.
I feel like they could have gotten more.
Yeah, with this Aegis, they still have 2 minutes on it.
BKB as well. They don't need to back off so far.
I mean, the only reason I think they went for that is because they knew that they have the Aegis. August Iron's ultimate might have just been finishing cooling down also, so they didn't have to worry about that. So, I mean, they still get a hell of a lot off of it. Building like such a big item on the Luna that it's kind of worth waiting for a butterfly to be completed.
I guess, but they might not get the push in for that Aegis. But they could come back to regret this. It's only game 1 for you guys is tuning in. Playoffs.
I think it's fine to make that call. Like, they're probably not going to get much value off of the Aegis. They've taken so much.
Okay, he's gonna kill. Wow.
Well,
get double Star Storm. Eel Scepter as well. Having a very nice dagger follow up.
Yule Scepter Mirana. Is that
from the leak, Mana leak as well? Not too bad.
Yeah, also it's just a good anti-eclipse tech.
Mm-hmm.
It makes the Diffusal
Good
Blade
against
though.
Brave too.
Yeah,
Those,
Diffusal Blade though just
situations.
got so much better because you could just get rid of that Cyclone and. I'm
Hey,
not
guess
really
what?
sure.
No one is buying.
Yeah.
He's
It,
bad,
it
man.
should be Keeper's next item though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
See.
Oh, they found Tinker. He's on the bottom
He
lane.
has
there's a lot
Bloodstone
of-
out. He has a Bloodstone out. Might go for a kill first. Eel Scepter on him. Kill for them. Going with him. They have enough burst. Now with that Static Storm down, they feel a little bit bold to push it. Nox doesn't have that yet there. I think they really could have gotten it. We have to wait for the next Roshan.
They may have been able to get range racks. I don't think they can take a full set there with the they went for that push earlier. Only not as ballsy of a play as they could have made, but I think it's still a reasonable play. You could definitely justify it. And Tinker's back anyway, still loaded with money. So are they getting further ahead right now?
Radiance on Naga happened. 36 minutes. They haven't been tracking.
She's got 2 gems and Radiance. That is going to be something that EC have to worry about. it's not like they were on a huge time before, but now that they see that the Naga rather does have a Radiance, they know that there's going to be another heavy hitter down the line. They have to turn up the heat.
Constant backing off is. There isn't any big ultimate they should fear like an epicenter. There's Song into silence, so just put Luna in the front. The rest of them should. Right now, Tinker and Luna are really high up on that network. That could change very soon. Take any action. There is a thing called throwing in through in action though. And Evil Corporation are actually playing it very safe right now. Too safe.
Most likely just going to be them waiting for another Roche to respawn. If Coddle can complete up this ultimate orb item, I want to say Scythe of Ice, then definitely worth waiting for as well. That's probably just the play, right? Like, they have Satanic Butterfly on the Luna, so she is incredibly big. Tinker is pretty much 6-slotted as well, so get Aegis to look for a Rax play. If they don't make a Rax play, if they're unable to get the Raxes down, then Evil Corporation are in a lot of trouble because they're just going to be slowly ground out of this game by Naga Siren.
Yeah, something to note as well, the Tinker decided to go the just instead of the Hex. Or Dagon. The items that we tried thinking he could go for, but this he locks up all his slot non-burst items. Son. Maybe trade out the Aether Lens.
Yeah, that's the most easily replaceable item. I still think that Dagon is probably the item pick. I mean, you have a keeper like going for a sheep stick. Need to double up on that necessarily, but I mean, I like the Bloodstone or the Shivas up against what Sharks have. I think 2 of them is kind of overkill. EC may run out of damage because of that fact. Like, Luna does a lot of damage, no one else really does, aside from Luna the Tinker.
Yeah, the Dazzle is bouncing about the weave. Asham. Price. In spite of all the things happening, Dazzle still remains below 5k net worth.
That is very surprising. Can't you just shadow wave a creep wave and then that worth the farm?
I don't know, that guy can't even afford a magic stick. Bad times.
Feels pretty bad. Has 2 smokes. And this is the classic 5-position get nothing roll. Meanwhile,
money,
there's a keeper of the light
smokes.
support on his team with an Aghanim Scepter and an Ultimate Orb and a Force Staff. Completely fair.
I mean, no money and still buying smokes, right? A little too real.
Okay. I don't know about that, but here I hear the Asian communities and the Russian communities might know a little bit more.
I've got a couple of friends that do that. They always complain that they spend salary. See them smoking cigarettes are expensive and
they're expensive everywhere, dude. Or they're expensive here.
No, they're
least. I don't know
super
about,
expensive. Like, because the government mega taxes it because they want to dissuade smokers, but it's super expensive thing.
Like, dude, even if I did want to take up smoking, I don't think I could afford it.
Yep. Like Dazzle right here. I prefer.
He has a problem. Gotta get him to quit these smokes. Addicted.
Climbing up the waves. Maybe we'll see a push at last. The Roshan is gonna respawn, taking the longest time possible.
That's kind of unlucky there for EC.
Sensing a pattern here. We have a 2-0 quick game today. That one becomes a close nail bite.
Still not too late for a 2-0. But yeah, I mean, this is gonna be getting the Luna probably her 6th item, or I guess 5th item off of her inventory. Maybe the Keeper Light 8 is able to grab a sheep stick during this downtime. Maybe the Tinker should be able to get buyback and then some during this phase. the game plan for EC is still the same, right? Like get Aegis. Is this number 3? Do they get cheese off of this? I don't know, but either way,
Aegis,
they have to make a push off of this. Like they're going up against Handamitis Omni Knight, who's had it for such a long time, a Radiance Naga Siren, which is similar amounts of farm. If they sit back on this Aegis, or if they for some reason don't get it, then EC are like in a terrible position.
Damn, this keeper.
Is that his sheep stick?
No, he
Ooh.
bought a Tolera. Finally. Sense. Stop shopping for premiums and buying. Roshan still refusing to wake up. The double damage there for a while. It's up for 2 minutes, and I think they know that it's going to be well within the. Never mind, Nox picks it up anyway, and right as they leave, we're going to have Roche respawn. Right as they leave.
Getting a team wipe might be better. There's maybe a Phantom Assassin kill here.
That would be big. Oh, he's going to farm. He's going to farm. He uses Blink. It's big. They need to go in. Now Stormer goes in. There's the laser. Taking so much hits already. The dust is there. They will go for the damage, but look at that bus. Use that BKB. Got destroyed. Double damage. Too strong, and without the MKB as well. 2 straight hits. No misses. Down he goes, and Roshan's up. So maybe time to check. Arrow gonna fly. Gonna miss. But Tinker not gonna be blinking into the There's Senny trying to go for a pullback. Look at the Power Rangers come in. Silenced up the Sand King, looking for a catch on the Mirana, but I don't think they will. Now Luna goes in, goes for the 2-shot, doesn't kill off Senny, and this guy clenching right there. The reports that Roshan is up.
A little bit of greedy play there from the Sand King, not going straight for that disruptor.
No, it's the second Roche. Only a second Roche. No
right.
cheese.
Cheese isn't great for EC anyway. Like, no one really to carry it right now. They should be able to lock down this Aegis for the Luna. She just spent a lot of gold on something, a Moon Shard, so yeah, she's hitting very hard. This is pretty much an all-in play, EC, and it has to be. They, again, don't make this happen for whatever reason. If they don't get at least a Rax, then the Naga Siren farm, the Omni Knight farm, is just going to get too crushing for them to comfortably deal with. They'll have to pull out something amazing at that point. But, Ethereal Blade. Ditch the Ether Lens, get an Ethereal Blade. Very powerful item against PA.
Yeah, I thought he should have gotten this earlier. Guess not. He has a lot of stats now, so Blade does a decent amount of damage. Don't know how much. Time to primary attribute.
Not gonna do math on
what matters here is Solera. Gonna scout out 2 very important kills. Does he want the Naga? He does, and wow, this guy hitting the song mid burrow.
Well, the Song of the Siren is down for 2 minutes now. See, we're going to push anyway, but now they have to worry about one less thing coming out from Sharks, so that might have been a potentially game-winning play there from Tolera just by pulling out that Naga Siren ultimate. And they're barreling down top lane. Split push from Sharks is decent, but they're going up against Tinker, so that is not going to be a great way to make sure that they stay in this game. They have to fight. Without Naga Siren Song, it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Smoke right at the entrance there, behind that Luna. They want to pull back the Luna. Tail, pop the repel, trying to fight up against this Luna, but I don't think it's going to end well for him. There's a Satanic on the Luna as well. That Abyssal Blade did. I think Stormer already used his aggressive tool. We'll see if he does continue to decide to push in, because now he's jumping in on that Luna with that repel, but Nox is just really ignoring this. He has that Satanic as well to sum up the full if he wants it. And Nox still getting permanent stun there? Is he stunned? I don't know.
This is Bash.
Keeper getting pushed at the 4-stop as well. The BKB now gonna wear off. Luna ready to deploy her powerful lasers slash.
There's no true sight.
So here comes the epicenter. Is he gonna find him? Yep, Zara Strike lands on the disruptor. He's dropping low. The glaives coming in. Nice push from the Keeper. Keeps them down, but now lost that disruptor. They've lost the Sand King and the Dazzle on the dire side. Nox deploys that Satanic, heals back up to full, takes the Rax. So even if they go down here, Raxes have been secured. That Dale still staying alive. That's really resilient. This guy, one more hit will kill him out, but not gonna happen. He'll actually get a lot of heroes alive here. 4-4 Rex. I think East will take it. It's progress.
Kind of.
How
I
much
want to
damage they
say
did?
it's also just not good enough. Like, they lose all of their assets hero-wise. Like, they lose that Luna, they lose that Aegis. And the only reason they went for that push was because they had an Aegis in the first place. Now they have to wait so long for yet another one. Sharks end up holding. They have... Look at these gems on the Naga Siren, just collecting them because why not? That push wasn't good enough for EC, and a lot of that was because there was no true sight there. Like, Moonlight Shadow, the vast majority of Sharks, and pretty much nullified the Luna Eclipse, even though they have a gem on the Keeper of the Light. Or they had a gem on the Keeper of the Light.
Back.
Yeah, he was way in the back. So I don't think that was enough for EC to call that a win.
Well, there comes the March spam, and Stormer has quite a bit of damage on him, but it's nighttime, so the PA can't scout out any targets to strike right now. Power takes a little bit of damage, but Luna doesn't want to spend that buyback. 30 seconds on that cooldown. Observer gonna de-warded by the Dazzle right off the bat. Stormer once again going for that tower, the repel. Keeping things check here with the March spam, the Illuminate clears out the wave. Turns on backdoor protection again. Where's that backdoor protection? Backdoor.
Well, they'll respect the Luna. They'll back off. Sharks really aren't in any sort of rush here. The Naga Siren has got the Octarine up at this point. Not sure if Travels are going to be next for her, but she's loaded. Omniknight has an ultimate orb towards a Sheepstick, I would assume. He's also loaded. I mean, Luna may be powerful, Tinker may be farmed, but there's going to be, at a certain point, too many threats on Shark's side.
I haven't really seen that put to good charge yet, so probably just died at the start of that fight. I saw him go down really early, along with the Dazzle. Now at 4,000 gold, I think he has to go for MK. Not put enough damage soon. Yeah, or do you go for rape? Is it that time yet? Desperate yet?
If he does get it, I can't blame him. I don't think it's really required right now, but yeah, you need an MKB to first of all deal with Blur, obviously, but you also have to deal with that Radiance mischance. I don't know what the total tally is of mischance at that point, but it's way too much for Luna to feel comfortable about.
Set their sight bottom lane there. Radiant, on the other hand, are pushing out this wave. And finally getting taken.
Got rid of the Shivas?
He left the Shiva's guard, yeah. He realized that item is not really used to him. There's too much magic immunity and he blow them up right away. Finds mistakes. Naga being Naga.
You have Bloodstone as like a defensive item. Ethereal Blade is a really good defensive item up against the Phantom Assassin at least. So his defensive needs are pretty well met at this point. Oh, Slash Strike.
Oh, there's a Diffusal Barrel Strike. There we go. Very nice one. They push that Mirana forward. Force out that BKB. And with that BKB down, they could make this to a push. The kinetic field will stop the wave from coming in. Illuminate as well as the Luna. Doesn't have buyback though, so this could be a dangerous push to have.
They're waiting for another Roche.
Sleeper.
If they go in right now, it will probably just be suicide, so I, again, can't blame them for doing this. But there's so many items coming up on Sharks. Like, Mirana has pretty much the full shotgun build. Phantom Assassin has 5k to spend. Naga Siren has a Diffusal Blade, I would assume, on the way, and Omniknight is mad loaded in defensive items.
No Aghanims, I'm surprised, actually. Heal those towers.
For Omni?
Oh, not heal, I mean that. He's getting a Hex, I think?
Yeah. It should be a
Lotus
Hex
already. He already has a Lotus, so he can deflect Tinker's lasers, which is sick.
Yeah, Lincoln Spear
What is a
value
Hex?
is kind of mediocre in this game. It should just be a Hex. I mean, this is not like a itemization inventory that an Omni-Knight is supposed to have. And a Midas value.
Luna going in at this time. They're going in for that. Well, going in for him, and now they get that Omni-Knight. That song. Might find Senny anyway. Sarah have that. Doesn't have that Aghanim Scepter. Get that. They get that Omni-Knight. Out for them. Getting off.
He does have a
Luna farm
buyback.
is now just gonna stack out items. No buyback. No, there is a buyback on Omni.
Yeah, he does have a buyback. They could have also just waited. Oh, they found the Mirana. That's huge.
Oh, they found him. Gonna force that BKB again. At this point, just using for defense. Now down to 7 seconds, and not for this fight. Nox sees the opening, goes in with the Manta style. Will chip away at this tier 3 tower, and once the tower goes down, the glaives will bounce around. Omni-Knight comes back in, and now they're gonna start. I'm not sure how good an idea this is. Disruptor doesn't have a ultimate ready, so that song was pretty much just for. Oh, that song was just defensively used. Nox uses his 9-second BKB, but force out the song. They force out spells, but no further push coming out. Damage on to the, gonna have that blink forward. There is your disruptor. He's gonna start things off. It's gonna land onto him. Nice E-blade keeps him alive, but he gets burst down right away. The epicenter comes in. He goes into the silence though. That is a bad time to go into the silence. Lose flies back. This could be game ending for them if they get caught out. Power strike here onto Dale. Dale getting it slowed up. There's that repel once again. It gets hexed up by that keeper, and him going down. That buyback's already been used. This Omni-Knight cannot afford to die again. He dies, so that's gonna be a dieback. 90 seconds on the sidelines there. Do buy back the Luna though. So losing the Luna again could lose them the game. So they have to play this one very, very carefully. They have to tread carefully here. Evil Corporation have given the network back to Sharks now.
Oh, Slash Strike. He's going to try to cut the wave, but Sand King's going to try to pop him. Not quite. BKB TP out, but a minute without BKB, there is still no creep wave though, so it kind of seems like they have to go for Roche. There's going to be no push in mid.
Thing about Roche is Luna can't afford to hold it. Have to drop that.
No, she can't afford to drop anything.
Only one I can really see is to sack the Manta.
The Manta gives you so much damage versus those structures though, like with those extra illusions, especially with her butterfly build. She's gonna drop the boots and prep for an Aegis. This is fairly all in here.
This is a siege breaker build, right?
Yeah.
Walk in. She doesn't have buyback.
She's gonna
needs to have
boots most likely still for
Just
her
Flutter?
afterwards, but yeah, you're kind of going for the straight win if you're gonna make this play.
Treads. Did she destroy it?
I think Sand King has them.
She moves pretty fast anyway. 368 with the Manta. With Flutter, she moves fast. Maybe. Because it's Luna.
At this point, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for EC to actually make a straight push. Naga Siren's build travels Manta-style Radiance. It's pretty much just all of the checkboxes for a carry Naga Siren, so she's going to be killing all the creep waves. You have a sheep stick to deal with an illusion occasionally. Naga Siren right now is just going into full space creation mode, being Cancer Naga Siren, and I mean EC would love to push now. They do push though. They're going to take an absolute beating on their own towers, and like the person who's pushing is Nox, and position right now is not a good one. He is so far ahead of any sort of backup here.
That's why he sends the illusions forward, and they will handle this wave for him. Where the Disruptor comes in, and you guys got BT2, so gotta come in, maybe try and nuke a target. Disruptor is a nice target to kill. Only has that Blink Dagger, no Aghanim Scepter, nothing really fancy about him. Could get picked off very easily. Observer Ward there, the Tinker Ward getting.
EC aren't really pushing all that fast. Naga Siren's farming in the meantime. She
daytime.
has 5,600 gold. They're finally at the enemy base. Really just Nox, who's a little far ahead, has got to be careful. Naga Siren.
Oh, come on, Tolera. Narrow. E-Blade.
Naga Siren is actually teleported back.
Oh, Barrel Strike onto the Piranha, but the repel immediately comes in, and the PA jumping in as well. They might actually decide to glimpse her back in. Poison Touch going back to the Dazzle. A glimpse knocks. Not going to be him bouncing too far back into the Radiant base. And again, the Radiance. Trouble. Middle Rex is in the middle lane, under attack here. Nox not going to get healed up by that Keeper first of the day. Nox deploys that Satanic to try and heal that, but he gets double hit and he forces out the BKB. Doesn't want to use that just. Really has to back off now. There's that song. Gonna be deployed. Nox in trouble. It's gonna lose his Aegis. Things starting to get really troublesome. There's the silence as well. This is a problem here for this Luna. Now here comes the Barrel Strike epicenter, but all the BKBs is making it useless. Now the Luna in trouble. Doesn't have the Satanic out. Nice laser deflection there. The E-Blade bounce onto the Tinker. Tinker in trouble. He denies himself. The Luna doesn't have buyback. It was already died back. 2 minutes on cooldown. Now, I think Sharks might have just turned this one around. They get the Keeper against another gem for the Naga collection. I don't know, man. Mike, I think EC might have waited too long to end this game.
That's 4 gems that the Naga can have right now. So sell everything, pick up your gems, get the heart, get travels. Everyone's just gonna jump right into the mid lane. Only a Dazzle, potential Tinker Coddle to make this defense. I don't see that happening. EC, they played it like
they're gonna throw
textbook way you're supposed to play it. I think we're looking back. It had to be up for that top lane earlier, right? Like where they decided to fall back instead of pushing in with 2 minutes left on the Aegis. That could have set them on a much more direct path. But they're.
This is called being too defensive.
Yeah. I mean, you just have to look at the items for the Omni Knight and the Naga Siren. These are like 40 heroes, and they have like full carry build. You can't let that stay. You gotta do something with that.
Yeah, I expect GG to come out now as Tinker buys back in, tries for the last thing, but the throne still falls and Sharks. Oh man, that game was unnecessarily long from both sides, and in the end, connection was in the loss here. Team EC, so Evil Corporation, they had a better draft, they had a better start at the beginning anyway, and then let the carries come into play, and Omni Knight and Naga all enough for their team to back strong. Sharks take game 1 of this best of 3. What do you think, Mike? Will they tilt in the next? Because after losses like these, you usually don't perform well in game 2.
'cause
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Close.
Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
Coming. In.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Sand King.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Radiant team pick. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team back. Ten seconds remaining. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Radiant team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
And
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. Nirana. Wings Gaming's turn to pick.
Yep.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Admiral Conquer.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sky Wrath Mage.
Wings Gaming's turn to ban.
Great.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Work.
Radiant team back.
Oh. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
What?
Radiant team pick.
What?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
I speak for the trees.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lycan.
Ten seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
What?
Race.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Now, Susie will have a tough time more than likely in this mid lane, but it is an aggro trial lane from Wings. What do you feel about this off lane coming out for this Wings squad?
It's gonna be pretty easy for Shao to just link and do stuff like he's doing right there, and then they just throw out a torrent. But when Link's down and his damage is lower, that's when they're going to have to go, and they're going to have to get good pulls from the 0-4 Sand King.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy with Wings contesting the pole camp with them being aggressive. You can already see Ice walking up on the Kunkka, just trying to be a nuisance here. This will leave that 1v1 matchup that we thought about, the Batrider versus the Nature's Prophet in that top lane, which is what Purge and Cap were talking about pre-level 3, the Nature's Prophet having a good time for the most part.
And you just make 2 sets of trees, and you just send him on the Batrider and hope to harass little, or you just do what MJW is doing. He's just trying to farm. Yep, and there's the Treant hitting him. Yeah. You just have to avoid 4 to 5 stacks. He can always keep you out of it now, especially because the W does not cancel.
No point break cancel.
Which is good.
He's just going to do that now. He has to go all the way back home, because look at, that was only a couple of ticks of Firefly, but that's still enough to push MJW back home. He had those 4 stacks like you were talking about. And already the Batrider taking control of this lane. In fact, Wings are winning just about every lane. I mean, there's only one CS advantage going the way of the Lycan mid, but you still have 4 last hits going for Shadow. It's still very close down in this bottom lane, but it does look like they're starting to accrue at a small advantage for Wings side.
It does. It seems like FDL does that a lot. They don't necessarily sack Biza, but he is almost always the one getting the least amount of farm. You'll see 747 and MJW get more farm than him because he almost always gets tri-laned.
Yeah,
it seems. It works for them a lot of the time.
Biza playing the carry. Blink and 747 go toe-to-toe. The new addition, MJW in the top lane taking some harass, but obviously 747 a very solid mid laner. I think a lot of people outside of America don't really know who he is. He's played for a couple of different teams. He's stood in for a lot. I mean, he's been around the North American scene for a while now, I believe.
Yeah, as I remember, he has LAN experience. ESL New York last time. He played for Archon. They're trying to, once again, they want to get that LAN win, though. Here we go.
It's going to be an X-Marks torrent to start things off here. They will catch out Stan King, the leader, the captain of the team, or at least one of them. Ice will get the first blood, so it's just like that easy torrent comes through, Shadow with his right click, and then that's enough damage for them to secure the kill.
Yep, that's going to be rough. 0-4 is just a little bit outside of the lane, and they knew that with the ward they had down, and they just rotated onto the Skywrath. That's all it takes.
It's not an easy lane coming out for FDL. I mean, they have to be very wary of their positioning. There's an observer ward for the Dire, but it's actually, I think, blocking the camp currently.
It's blocking the camp, and they cannot counter it yet. But they do see, they keep the 0-4 like running back and forth below it, like, oh, we can just go on him when he goes by it.
Yeah, 0-4 is going to have to be very wary. Again, they will have the wave pushed out, so again, more experience in gold. Meanwhile, the Batrider very low in that top lane. He actually has to go back home as MJW puts a lot of pressure. I think Faithion might have been juggling too a little bit. I'm not sure. I think he might have just been in that top lane also. It looks like it, yeah.
Yep. That's interesting because MJW normally plays a little more playmaking, like, wow, I can stun you, do some damage here, but he's going to be having to teleport around the map, trying to pick up, like, make these 3v3 fights bottom 4v3. I mean, that's what Furion's really good at.
And that's what Wings have to be careful these next couple of moments. And you won't probably see a gank on mid. I mean, you can send those two heroes, 747 and MJW, onto Blink, but the problem is that you can't send any to supports. If they leave that lane, that's going to be even harder for BC. He's already getting little to no farm as it stands, so...
He might rotate to the jungle soon.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ice rotating around with the smoke with the seed gank. Boots up, Windlace as well, very speedy. Kunko, he'll head towards the top rune spot, perhaps looking for MJW, who's going to back himself away towards that creep camp to farm up. Ice still deciding where he wants to go. I think he just wanted to secure the 4-minute room before heading into the top lane.
Little slow laning phase, but now we see the Priest of the Moon actually doing extremely good middle. 25 and 8. I mean, once he gets the Starfalls up, he can just Starstorm. Yeah, Starstorm.
Level 3 Starstorm is when you start really getting your farm.
Yep, you get harassed and all the creeps. Now we see they're going on the Razor. This should be a kill.
Yeah, they have the Burrow Strike as well for 0-4 to start things off, and they just can't heal him up in time. Innocence was there, but with level 2 Shadow Word and all of that damage coming up from FDL, they do pick up. That's a huge kill on a Razor.
Yeah, it is.
It's huge.
Yeah, and there we go. Like they said, a 3v3 into a 4v3. That's the good thing about Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
You can always make a losing fight into a winning fight.
I feel like I've never seen this here. Like, we saw him once in elimination mode, but that's obviously very different. Nature's Prophet's been out of the meta for like a long time.
I think Complexity's picked it once, so maybe FDL saw something they liked out of that, and they're like, well, MJW used to play quite a bit, so...
I mean, this is definitely a comfort hero for sure.
Yeah, it is. And so far, 1-1, they have killed the Razor, and they've only lost the support, so that's good, and we're going to see rotation from 0-4 and Stan King now.
Yeah, they're going to look to find something here. They'll rotate through mid lane to help out 747 for the time being. There's nobody mid currently, as Blink, I believe, is farming up the jungle.
Yep.
He might come back mid right now as we speak. 0-4 is looking for the top rune spot, seeing if anybody's there. Blink is just going to go deeper into the hard camp. Meanwhile, another rotation on the Dire side, as Shadow's going to come back mid. They have the Warlock nearby, but obviously not level 6. They're going to rotate in. Shadow, rather speedy, but there's the concussive shot to Burrow Strike as well. Arrow's going to fly. The Shadow Word, is it enough? The Starstorm will bring him down. Great rotations from FDL. They rotate in Faith Beyond. He can't do anything. They also forced another TP out, which is canceled almost instantly from Wings there.
And that was strange. They had a ward on the top rune. It just wore off right now. They saw after the smoke pop the Sand King and that, but that was a great kill. Once again, the Nature's Prophet's putting in work, just TPing in, securing the kill.
I mean, it's a small advantage for FDL. It's still early on in the game, but already you can see Wings not getting off to the best start, even after they got that first blood down bottom.
Yep, we see gold and experience advantage going their way, and that's because Biza has been left alone bottom now. He's like, oh, phew.
I get farm now.
That laning phase almost already over. I'll take it at 6 minutes.
Last hits coming out, 30 coming up. Stealer 37 for Blink, 38 for the Miranda. So Blink, of course, a lot of these are going to be jungle creeps going his way, but he's still farming rather well.
He is.
And Bisa, of course, sitting at phase currently. Stout Shield, Coiling Blade. He's just going to get up to his armlet as quickly as he can. I don't know. This looks pretty good for FDL because MJW also has his phase boots ready to go.
Exactly, and I think that's why they rotated the Razor up top now. They're like, oh wow, Bisa can just go on us with a lifestealer and they can make it an unfair fight.
Yeah.
So it's working out perfectly for him after that little bit. I mean, at least it was just your support dying first blood. Still first blood, but could have been worse.
It definitely could have. Faith Beyond, of course, one of the best offlaners in Dota currently. I mean, TI, we saw him perform outstandingly. In the past couple of tournaments in general, he's already up to 1,000 gold. He's got his Tranquil, his Blink Dagger should be relatively well timed, I think, for him.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's crazy at this land. I think we have like 3 of the best offlaners. Universe, Faith Beyond, even MSS moving up there now. It's an offlaner's patch again. It used to not be, and it kind of moved back again.
And this was without Clockwork, without Darkseer really in the meta. Both those heroes are just garbage. I mean, Universe actually plays Clockwork a fair bit in the mode. He's like, I'm going to make it work, guys. A lot of the time he does, although it's with the help of his team. I mean, and he's Universe too. Arrow's going to come through mid. 747 is going to miss on that one. It was the Kung Fu just getting farmed casually. Are you okay with the fact that, you know, Wings are getting farmed in the jungle? I mean, they're not really moving around the map. They're not making much happen. Are you okay with how they're playing right now?
I'm surprised. They're pretty much giving free farm to Biza and 747, but obviously they have a plan. I mean, you pick Lycan, you know he's not going to dominate middle. He can fall back in the jungle. It's good, and he's going to gank bottom now, and MJW, it's going to be tough to get out here.
X marks Torrent's going to come through. This should be a kill. They don't rotate anybody up here. They know MJW is going to die. Good attempt on that TP, but it's just a waste of 50 gold, as well as the cooldown. Nicely played from Wings, and they'll turn this into a tier 1 tower push top lane.
Yep, and that's it. They had a wolf inside those trees. It's almost impossible to TP out of that. They have X, Torrent, and they have plenty of vision from the tree and sprout with the Razor.
Yeah, too much damage to deal with. TPs are coming through en masse. You have 04 coming in with a Burrow Strike ready. They have the Infest Bomb up. They're going to look for one. There's going to be infused Raindrop. Blink's still very tanky. Shadow, Static, like they have to back away. 04 just goes to his death. The Mirage here. Here's the Moonlight Shadow Plasma Field. Starstorm. They'll at least take down the Warlock. Shadow, Nature's Breath. Blink forward. Double kill for 747. Susie gets it done. It'll back away underneath the guys of that tier 1 tower.
Yep, perfect, like defensive and aggressive use of the Moonlight Shadow. They didn't see him rotating back in after the arrow, and Warlock was an easy kill, and then because he went to phase boot instead of brown boot build, he was able to bring the Razor down. That was a good rotation. Almost looked like 0-4 died for nil, but they rotate in, and a huge fear. I know, like, even without being there, he provides something.
And there also was a double damage rune for the Mirana. She might not have gotten that kill had that not been there.
I don't think she would have, she was doing a ton of damage, so that's good, and we're going to see the drum build for Nature's Prophet. Just give him some movement, be able to just get around the map.
Yeah, this is kind of an action-packed game. TP's top again. The Burrow Strike 04 will connect on this one. Concussive shot. There's the silence as well. X marks will go, though. There's the leap forward from 747. Not quite where he wanted to go. The Sprout, he does chew his way through with the Quelling Blade. And I think that's the end of the chase. 747 just trying to blink away with the Arcane Root. He has his Starstorm back up and ready to go. But they do defend that tier 1 tower top again.
Yep, that's good. I think 747 just forgot about the Quelling Blade because he just arrowed straight in the middle of the trees. Maybe if he knew the Quelling Blade, he could have shot a little more to the right, but they're going back in.
747 last it up. They catch him mid-lead. Firefly, Ghost Ship. This should be a dead Marauder, and it is. Not expecting the Batrider. That was without a Blink Dagger. He comes right in without it.
Yep.
And it's more than enough to get the kill.
Windlace Tranquil. Plenty of movement speed items now.
Yeah. He's up to 1,200 gold. They'll take the tier 1 tower with the Lycan getting it. That's a lot of gold going the way of Wings those past 2 engagements. The Mirana going down the tier 1 tower top lane. Yes, Beast is getting far mid, but I don't know if it's really a worthy exchange for FDL here.
The thing is, Visa gets farm. He could just get Batrider last. And then Razor just right-clicks him and Static Link goes through it. Lifesteal is going to have a lot of trouble this game, so I mean, getting farms obviously good on your carry, but
they have to have really solid counter initiation, and usually that's going to be from the Sand King here.
Yep.
And with him dying, his Blink Dagger, I would imagine, is not very close to completion.
Yep. Marana's going to have to get that. He's getting closer to Aghanim, still about 3,000 off exactly, and I think they just need him to go farm that.
Well, still a lot at stake in this game. Very early on, very even game for the most part. The Blink Lycan mid, obviously, a little bit surprising. He's currently top the net worth, which almost to be expected for how much he can farm the jungle, and of course pushing early on. And they go for the drums build on the Batrider, by the way.
Yep, so they do the same thing. Both offlaners do, but on him, yeah, we saw he didn't even need the blink for that last, so they're just going to be probably 5v5, and Wings can just run at you, and FDL doesn't have the best, like, defense. They have a Sand King, and then, I mean, Furion's not that great in 5v5s, and these are his steal early.
Yeah, it's really about getting that advantage in numbers is what you were talking about, bringing that Nature's Prophet, making the 3 versus 3 into a 4 versus 3. Wings will go ahead and smoke up early on here. They're going to beeline it down towards the, I think, Radiant Jungle. They could go to Roche, but I doubt it, and they, in fact, will invade FDL's jungle at this point. It looks like Skywrath is going to be the first to be caught. They have the lasso, good concussive shot. Playbreak pushes him forward, but they have the X marks. The Torrent will connect, and Stanky is done. They even cancel the TP as 0-4 split pushing top. They had a double damage rune on Blank, so fighting into that is very difficult.
Is that Roche now, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. With the double damage rune, with the amount of damage they have, there is a Treant in there, and the Skywrath Mage is back up in 6 seconds. I don't know if they can contest this. It might be one of those good old Tier 1 tower top trades for Roshan.
They have DD, so if they didn't have DD, I don't think they could do Roche, but likely Lycan does. But I think FDL's fine. They know Lycan's going to eventually take Roche down reasonably quick.
Yeah.
And the Smoke Gang only killed Stan King again. They're fine with him taking that gank. They do have to get that tier 1 though, we'll see, and they already do, so.
Yeah, they'll bring that tier 1 tower down top lane, they'll get some extra weight pushed into the top lane. I mean, this is probably one of the most standard trades in all of Dota. You take a tier 1 tower top on the rating
or
side.
Or the tier 2 top, yeah. It's like, just add and Roche, and you're good.
Yep. So Wings know that they're going to be able to get this. Meanwhile, bottom, Faith Beyond did a lot of damage to Scour. There was that Moonlight Shadow. They did Dust, and they actually caught him. Ice, can he get this X-Marks off? It looks like Stan King is going to walk right back into them. And this should be a kill here. Stan King walking into his demise. The Torrent will come out with Faith Beyond. Should be more than enough to get the kill. It will be the Batrider picking it up at the last right click. However, top lane, they are pushing rather aggressively. The tier 2 taking a lot of damage. 747 not backing from the plasma field. They have gold, but no mana for it for Innocence.
That's crazy. They almost got a tier 1 and tier 2. That would have been super worth it.
Stan King's like all according to plan.
Yeah, well, whatever. My life means nothing anymore.
So they will take the tier 1, or at least they'll attempt to as 0-4 TP's in. Blink's going to go ahead and use his shapeshift. They do have plenty of damage here. The Ghost Ship's going to come through 0-4, getting caught the X marks back. 0-4 has caught himself into trouble, but they have the Infest. The last one coming out now as well. Can they bring this hero down? Faith Beyond taking a lot of damage, but he's not done yet. They're looking to turn this. Here comes Blink back in. They'll find Bisa. He's done, and now 747 has to leap away. The shapeshift doing massive work for Blink. Ice taking a lot of damage. That Rum again, just helping them out so much there. That buff just went away literally a half second ago.
Yep, and we see Biza trying to armlet toggle. You can't armlet toggle Firefly though,
No,
and
that's not gonna work.
Rough. This Nyx is gonna just have a rough time all game now.
That was just too. It felt like they should have just given up that tower. I think maybe done something else before going in a little too hard. Maybe overestimating the amount of damage, and again, the Ghost Ship coming out doing so much work in terms of the Rum.
They did see 2 top, and maybe that's why they saw the Warlock as well as +1 defending tier 2, and they felt confident in that fight. And now Wings just has a decent gold advantage as well as net worth. We see Lycan just getting built up. He's going to be hard to kill, especially with, Quelling Blade being able to cut down trees.
And Bisa going down. I mean, his net worth is already relatively low at this point in time. It's going to be even further. And we talked about him not getting the best amount of farm in the early game. He's not transitioning very well. Obviously, not necessarily his fault. But this is the part, it was a little bit disconcerting for Wings in the early stage of this game, but now it's kind of shaping up to be exactly what we expected it to.
Yep, so an interesting laning phase now. They're just going to be looking for pickoffs. They have X marks, they have Blink Lasso.
He's even got a mech almost down on this Kunkka too, so they have just about all the items they need to start fighting. Faith Beyond is in the tree line here. No Blink Tagger, Firefly first. He's just scouting things out.
He might look for 747. He sees him now.
There's the drum pop, the lasso, the leap just narrowly. They will catch up the Torrents there and plenty of damage again. Wow. Nicely done.
That was insane. The leap getting caught right by the lasso. Now another tier 1. Is that another double damage?
Yep, it is.
He has gone 3 though.
Yeah,
they can take a tier 2 easy now.
He's feeling pretty good. They also have the Necro flying out as we speak on top of that.
I think the whole no ags on Mirana. I know it's 15 minutes. That's still pretty early, but now they don't have that. They don't have like any anti-push because you have a support Sand King, so he doesn't have the levels to like Caustic Finale stun in and do that. Now they're just gonna get pushed down.
Yeah, really this is exactly what Lycan excels at. I mean, there's an AP Prop on the other side. They can try to split push as best as they can. You can see 0-4 is currently doing that top lane. I think Wings are going to just play this smart. They're going to push out all the ways they can, take the towers as quickly as they can. They still have Aegis for another 2 minutes on top of that.
They can't get out of here.
F04 is going to bro strike away. I don't know if he was spotted. He's fine in general, so.
Yeah, P-Newstone was coming up top, and well, 0-4 is getting close to his blink. Surprisingly, he is only about 300 gold away. Middle, though, 747 again getting voted.
Ghost Ship, yeah, that should be more than enough to get the kill. He's died too many times in a row. I feel like he's died 4 or 5 times just to that combo. Maybe only 3, but it still feels like it's been a lot. And you could just see the net worth chart just go more and more in favor of Wings. The top 3 are currently going to be that Razor, that Batrider, as well as that Lycan. I mean, to be expected.
Yeah, and 747 was sitting at 2nd place for a while. Now those 2 deaths they needed him to get that early axe, and now it's going to be super late. Now they're just going to have to hope for the Sand King Blink and picking up some big kills.
I mean, is that the only thing they have to hope for? Because it feels like Visa doesn't have much farm. MGW's not doing that much.
Because he's pretty much, the Sand King and the 747 are pretty much the only two who can clear out waves, and that's what they need. I mean, they can kind of delay with MJW in the trees, but that's it.
Yeah, it's going to be a game of potential wrap from FDL. Good team fight that they desperately need. But again, they're very far behind. This Lycan is starting to get huge. 10k net worth almost. He's got his Necro 2 now done. And he's on his way to his Necro 3, which is very soon. It just feels like it's starting to get a little out of control here for FDL right now, Grant.
It is, and we see Mirana trying to farm top, and they got to watch out. This Mirana just always has to be scared of ganks, but they're pushing bottom, so maybe Mirana can get a little bit of farm up here. They're gonna lose a tier 2. I don't think you defend this.
No.
There's no way you do.
No, I don't think so.
It's push 2.
Back up. Yeah, you're not fighting that. I mean, what they've done the entire game is like TP04 in front, keep Burrow strikes. He's died like every time he's done that.
I'm really surprised he actually is this close to his wing.
Yeah. A rough game for the Saint King. Pretty much a rough game from the entirety of FDL at this point. They will do their best to push out waves. You talked about the Aghanim Scepter from Mirana. She's still one component away. 747. Those 3 deaths really hurting. And I mean, again, Wings just need to keep these waves pushed out, play intelligently, and they should be able to take objectives without any real issues here.
Yeah, exactly. We see Life still going for the Echo Saber now. They need to be able to burst somebody down. But now with Wings having Boat and Rock, how can you fight them 5v5? They have the Rum, they have the best AoE in the game.
I feel like you have to blow up one of these supports very quickly before they get their abilities off. But if you kill one, you don't kill the other, then it's like Ghost Ship comes out or Chaotic Offering comes out.
Uh-oh.
747 getting chased down. He'll TP out, he will be successful. He also gets the tower destroyed. No deny as Wings were TPing in and got there in time, but did not deny it.
Yeah, now he has his eggs in about 2 neutral camps or middle if he wants to farm.
Just don't die. Please don't die, 747. You really need that.
Oh, they're gonna go for a gank. Actually, they're playing aggressive and looks like Bad and Lycan. Maybe they know something's up. They're just we're going to the jungle with our team. But bottom lane harassed him by trees.
Yeah, the trees will fall before they get the tower. It's very close. 34 HP.
He could
just go get just right click it.
I think they're gonna go for it.
Dagger.
Yeah.
He's just gonna hit it once. That's dead.
Yep. He's might jump down and hit it. Yep. There we go.
All right, they give it the life stealer. Control pings. 747's like, I wanted that, but except he was in the jungle. So.
Skywrath was up there too. They were all just like, we need that tower, and that is an Aghanim now for the Mirana. That's huge.
He did it. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Obviously, we see an Aghanim Scepters on Mirana turn fights around, and it's also very good for pushing too, which again, they have a very good pushing lineup as it stands to reason.
And we see MJW doing the Fearon thing, splitting up top. Just cutting the creep wave. That's what you have to do.
It's like a Tinker where he's sitting now.
Yeah, and he almost has a Maelstrom, so that's what he's gonna do. TB around, just be as annoying as possible.
Yeah,
that's it.
They'll pick up the pipe. Shadow grabbing that. The natural resistance build for a lot of heroes, especially core heroes. We saw Envy build like pipe like 3 games in a row or something.
Oh, he loves pipe Terrorblade, pipe Razor, pipe whoever you want.
Yeah. Lasso, they found a target, and this time it is going to be the life stealer, a big one. Chaotic Offering going, they don't want his Rage to go. They're waiting for the rest of his team to get here. Beast is still rather tanky. He's wanting to kill this Golem. X marks back the Ghost Ship. He actually misses. Beast is going to turn his attention to Innocence. He'll invest into a creep. They will try to take it down. It's one of them that's still alive. Meanwhile, top tier 3 is getting pushed in pretty heavily. They aren't going to find this group, not yet anyway. Still, though, they're making so much space. This melee Rax is about to go down. Good burrow strike, but it's not enough. Back to Beast, and chewing down Ice actually might fall here. Pops the jump charge, pops the mech. They will get Blink out of there as he was still pushing top. They're going to try to fight this. Another X marks going in. Beast is caught out. He will fall. Try to toggle. Can't get it off in time. The dust goes as well to make sure that Moonlight Shadow won't get him away. 747 also perhaps in trouble here. No dust connecting on him. Starstorm barely doing any damage. The infused raindrops, just the natural tankiness of Shadow with that pipe up. They'll make some transmute, jumping in again. Face beyond this time finds 747. The torrent, the leap away in time isn't enough. He's so low. One more right click might bring him down. He's sitting at 6 HP, barely survives, but his Rax will not be so lucky. His Wings will take down the first set of the game at 20 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm surprised how long Beeza lasted there. He got ganked middle, and then they were just kind of maybe toying with him so he couldn't go back and defend.
You can't go back to your base. It's fine. We'll just take your Rax.
They were letting him, and then they almost get a pick off again, but Wings escapes. No harm done, and they take a whole set of racks.
There's just a severe lack of damage, especially with Beast going down. Even if he was alive, he might get kited against the shapeshift, all that stuff that Wings has ready to go. They did use the golem there, so that is on cooldown. Shapeshift, obviously. The rest of the ultimates from Wings, very low cooldown.
Oh, there
Ooh, good pick, though. MJW as well. as Bisa finally find a kill. It is only against the Warlock, and it's not that special, but at least it's something.
Yeah, when I see what they're doing now, they're going to try to abuse their ward. They saw him, and now you can Lifestealer bomb inside of MJW, just TP on and try to find somebody. And well, Warlock's one of the few they can probably kill solo. And here they go middle.
X marks. There's another ghost ship coming out. MJW actually is able to get out in time. He's very speedy with the boots. They've already lost the Scours. Meanwhile, a lot of damage going in. The Kunkka will fall. The Burrow Strike. Can they get Blink? They have no other way to catch him. It looks like as he will be able to get out in time. That shapeshift is just too difficult to deal with for FDL right now.
Still 1-for-1 trade, and they're worth more, so you'll take that for sure. If they would have brought down the Lycan, that would have been huge.
A lot of gold for 1 kill.
It is. And, oh man, Hurricane Pikes. Those Razor just gets tankier, doing a little more damage, and has a pipe. They're just going to run at you. I think when Chaotic Offering's up, they're just going to run straight down middle.
Full 5-on-5, I don't really see any way FDL can find those pickoffs that they've found previously.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a Sand King to X-Bomb and just really hope they find either the Warlock or the Kunkka.
These smokes have been working out somewhat well for FDL, though. We'll see if they have another one ready to go here momentarily.
Yeah, we saw the burst damage when Mirana went in on that Kunkka. He dropped pretty quick. The Biza even doing
and that was with the Rum on top, too. He uses Ghost Ship previously.
Exactly, so not bad. And he does have... Oh, he is not. Yeah, he is. Okay. Almost a Death So up on Lifestealer. But they're just going to smoke gang. They're going for something.
Yeah, they will find Faith Beyond, perhaps. Meanwhile, they'll back up. Moonlight Shadow did go. It looks like Wings have a pretty good understanding that something here is happening.
Yeah. And... yeah, nothing big. Just a smoke gang. Pretty much cancel as well as the Mirana ult.
I don't know what happened, but JJ just muted 2 people. I liked it. Alright. MJW. Flip jungling. Oh, God. I think you report him. I don't think you mute him.
Yep.
No, just kidding. MJW doing what he can to get farm. It's pretty good. I mean, you have the Maelstrom. This is not like level 1 flip jungling. For now, FTL, though, they'll split up across the map. They'll try to push the waves out again. Wings are very centered around that Roche pit, which is up and readily available. They have Roshan at their fingertips if they want it. They were waiting possibly for Blink's BKB. Now with that again, Starstorm is going to be negated if he has the BKB ready to go. So he's, as long as he pops that BKB in a fight, I don't see Wings losing it really.
Yeah, and Lifestealer getting close to that Desolator, but they're going to be going up against the Aegis of the Immortal.
This is just there's one Rax gone in that top lane, so FDL are already getting less income. They are already getting pushed in as well, like you said, and it's going to be furthered by them taking this Aegis and starting to run down mid or bottom lane or wherever they want to go. FDL are doing the best that they possibly can. I will say 747 is caught up pretty well. We already talked about the Aghanim Scepter or whatever his next item is going to be. We'll wait and see. He has a Blink Dagger now too, which he just picked up, so he's got some good net worth, but is it enough to take down these tankier heroes on Wings?
It's going to be rough. He wants to get into the back line and just clear out the supports, but who knows if he can even do enough damage to do that. If they just get Pirate Rum off or Rock off, like, your whole decision to go for the supports is pretty much just not a good decision.
I mean, at that point, if it's still 5 versus 5, I feel like that's the end of the fight. If it's...
I'd say you have to pick one of them before the ult comes out, and then hope the rest of your team kites Razor, because he's just going to be zipping around with a pipe on him.
Yep. Very tough. MJW split pushing. There's this later we talked about.
There's the middle. They're just going 5 down middle. Looks like no reason to be crazy.
No, I mean, Wings are gonna. They did spoke up. They're gonna try to find this fight. Beyond has his Blink 4 staff as well as Lasso ready to go. FDL has also smoked up. Burrow Strike. They find a couple here. The Lasso will go. Meanwhile, Beats is going in, looking for that kill on the Warlock. He's out. Good 4 staff. They will not be able to find him. He's got Rock ready to go. And Beats is getting static. Like they will be able to get him down with a double kill. Blink has popped the shapeshift, and they are just running over FDL. 747 gets dropped as a Starstorm, I believe, brought down the Necro Warrior. The Backlash came through and pretty much killed him at that point, which is unfortunate. He'll have to buy back, but it's too little too late. There's the Hurricane Pike. Shadow's going to whip him literally a couple meters away, and Wings will just start their attempt on the Tier 3 tower. With only 2 heroes alive for FDL, this might very well be second set of racks and perhaps the game.
That's rough. They tried the Moonlight Shadows, but they have a gem on the bat. They have Book 3 obviously up on the Lycan. It just doesn't do anything. They just get kited around, and even with the decent initiation, 4 staffs, the ultimate counter to Nyx.
Yeah, they kited the hell out of FDL. Nobody able to chase down that Warlock, who is still rather squishy. Second set of racks down. FDL are going to give this to the very end. 7 seconds left on the Lifestealer. MJW is trying to at least push this wave out, but there are other waves coming in both mid and top momentarily. They're still going to work in the Tier 3 tower.
He just does so much damage.
Yeah. without shapeshift, without an AC, which will come eventually. Blink last of the fine 747. He just fought back, and it looks like he will fall. Scarab Mage ulti doesn't do nearly enough damage. The Ghost Ship is up. They have the rum ready to go. MJW's trying to bring down Ice Ice. Meanwhile, Shadow Static Link beats Ice Ice does get the kill on MJW. The Link is up. Stan King getting destroyed. He's like, BC, you just killed me. And GG is in fact called. Game number 1. Well, it started out pretty interestingly for FDL and Wings, but Wings crush it after about 20 minutes, Grant.
Yep. I do like what FDL did in the beginning of the game. They rotated the Nature's Prophet around, got a few ganks, but in the end, good rotations by Lycan to the jungle just farming up. They just got way too much farm out of the lanes, even when they weren't in them.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
It was really just, for maybe a minute or two there was a...
They cause a lot of damage. This tier 3 dropping so low, 400 health left remaining. So the red Invoker is working out for them. Meanwhile, Mr. Senny is probably going to be the sacrificial lamb, but Invoker is taking this time to capitalize on this mistakes there. And now Medusa, without her ultimate, very, very vulnerable. The dunk not even needed as the OD just throws another ball her way. And now the drop off the combo, the nice cold snap into the meteors are going to make sure that he doesn't get out of there. So he does have the repel. The Sunstrike is there in case he doesn't get the dunk. And time deal doesn't botch up the math. Will actually score that kill with the help of Invoker. Alright, I went from shaking my head to nodding it slightly.
Invoker wasn't even in that fight. Like, he was on the top lane pushing. Dealt with Tolera's incoming rotation, but dropped the tower down a good 1000 HP, and then was still able to join the fight afterwards. Sharks just doing a great job at disengaging away from EC. Maybe because Tolera was a little bit cautious on usage of the Blink Dagger there. Like, he walked in to the majority of that fight and just, I think got a Burrow Strike on Axe, was it, to start things off? It for whatever reason wasn't really what they wanted to do, and they used all their ultimates there as well, like Stone Gaze as well as the Supernova. Kind of counter synergy there since you just run away from it anyway, so they had on the run no heroes to actually chase Sharks down and kill them off, and that was the problem. They forced them back, but they couldn't get any kills.
Defensive much? Been playing very reserved Dota. After game 1, they decided to go more aggressive, but instead they actually draft for that game where you overthink.
Oh, is Invoker gonna try to solo Medusa?
I don't think he can, but he's gonna draw TPs, and there is no disable here for him. He doesn't have to worry.
No, I think if the Medusa was just in the middle of nowhere, I think Invoker can actually do that. It's gonna take him a long time.
Oh, Observer. Scouts out the movement here. Oh, he gets healed up. Could be a nice jump here. Nice double barrel strike. The side of the top of that as well. The X jumping into all that nonsense. Now the Stone Gaze is coming in as Solari trying to keep us alive there. He barrel strikes down to the low ground. They all have that ulti being spent. The OD will actually blink away to safety. The Rubik should not survive. He does live. He gets hit by that fire strike. He does get the barrel strike. Yes, he does, but he doesn't keep himself alive. But it's Invoker in the back lines. Killed off 2 heroes. Both Phoenix as well as the Omni Knight. The Barrel Strike comes in, the Snake is there. He does have Aegis though. Not even going to use it, the Chakram's going to be a little bit short. OD and Disruptor holding back now. Invoker, okay, he gets cut. Do they have the gem? Was that a guess?
There's a Sentry.
No, the Sentry one on top, okay. Barrel Strike there as well, Chakram, and yeah, Invoker is going to drop. So, big kill to get 3. And
Slash Strike?
Thank you, might chase. He's out of mana though.
Not TPing
So
out.
Soul Ring. We have the mana.
I think he's
does
fine.
he know this?
That's the awkward situation that happens when your OD is leading the charge and you don't have any vision there. I mean, I guess the Axe should be leading the charge, although that wouldn't have been that much better. So the OD just immediately gets pinned down, and the Static Storm is forced out almost just purely reflex by Senny. Wasn't a good one, just I guess protected the OD somewhat, but didn't actually do any silence action, didn't do any stunning, didn't do any silence action, didn't do any damage. The Disruptor ultimate was fairly mediocre there. And now he's gonna die for his troubles up towards top lane. EC just kind of get a freebie because they get the really, really good angle jump on the Sharks heroes without the Invoker being in the fight from the very beginning.
There's Omni Knight just sitting behind Nox so that he doesn't get caught. And is there a diffusal? No. So this Omni Knight might turn back to be one of the more effective picks here. See heroes running away. Tier 2 just fall without a challenge.
Stormstormer is pushing bot.
Farming again. Hitting really high levels in Wex, so Tornado is going to become powerful soon.
Wex also increases the disarm duration of your Deafening Blast.
Yeah, now the Barrel Strike going onto the Rubik. He's gonna pop. He is, yep, the right click here. Gonna take him out, and Boka, meanwhile, gonna use Scepter. And the beam is there as well. The Barrel Strike gonna come in. Nice little jump away. He forced out of the way by his teammates. Now the Force Spirits jab away at Tolera. Nice 4-star save there. The Chakram goes out. Might be a bit far in. For now. Double Ward keeps eyes on them.
I feel like Sharks just haven't taken a fight where they're all together. Like, not a single one. Like, the OD's just a little late to the party. The Invoker's always a little bit late to the party. That's, like, not the worst thing in the world if you're just looking for a stall outplay, but that time they weren't. I'm not sure what that glimpse was about, but they may lose this tier 1. Sure not to lose any heroes. They just have to install
Fuel
the
Scepter and
pushing
Disruptor.
top.
I think Slash is just waiting here in the back lines. I don't think he wants to push into that. Sun is wasted. They only get the Disruptor kill. They go for pick off here. Phoenix.
Oh, Invoker top.
Banish. Invoker top gets caught. Now they banish up that Phoenix, but they're not ready to give up just yet. Mr. Nox turns on the Stone Gaze, and again, this Pure Beam is just so much to deal with the Axe. Sharks losing heroes left, right. Using their Invoker, who is actually supposed to split push.
Problems. Oh, they're going back in?
D.
Get a free Phoenix, I guess that's not bad.
Free.
They're really gonna look for more. Kind of. Sand
So
King.
trying to go in.
These Sharks fights have been very, very underwhelming. Like, Static Storms have been pretty bad. They haven't really used Blink Call, I want to say, like, ever in this game, at least not to a substantial degree of team fight. So if you're in a stalling situation like that, you just have to make sure not to die. You have to try to pull out some ultimates, use your force stabs and whatnot in order to get out from the enemy ultimates. But so far, it hasn't really been happening like that. The Yule Scepter on Timbersaw has actually been an all-star to make sure that Sharks stay in those fights, just stalling them out. And I think another Yule Scepter being picked up.
Yep, that goes to the Sand King.
Yeah, there you go. So more ways of keeping Sharks in the fight. Sharks really aren't confident in their ability to fight, although I do think they probably should be. Like, they have a lot of power, especially since now they have 2 sheep sticks on the OD and the Invoker, and a fresh Ags on the Rubik. Like, they can take a fight.
Yeah. Double damage from Medusa. Roshan is up. Another long challenge happening here, but the last time we lost the fight was at Roche Pit. So we'll learn their lesson. Game taking
Roshan
that chill
is up.
corner again. Alright, let's just kick back and enjoy a couple. You watch me farm.
Pretty sure Invoker can solo Roche, or at least come very close to it. You know, just invest like a Rubik or whatever in that pit, a little bit extra DPS. But it does seem like Roshan should be what Sharks are angling towards. As long as they set observer wards beforehand, they got to see when ECR coming. They do not want to get caught in the Roche pit up against Stone Gaze, Epicenter, Phoenix. That's bad times there.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They're gonna start recognizing that people are not on the map anymore and that the Invoker is solo pushing.
There's a lot of deep Radiant vision actually in the Dire jungle. And the Invoker's not gonna expect this. He needs some help. Dead.
Huh?
Is he dead? He's dead.
My, get out.
Is he
The
dead?
Vanish coming out here. The Hex there onto the Sand King. It's gonna be enough. The hammer is dropped. The
Oh, he's
Invoker
alive.
does bail in time, but now the Stone Gaze, he turns to stone. He drops the Meteor. Gets there by an arrow. He will drop. The mana is not gonna be enough there. The OD will have that laser beam on him. He blinks away to safety. And that Medusa being a troublesome party here for them. The Yule Scepter once again on ONB gets lifted up. The Axe will call maybe. Yeah, Barrow Strike nicely stolen. Again, a lot of heals, a lot of repels. I know,
OD
nice
went back
OD.
in.
And with that Hurricane Pike, could be looking for another one on maybe Buck. Fires out those off pretty quickly. Already at a high Intel Steel 28 to be exact. Rubik actually has the Aghanim Scepter, so those long-range Barrow Strikes are going to be real. Now Dale finally is sick and tired of your spells. He pops that beat, goes in for that Timbersaw. Timbersaw is low, he's about 100 low. Will it be enough? The Barrow Strike coming in again, dropping him low. Jumps in for a triple core, jumps in after a single spin. Medusa is still pretty much full, so has to pull back. Strike is going in for the Omni Knight, who is now out of mana. They pop the Hex there. Medusa maybe tank, but once you start losing intel like that, you will not have the mana for any kind of security. Well, Slash Strike is now godlike with 4 kills, I think, in that game. in that fight, I think he separately killed 4 heroes. So, big props to him after combo.
It was something like that. It was. I just want to note the Invoker decided to turn around Deafening Blast instead of using Scythe of Ice, which otherwise could have kept the Medusa out of his face, and maybe he could have actually survived that initiation. Sharks, again, were not there as a full 5-man team. The Disruptor was left behind on the bottom lane, so it took him a little bit longer to come in. And of course, the Invoker was pretty much picked off before anything else started, so that's not a good way to start those fights. Yet despite that, OD just remaining on the periphery of that fight, always poking, prodding. The Axe played that fight magnificently as well. Rubik was very, very restrained with the use of Spell Steal. He decided to hold the Burrow Strike the entire time instead of grabbing any sort of Timbersaw damage output, which worked out okay for them, although I do think he could have gotten more value out of it. By the way, that fight for Sharks was pretty bad, honestly, but it still worked out because of how Slash Strike was running around with no pressure on him.
Yeah, the thing is that Aghanim's Barrow Strike is just too good, right? You don't want to give that up.
He didn't even use the Aghanims of the Burrow Strike.
I think it allowed him to survive. But I think it's still really strong. If you take Chakram, you might not have the mana for it, but Burrow Strike, you can bet your life you always have the mana for it, as well as the cooldowns you don't have to be so reliant on.
And Spell Steal being level 3, or I guess level 2, applies to the Burrow Strike stolen, so he's going to have it for a long time now. A lot of initiation range on Solari. Gonna need it right about now. Maybe not.
Oh, they're searching. They're searching. Wait, should be okay.
This game is still incredibly even at this stage. I think the difference makers is going to be the fact that, EC have kind of under-farmed supporty heroes. Phoenix is actually going towards an Aghanim Scepter of his own. If you can somehow fresh your Medusa with that, that's absolutely nuts. Timbersaw is almost just as nuts, but it is a very, very risky item.
Use it to gaze. They can't hit the right both together. Full health information. And reset basic abilities.
But if your egg dies, everyone in the egg dies as well, so...
Really can take money. Yeah, you'll count as a death. But
it's one of the more potentially powerful Aghanim ultimates, but it just has the most risk out of all the Aghanim ultimates, since you don't want to end up killing your Medusa or your Timbersaw or anything like that.
Yep. But I hope the Sharks are just holding back. They already have the Aegis. What items are we missing across the board here? I feel like they have all the items for a push. They should make it happen now. Don't do the same mistake that EC did last game. So, gonna lose late game, but oh, the smoke! We reveal. See the observer. Meanwhile, Rick is gonna eels himself. He dodges that Barrow Strike. He steals the Barrow Strike now. He Barrow Strikes away. The X again dying to that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
58 seconds on the sidelines. So please.
Split push on the bottom lane is going to prevent EC from making any big plays. Losing the Axe there is pretty costly. Sharks just really have a really big aversion to just bring up and making a play, which is kind of questionable in my eyes with an Invoker and an OD. An OD, by the way, who has a 10-second BKB charge. That's the item you want to have if you're going to make a full 5-on-5 happen. Invoker has one as well, so I don't really know what they're scared of here.
Well, BKB fresh. It's gonna help him dodge some of the spells that have been pretty annoying to him. Doesn't block gaze still though.
You still get stunned by the supernova, but you could still just.
I think ultimately it's what it stops Fire Spirits, it stops Barrow Strike, which is annoying. Mana Snake, Purification, Timbersaw. So can't exactly burst in though what he's planning to do. And he's been very elusive this game. Keeping one person keeping the entire team on his heels. He's actually really good on its own already.
You know, if he had level 2
super good, but
Against the clock, though, I feel like
yeah,
that's a little
that's
scary.
That's the issue.
This
Because then you know they're not laned up against each other, and clock can definitely pick on him. You're stuck into Cogs, Battery Assault, Skywrath's not living too long.
This Ogre pick is obviously going to be pulling along the mid lanes. We talked about the Skywrath soloing out that Clockwork. It'll be interesting if they ban the Shadow Fiend here, only because I know Wings have been playing Shadow Fiend. It's a good hero, and it's just adding to the fact that we do have that Cogs thing going on right now, where you can still deny out and get the early start.
And we've seen a number of teams do that,
And
not
with-
just in elimination mode, but even in the qualifiers.
The question is that still going to be enough damage to deal with that Ogre running at you with his like super high armor? Like it's still kind of risky, I feel like, for a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
So, Perch, do you think that the Skywrath is going to be able to win that mid?
I don't necessarily think he's mid. He could very easily be support, honestly.
Sure, sure.
We don't know who's gonna be mid. Is the thing they haven't
I
picked
think
it
they'll just pick Bottom again.
So, Legion Commander, 5th ban
The
for
clock.
Wings.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, Bottom's very good mid.
Legion's perfect in this game. She could grab Tusk.
What about something
Bottom's
like-
actually good in every way, I think.
What
here.
about like Quat mid? Is that too crazy? Is Bottom obviously the easy grab over her?
No.
I feel like she'll just do all the same things.
And I guess Tusk could dodge everything with Snowball.
They really like Bottom, too. That's one of Susie's most played heroes.
Does offer a little bit of split push. Does it sync up nicely with the rest of the draft, though, like the Sven and the Sand King. Early rotations, maybe, yeah, Burrow can set up for like some quick like rune rotations to Miranda too. I think it still makes sense with the leap out of the HUD cogs. And like increasing that gap between yourself and Snowball can be good, but
yeah.
it's another safety hero.
Yep, another hero that really benefits from Bloodlust. Gives them some good late game security. Also great AoE healing.
Yeah, I just like this better, honestly. Just because I'm thinking about all these magic burst things. As soon as Luna gets a BKB, why would you want either Quap or a Bottom? It's just not very safe to do. All the damage is very focused in this like little burst. If you get a Juggernaut instead, you just go for the backline and try to make them force their bad abilities while you do Omni Slash. He doesn't have to worry about Clockwork because he can spin. He doesn't have to worry about Eclipse either.
I also think Healing
Just
Ward is
so
great
much.
against Warlocks. Spread damage from Fatal Bond, spread damage from Immolation on Golems. There's some real utility there.
You know, if it wasn't Wings, I would just say, because I feel like they would never pick the same hero twice, but I would feel like, just get a Razor. Just run a mid versus Juggernaut. You've got a mid-game team fighter that can actually bully a little bit. Mirana's still a mid-game team fighter. I just feel like Razor would be able to capitalize a little bit better. But
Especially with the Jug just revealed his mid too.
It would give them a lane advantage, but I think they needed more burst in their lineup. That's what they were missing there. If they grab a Razor and they don't kill somebody with static field, then and their opponents disengage, I feel like they're going to be able to re-engage really easily.
Maybe, but
and
I
then
don't
Wings
think you
with
can
black damage.
disengage from this team.
Gang,
Clock and Tusk.
we need predictions before the casters here. Is anybody going for FDL? We're going to make this easy.
Mob packs?
So,
Yeah,
let's
alright,
go.
choose now, Bloodlust.
So just to be
Let's do
clear,
it. Now let's go. Let's go
okay,
with
so
it.
4 on
FDL.
1
I'll
again?
take it,
All
yeah.
right,
All
all right.
right.
4 of
I'll
us
take
are
it.
rooting for Tusk. There you go. With that, we've got Mott and Grant once again here for game number 2.
Prepare for battle.
Thanks so much, guys. We're here with game number 2 between Wings and FDL. Of course, we heard our panel talk about how favorable they feel Wings are in this particular draft. In this particular game, Grant, you give a shot to FDL or no?
I do. I think 747, the middle Juggernaut, I believe if he started with the Poor Man Shield, which he did, get 2 tangos, he actually dominates the bottom. He should.
Yeah.
CS-wise, he just runs with the bottom. You know, maybe use the spin to scare him out of lane, but even just his right clicks with crit, he should out-CS the bottom, which is good. And I think we were talking, Tusk isn't that good of a hero.
No.
Obviously, Wings, one of the best teams in the world, can probably make him look good, but from what I've heard from multiple people is Tusk and Visage are in a tier of their own on garbage.
That's why they're not picked very often in any other match out there. You won't see many of these heroes picked very often. I mean, Wings are also going for the off-lane Clockwork, which is not really well received either. I think a lot of people have kind of... Universe has played it a couple of times in some of the tournaments he's done, but I mean that's Universe first of all. Secondly, it's EG. They have room to make for him. They can easily set up ganks with him as well. So it's easier said than done. Obviously with Wings and with Faith Beyond and the rest of their squad, they can do very well with Clockwork themselves. But
it's gonna be interesting because last game I almost forgot 747 had to skill leap first, meaning he couldn't arrow the range creep and get that. It got denied, and this time he'll get a free rune. He's thankful. No tango's given to him yet. They might just block middle and then give it to him, I assume. But
yeah, that looks likely. He only has a Fairy Fire, a GG Branch, and a Stout Shield.
And you need tangos, especially against any range. Even with the Poor Man Shield, you get a tank damage.
Yep. I mean, obviously it will be negated pretty heavily, but still, he is going to take some harass
There
from
we go.
that mid lane.
He's got the tangos now. And level 1 Bloodlust.
Oh, the attack speed. Let's go.
He's just gonna run at him, right? He might skill crit first and just run at the bottom.
Let's see. Blink is sitting up on his high ground right now. Actually, 747 is just trying to pull the weight back. Arrow to get the range creep as expected. And then 747 kills the other one.
Yeah, getting those range creeps with 90 experience now, it's actually so big how weird that is.
Yeah, it's a little strange. Stormhammer down bottom. Looks like the Clockwork is going to be caught, but I don't know if they can really bring him down here. He's going to use his cogs defensively just to get out and make sure that he's fine. And
drains mana versus spend, draining the mana with the cog, even level 1, like he has mana problems.
Once you pop the Stormhammer once, you're like out of mana, and then you get cog pushed, and then you're like, I guess I'm really screwed.
He has Mango, so he'll have one more stun if they want to go in, but he already health potted back up.
Yeah, Faith Beyond should be fine. Another set of cogs at the ready if he does get caught out. 747 and Blink in this mid lane matchup. To be expected. It's relatively close and even for now. The top lane, Sand King has already rotated out, I believe.
Yep, he's just in the jungle right now, and because of that Tusk ran middle, you never know if you trap him with ice shards, you just right-click him and hope for the best.
Yeah, this is MGW is going to be able to at least find some farm here. Went Iron Talon first smartly, so he has Caustic Finale to help out along with that, with jungling Burrow-Strick even to make it even easier for him. I don't know, he should farm pretty well here, I mean, all things considered. At least comparatively to the offlane for Wings, anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he'll be in the jungle, he'll be getting his farm, and we know MJW, he's one of the kings of jungling as an offlaner.
Right.
He's going to find farm, he's going to find levels, and now Faith Beyond has to be scared bottom. You never know, even just a level 1 stun from the Sand King, and you might die. Like, look at how he's getting zoned out of lane, which
doesn't have any vision either. No ward down in the bottom lane that I can see. I'm not sure if we got countered. It doesn't look like there's any sentries nearby, so I think he just he just didn't get a ward placed to him, so.
And then you see Sand King doing the classic, just throwing out as many Qs as you can, and then dying to neutrals, getting a free pound visit.
I'll see you back in a little while. I gotta get some mana real quick.
Shadow, perfect free farm. 16 for 16 up top.
Yeah.
So that's what you're gonna do. Free farm Luna, you're not gonna miss a creep.
To be expected. And again, we talked about Luna in the game 1 between NP as well as Aspen. It's a hero obviously that has some different power curves. You can come online pretty early on with your Eclipse. You can do a lot of damage with Lucent Beam. Later on down the road, once you get your magic style illusions, you get a couple of items, and then you become that Godzilla Luna that everyone likes to talk about. But it's again that Sven versus Luna type matchup. So I feel like it really comes down to how well BC farms in the early game.
Yeah, but he's doing decent 16. He's only 2 behind the Luna actually, and he's not even free farm. We see the Clockwork annoying him a little bit, but yeah. 747 as well as Blink middle they're pretty much even, so it's a more even game in the early game this time for sure.
It's another slow start for both of these teams. There was a first blood at least at this very point last game, which is not just happening this game. I gotta say that the CS is looking really good for FDL. Again, 24 last because that Sand King is in the jungle. He's doing rather well.
Oh, he might die?
He's very low.
Oh no.
He is very low.
He's crazy, man. He's
35 HP.
We've seen Owie, we've seen E do it. Will MJW be the next one?
MJW, please now. Come on, we need you alive, buddy.
He really wants to do this without having to go back and heal. It's super dangerous.
He's got 35 HP. I don't know if this is really... He died. All right, well, he didn't buy a TP either. That's unfortunate. Meanwhile, Ice Shard's down bottom. There's the tornado, the snowball coming in. Sand King. Not much mana left for him. There's the cog push, and Bisa can't use his Stormhammer, obviously. He's completely out of mana to speak. And that'll be that. Awkward engagement, I guess. Nothing really happening.
Yeah, not bad. I guess Sand King's fine. He's still going to have the whole stack now. He did lose about 50 to 100 gold, but...
It was not the most efficient play he could have made. I do admire his candor trying to go for said stack, but...
NA Dota's weakness, apparently neutral creeps.
We can't kill them. We don't know how much HP they have. Ice is going to get caught, actually, with a Ignite. Good Ice Shards, but not good enough. 04 gets first blood. Faith Beyond getting Stormhammered as well. They're actually out of mana for 04 and Sand King. I don't see them getting this kill with how tanky Faith Beyond is. They're completely out of mana on all 3 heroes. So that's not going to happen.
They're still going. He has nothing. He could just run at him. I was like, Faith Beyond has a mango. It doesn't matter.
I mean, he had full mana anyways. He could have cogged in 2 seconds, but that's it. Meanwhile, Tuska's going to come back in. Ice Shards connecting onto Bisa. This might be a potential kill. They can't find him. The Snowball will be able to. Now the cog is going to be there as well. Faith Beyond taking some serious damage. Bisa almost getting the kill, but he does inevitably fall. They do trade away Faith Beyond's left for it. And that's going to be Stanky getting some levels and gold as well. MJW will find Ice, Pro Strike will go. I don't think he can get this kill. Well, he's going to use the Frozen Sigil, and I think that should be it for MJW. He wanted to get the kill, but...
Still, not a terrible trade for either team. They killed the carry, but Stan King getting that kill, he's almost level 4 now, and he was pretty far behind, so the solo experience he got from that, they'll take it, and FDL up 2 kills to 1.
Yeah, we saw this last game. That happened in the last game. It was 2-1 for a while. And then Wings came through and said, we're Wings, and we're just going to kill you now.
And look at, Stan King Actually wants to suicide the creeps, but he can't. He gets rocketed.
Flair was there in 14 seconds. He's going to have to deny himself somewhere else.
Or just, he might actually just have to go
walk
heal.
back home. Spend like 30 seconds doing so.
He might have to be scared of these rockets coming in. He's like, I can't do it. But there he goes again.
If somehow Faith Beyond knew where he was, I would actually lose it. He did deny himself to the neutrals. I thought for a second he did get flared, but it's not the case. So he will go down. He'll be able to respawn in about 14 seconds. Back towards there, you look at the mid matchups, 31-33. Again, very close matchup, and Blink's doing rather well for himself against 747 here.
He is. He has to be careful. He can't waste sleep now. Regen rune on Juggernaut. He could just spin on you. You waste sleep, and then you get ulted. Oh,
nice shards.
They tried to trap him in.
Yeah, they pushed him back. They made sure the 6-minute rune definitely went for the Mirana. There is a bounty rune down bottom, but it's going to be picked up by the Ogre Magi. It looks like actually, I think it was picked up by the Sand King himself.
So take it.
All right.
He's getting decent levels now on the Sand King. Even I don't think he's been to the top lane once. He's been purely jungle. I'm surprised Luna. They just don't want to pressure top yet. This is the first push they've done top, and he's just fine free farming. Like, why not?
Yeah, he's got complete free farm now. 43-2. Treads are up 161 gold in the bank, so.
He has an Aquila flying out of him.
Yeah, I mean, he's got all of his early game items for the most part. Helmet of the Dominator might come next. We'll see what he decides to pick up. It's a very slow-paced game. Again, even with those 3 kills, there's going to be a smoke up here, however, from FDL. We'll see if they can wrap around and find Blink. That's the big target, but it looks like Wings have an understanding. They might have smoked in that Observer Ward. I'm not sure.
Well, they're pushing up a little bit. Here we go. Tusk might tank the gank, though.
Yeah, Burrow Strike just narrowly connecting from MJW. Arrow will hit on to Stand King, but this should be enough without him. Fairy Fire comes out. Good snowball. Gonna back away at 747. The Blade Fury will go. That should be enough. Even with the Moonlight Shadow, it's not able to keep him alive. So you're right. He does take the gank. It's not Blink going down, but it's a kill. A kill is a kill for FDL.
Yeah, but isn't 747 picks it up. Nice preemptive spin. So Snowball didn't hit him, and then he just followed him down. Even with a wasted level 1 Moonlight Shadow, 130-second cooldown.
Yeah, very long cooldown.
They'll not have that, but they're taking top tower, trying to. MJW's here now.
No, there is that Observer Ward that sees MJW. They're going to back up. Innocence actually waits too long. TP's going to come through. There's the Lucent Beam. The TP's a little bit too late from 747, or is it? They pop the Eclipse off. The Omni Slash going. MJW will take that one. Now Shadow and 747 going toe-to-toe. That Lucent Beam damage is significant. And 747 without mana cannot use his healing ward and therefore has to back up. And so Shadow, you'll be the one that pushes into the tier 1 tower. It's a 1-for-1 gank, but again, the big thing is that Shadow's able to push that tier 1 tower a little bit more.
Yeah, he is, and Tusk is up here now, so just like last game, Bees is getting a little free farm. Even we saw him on his life stealer, got a little bit during the 5 to 10 minute phase, and once again, Biza will, but he's on Sven against Clockwork. Like, he just gets trapped in the cogs or zoned out by him, loses all his mana, can't do anything. It just seems, middle lane.
Speaking of trapped in by the Clockwork, there's the hook shot, the cogs will go, the battery assault, more than enough damage with the arrow as well as Starstorm connecting from Blink. It's just like that. It's that easy when it comes to a Clockwork. As long as you can hit your abilities, you should be able to get farm by finding those assists and kills.
That seems weird. FDL doesn't really like the mobile cores. I mean, Lifestealer, he hasn't fast, but once he's out of Infest, it's so easy to kite around. Same with Sven. They're almost exactly the same in late game. You just get one kiting ability, and what is he going to do in fights? Even with BKB.
These heroes are going to have to deal with some of these lockdowns eventually. Lucent Beam going onto MJW, but just harassment as,
Should
again,
be the tower, though. They don't have Glyph.
Shadow is going to grab this tier 1 tower for sure. I mean, that's probably everything he got an Eclipse skill, he got a tier 1 tower top, he got free. I mean, there's everything going his way. He's got top of net worth by about 700 gold or so, above the Mirana. He's doing better than the Sven is, unsurprisingly. The Sven has died once, and of course, didn't get as much free farm, still got very good farm, but didn't get as much free farm. I don't know. It's looking okay for Wings. I mean, there were 747 and the rest of FDL have done pretty well, but you can see that there is a slight advantage coming up for Wings here at this point in the game.
Yeah, Mirana, 50 CS. Phase Boots has the range. I mean, raindrops just destroys Skywrath. I think that's one of the few reasons we've seen the hero fall off, and now third pick by FDL. One item pretty much counters him early. I mean, his silence is good, obviously, but no early game damage because of it.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to bring down.
5 raindrops on.
Wow, they all have one. That's insane.
That's all you need.
I mean, it's not the most expensive item in the world, but rarely do you see 5 heroes in the same team all have raindrop. But that's just how good that item is, as you were talking about.
And it looks like Clockwork's actually going Midas, I assume.
Interesting.
Gloves of Haste. I mean, what else would you go with that?
I don't know. I haven't seen anybody else pick this up, I think, in the offlane. I want to say Universe might have done it, but I'm not sure. Meanwhile, top lane, a gank happening. It's going to be a Bro Strike on the Luna. They have that stun followed up by the Mystic Flare. It's more than enough damage. It's a big kill. Luna falling, going down to FDL. Stand King gets the end kill, but Down bottom, it looks like FDL was looking for a hook shot on Ibiza. He teeps out narrowly and gets to that mid lane. So a couple of good movements from FDL. They bring down the enemy carry, and that's going to give them some room to work with.
Yep, that's a huge kill. We were just talking about it. They just 3-man ganked him, and that's one way to go around raindrops. Just commit everything you have to him.
I mean, it does work out in the end. Bisa now working on an ancient stack. He's starting to get up there in terms of net worth. Still behind the Luna, but not by much. Okay, FDL are sort of trying to even this game up the best that they possibly can. They weren't down that much to begin with. We'll see if they can keep hold of this game or some mistakes are going to happen like they happened in game 1.
Pretty much they just want to get their ults up and use a middle lane. He's going to get ganked.
He's got spin, waiting for the snowball. A smart play from FDL 747. They still have plenty of damage. There's the cogs, and 747 in trouble. Lucid Beam, I think it might have gone into a creep. He didn't have raindrops. It might have just been stick back up in general. It was very strange. They get the kill nonetheless.
Yeah, and he just got his ult up. He's like, I'm not going to waste it, so they're going to want to come alive. Juggernaut's going to want to use it, but they're going to most likely lose mid-tower. Glyphs down, yeah, it's gone.
Here's the problem with what FDL just accomplished. They got a kill, they couldn't transition into an objective off the back end of it. Wings get a kill, they take the tier 1 tower, not only both top but mid as well when they got kills going their way.
Exactly, they're always in the right spot at the right time. Clockwork has a lot. He does go for the Midas, so yeah. I mean, they know. They're one of the best teams in the world. He's like, let's just push our advantage further. Like, even right there, he just randomly walks up behind the Juggernaut out of nowhere and just cogs him in. Like, oh,
hey, how you doing?
Yep.
No Force Staff needed, no Aghanim Scepter needed. He will eventually get to that point, I would imagine, at least one of those 2 items.
Yeah, well, MJW, 1,000 away from Blank, which is huge in their thing. He just Iron Talon Jung. You don't get the most gold from doing that, you just get levels, and he died twice because of it. They really need that, though.
They're going to smoke up, and that's going to be a way they provide some of their gold, of course.
Yep, bottom.
They will try to find Blake again. I think they might have done so. Now, there's no ward up on that high ground, so... But it looks like Blink knows something is a miss as he's going to head to the... Oh, he's going to find a haste. That's nice for them.
Yeah, and then look at that. MJW, Stan King, just see it get taken.
That sucks for them.
Get the ward down, though. Oh, they might find Luna.
A Shadow walks down, sees MJW, proceeds to walk back up and towards the tier 1 tower. I'm not touching that. Meanwhile, Faith going on to Bisa, Faith beyond, looking with the battery assault. He's going to chew his way out. Cogs will go. You already have the battery assault. The ice shard block. They have hook shot. He's going to use it with the snowball coming in. Bisa, he does take a while to go down, but he does get dropped nonetheless. They get the fire blast to stop any further incoming action from Ice. Arrows coming through. Stanky dodges it swiftly, but he has to go back. And with that, that means the cog push, the walrus punch, and plenty of damage coming out from Wings.
Yep. Again, surgical, just look good. Get in, get out. Easy kills, and now they might even push top tower.
Yeah.
Probably won't take it, but a lot of damage is going to be going in on it most
There is no Luna. That's at least the one good thing here.
Yep.
So she doesn't have the glaives to be bouncing between the creeps, the tower, and doing a lot of damage. She's down bottom for now. However, like you said, they're forced to glyph. They will lose at least a fair bit of damage on this tower for Wings, and I don't know, FDL is trying to farm still.
Oh, and there we go. They know Shadow's down here now. He just Lucent beamed, and they didn't know 747's here, though.
Yeah, here comes the Juggernaut. There's the Blade Fury. Shadow walks back into him. The Burrow Strike. This might set something up. They have Omni Slash. Eclipse is ready. Epicenter's going as well. So they have detection. He's so low. Shadow might actually make it out here. He dodges the Caustic Finale. MJW, now they have Faith Beyond coming in as well with the Clockwork. MJW would see out the battery assault will go. It's the Lucent Beam that gets the job done. And Faith Beyond getting the last hit with that battery assault and right click.
You have to know when you're against bottom, you need detection for kills like that, because Juggernaut had his ult up. Yeah. It would have been a free kill if they had it.
And that's a big kill too. It's the second net worth hero. A lot of gold going your way. Mystic Flare, Clockwork sidesteps, Ice sidesteps it on the Tusk. There's the Urn Charge coming out as well. Plenty of right click. They will finally get another kill going the way of Wings. Just again, FDL getting caught out of position here, it looks like.
It's like that. You always see like a kill bottom, but then otherwhere on the map, like they're just getting kills elsewhere. They're always in the right spot at the right time.
Wings, again, we see this before they have the top 3 net worth again. They have a Midas under Clockwork. He's going to scale nicely. You have Luna and Mirana, obviously, who can farm very quickly. There was an opportunity here for FDL. There still possibly is, but you have a lot of work to do, especially if FDL lose 747 here. Stormhammer comes out. That'll be on. Unfortunately, that poor Clockwork. Cogs onto 3, but now actually that's more trouble for Wings. Tusk is in trouble. The cleave comes out from Bisa. More than enough damage. 747. He should still have his Omni Slash. He does. Chaotic Offer comes down. The Eclipse comes through the Starstorm. The Fatal Bond. Stan King's getting low. Blink wants that kill. He can't find it. 0-4 as well. The Fatal Bond's ticking on him on top of it. Jug's already gone. Stan King narrowly survives with maybe about 10 HP. MGW also sitting very low. What a turnaround from Wings. The Eclipse, the Starstorm, the Lucent Beams, the Fatal Bonds, everything with the Chaotic Offering on top.
Yeah, that was the perfect turnaround fight. Luna actually almost got ulted by the Juggernaut, but just Lucent beamed him once and took the kill.
Yeah.
That was the perfect turnaround. What, 5-man fatal bonds? It doesn't get much better than that.
That's pretty good for a Warlock to be that patient for Innocence and to be able to grab those kills is huge. On top of that, his Midas is now down. Yep. 2 Midas on the wing side, and they'll take the ancient stack to boot.
Oh,
that's really bad.
That's killer for FDL. That's like what you fall back on. You see whenever FDL plays against NP, they do the same thing. They just want stacks and they won't get their own.
Yeah, that's the Sven getting to like 7,000 net worth right there, just gone by the wayside.
Yikes. And that is going to be, Mirana has Ags now.
So that's very early in comparison. In comparison to last game with 747, excuse me, who took him a while to get there. He didn't ever get there. There is a fight breaking out potentially. Blink's going to grab the Arcane, but there's the Bro Strike. They might be able to bring him down in time. He's low. Finally will drop. It's going to be the Mystic Flare that does the job for Sand King. And they're on the hunt. Ice getting caught by a Fire Blast. There's the Omni Slash. Finally, FDL might find a good fight here. Good snowball. I don't think he'll be able to get away. He's going to go right to Beast. That Walrus Punch. That'll be onto 04 Bro Strike. Almost catches the Lucid Beam. Hook shot. Counter initiation. 4-man Cog. The Glade's bouncing through. Sand King in trouble. They actually are taking so much. The epicenter though. Try to finish this off. Luna. Shadow will finally fall. 5 dead. The counter initiation is not there from Wings. And they'll take the ancient stack to Pizza.
Oh my goodness. And they read, so they don't get their own stack, but they're going to take this one. And what a 4-man cock, but it almost didn't work out very well. No. He just got taken down. He got a full channel epicenter up on 2 of them, and wow.
That was crazy. What a counter initiation after the counter initiation by MJW is like. Sick. They were going to try to fight this for Wings, the hookshot like you mentioned, but all of a sudden he comes in.
Yep. The biggest thing, they got the Mirana before the fight because he didn't have Moon. I thought he might buy back and Moonlight Shadow him, but he didn't want to, and they got wiped because of it. That was a 5 for 0.
That is a significant dip in the goal for Wings. I mean, that's 7,500 to almost 2,000 going the way of Wings still, but now FDL. Pisa gets back on top after that. He takes the Ancients, he takes the fight. I mean, he's good to go. He's got his Echo Saber.
Yep, and 2k gold.
And they need to deward this, but they will. Okay, they're fine.
Nice. King, the ward god.
That was crazy.
Yeah, just like that. That's all you need. You just win one fight. They weren't scared too. I love. They just ran right
one
to
smoke.
him.
Yeah,
yep. It
was one smoke, and with the vision that Wings had in the enemy jungle, they thought they were safe.
Yeah.
They went up and he went for that rune alone. He didn't go with his team. Yeah, they just destroyed him with the Mystic Flare and the Silence and all that good stuff.
Stun, all you need is to hit that one Sand King stun we saw. It was at Venom vs MP did the same thing. The Sand King missed a few stuns, but this Sand King hits it perfectly and just finished them off.
Yeah, and so there is still a slight lead, a little bit more than slight for Wings right now, obviously.
And they have Rock. That's the thing. They took advantage when Rock was down. Now Rock's up. They have to be careful. Pretty much that's what they need to do. Bottom.
They will find another one. Silence Mystic Flare. This time they're looking for that Tusk. They don't know that there is a gank going on mid, though. It's going to be the Sven. A much bigger kill going the way of Wings. Sven getting dropped down by Innocence. And that should be the end of the trade.
Oh, there we go. And they still have Rock up. So Wings won't be scared to fight now. The only time they should be scared, they saw they didn't have Rock. They lost 5-0.
Yeah.
Now they have Rock. They're like, we can take Roche, we can take Tower.
And they find a double damage room for Shadow, so this will fall very quickly. Again.
What is he sitting at anyways? Dragonlance, Yasha, Home of the Dominator. He is pretty decked out for 18 minutes of the game. Extremely decked out.
He's going to have his Manta soon, if he wants it, followed up by whatever item he wants to pick up next as well. And
he pretty much just has to avoid getting cleaved by these at this point. That's why he died last fight. I mean, that cleave damage with God Strength insane. If he's positioned correctly, he'll be fine with that. And he has an Aegis.
I think Wings will play a lot more safe in the next couple minutes. Now with the Aegis, they can take control of the map. FDL might have to move together as a team. I mean, FDL has been pretty aggressive here these past couple of moments, but I don't know. Do you think they're going to try to go for another smoke? Do you think they might just defend, push out the waves? What do you think?
I think FDL's probably going to lose this tier 2, and they won't defend. I don't think there's a reason to. Just bloodlust to let it die. And FDL's just going to farm, sit back and farm. They're going to let Wings control the pace while Rock's up.
Use those Ancients to good use for the Sven.
And almost Manta on Juggernaut, which is big. He has the old 2 orb already.
Yeah, they do have some big items coming out. Almost a blank dagger for the Sven as well.
If that's what he wants.
Yeah, he has 2,000 gold.
He's going to need, he just can't get hit by the Clockwork. If the Clockwork does his job, Sven, even with Blink, it won't matter.
Yeah.
4 staff on MJW. Huge for the Sven if he gets picked off.
Some very big items for FDL coming out. It's the Blink for the Sven.
They need him to get in the back lines again. They need him to somehow get onto the Luna without just running through the front.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, it definitely is. Especially versus a Warlock, it's just throwing a rock down.
Boom. All right.
Playing the rock.
Fights just essentially turned around. And that's another thing. If they can jump on the Warlock, maybe it becomes a bit easier. There's only so much hook shot, Walrus Punch, Snowball can do for you, versus a Golem for Wings. So, all right, it's slowed down, and this is kind of what we expected to happen at 20 minutes. Once you get that Aegis, once you secure that map advantage, you can start pushing out the waves, take down some outer towers. Obviously, we talked about FDL not wanting to fight here. They're doing a very good job. And they'll just try to farm up and do the best they can. We might see FDL push out a little far here. I don't think they'll find any different Wings.
I think we're about to find a fight.
Everybody's coming in. Faith Beyond has hook shot ready to go. There's a TP in from the Warlock, so they know something's going on mid. 4 is going to force himself to the high ground. There is a ward in the mid lane for the Dire team. No Radiant Vision. There is one close to that Ancient Stack flare. Should have narrowly caught 04 on that Ogre. They're all together. They're in this choke point, dropping a sentry. Arrow will come through. FDL absolutely know that there's nearby heroes. See, hook shot has been found. The epicenter. They will go try to find this clockwork. No, it's instead going to be the Warlock. They bring him down before they can get Golem off. This might be the best fight FDL can get. There's the Eclipse going Beast. They're taking a lot of damage. They have to split it. There's the Omni side. He's got the Wolf up and splitting the damage nicely. That ultimate from 747 not doing nearly enough. Great two-man burrow from MGW. There's another Lucid Beam. They're all really tanky on this Wings and FDL side. There's 3 dead coming. MGW might be the 4th. They turn it around. They're about to get 5. The only one hero that was about to make out was going to be the Skyrath. Wings turn it around with an excellent fight. They just can't bring down Blink. They cannot bring down Shadow in time.
They're all just too tanky. Even Tusk with like no items. I mean, strength, they're 1200 HP, and yeah, that Omni Slash literally did nothing.
It did no damage.
Jump between 3 other players.
And he still had the Aegis, even if he were to survive.
That was a great jump in by MJW, though. He finds the Warlock in the backside after they go in, and well, he did great. But the problem was the rest of the 4 heroes are just killing everyone.
Yeah. An unfortunate.
And now they still have Rock.
For FDL. They do still have Golem. That's right, because they killed the Warlock within seconds.
He found the hero he needed to find, but Aegis Luna with items, a lot of items.
They're not going to push into the base this early on, though. They're going to take a second for themselves and regroup.
Yep. Now the Manta's up. Now they can just siege down if they really want, which they might. They have Chaotic offering them.
I mean, that's the dangerous thing for FDL. I don't know. Again, it's come to that point where if you can't kill them in that type of fight that they just took, I don't know where you can kill them.
Yep.
They just seem so tanky for Wings.
And there's a good zone out by the Tusk. Like, he's just having perfect ice shards, and that's what you need to do on that hero. Just save your heroes with snowballs and zone other people out with ice shards.
Hook shot will connect onto Skyrath Mage. Stand King caught again. The arrow will also hit, and that'll grab the kill right in his butt. Yep. Nicely done. And Blink will walk through beyond there. That's just, again, they're just getting picked off little by little here from FDL side. MJW blinking. I might not be able to blink or force wave. He's definitely get caught there, but he's fine. All right.
Yeah, I just don't know. They need a kind of split push. They need Sven to get farmed. They need Juggernaut to get farmed, but they're too scared on the map. I mean, get arrowed, Moonlight Shadow ganks, Tusk. Tusk can stop any TPs with Walrus Punch, even through Magic Immunity. It's rough.
Yeah, the Wings are, right now, they're just going to keep the waves pushed out. There was both the Sand King and another 2 heroes mid, and they still might be looking for an attempt on his life. The arrow won't connect. MJW does have the Shadow Word on him. Meanwhile, top lane, they found Bisa and 04, rather they've found each other. There's going to be the Snowball, and actually Ice is still narrowly alive. They have the Moonlight Shadow. Oh, that is a great Ice Shards. They have the Lucid Beam to cancel this TP. The hook shot was there if need be, but it actually did go on the Tusk. It's a double kill for Shadow. The attempt of movement from both 04 and Beasts fail. They lose 2 heroes again.
And even with Sven committing God Strength, they just don't do enough now. They're just falling behind in farm, and you find Veil in farm, you're doomed.
They just can't find anything for this FDL squad.
Just no farm. Now Tusk even has a Blink Dagger. Just he's going to be able to control fights.
They have all the items they need, really. On the other side, Juggernaut looking to pick up a Diffuser Blade for the 747 Juggernaut right now. His Diffuser Blade with two Blade of Alacrities is close to completion. Sven, I don't think he's purchased anything since getting that Blink Dagger. I don't think he's gotten enough in farm. He might be looking for BKB next, but meanwhile, MJW will make it out into the top lane. But it just feels, again, the Diffuser Blade might be important. It might give them some damage, but I'm not sure if it's enough because, again, Shadow continues to get bigger and bigger. He's got 3.2k gold. He can find his next item, whether that's a butterfly, a BKB.
Probably butterfly. I don't think he needs BKB at this point. Right. I mean, it'd be good, but if you just want to push your advantage, you might as well.
Yeah. Feeling very confident. He's going to get split push down bottom with the rest of his team just farming the map. And FDL are forced to play as 5 now. They really can't go out alone, or else they're going to get ganked like they have been the entire game.
Yeah, we saw Bees on 0-4 up top trying to farm even with 2 of them, and they both just get picked off.
No, that was an unfortunate position for them to be in. Probably wait for the next stage is for Wings for Roshan. The next age is coming hopefully relatively soon for this Chinese squad.
See this rocket spam just pushing in bottom lane, searching out. They know where everyone's at all times with all their warding. I mean, Wings has 3 wards up aggressively, which is insane.
Yeah, they've got some good vision. BKB now for Blink on the Mirana, and one for the Luna, so they come out at the same time. They really want to be super sure they can take this fight.
Yeah, they're not gonna. Why not? No need to risk it. Now a Clockwork Axe. Oh my.
Yeah.
They all have items.
They are pretty farmed for Wings at this point. You have Faith Beyond coming in, ready to go. They're gonna smoke up, and FDL, if they get caught by this, if the lanes are pushed in especially, I don't see them coming back.
They have a sentry already on it.
They're going to find MJW, and yeah, you're absolutely right. The sentry was there, getting vision. They literally clear him out in half a second and continue to push straight down mid. They're heading towards the top lane. They're looking for maybe another target. Would be the Scarith Mage, but Faith Beyond has another hook shot here if he wants to go for it. Connects beautifully. Great hook shot from Faith Beyond. Stan King will fall. He does get the Mystic Flare and silence out, but, well, Blink doesn't really give a damn. 747. Meanwhile, they found the stun. That'll be onto Blink. Pops the BKB. It's actually Shadow, but look at the Glaives go to work. The Eclipse, the damage. Bisa falls almost instantly. He has buyback. Hookshot almost connects onto 747. He has to go heal back up as well. They will lose this Rax almost certainly as it falls very quickly here.
Yeah, that was just perfect pick-up on pick-up. Faith Beyond hitting perfect hook shots everywhere, and he can do it every 12 seconds now.
Tier 3 tower down bottom, the next focus target. They do have another buyback ready to go for Bisa, but no God Strength. They will find another target. It's going to be 0-4 this time. Stormhammer onto 2. Omni Slash will jump through, but I just don't see the damage coming. And 747 will try to bring down Shadow. He's getting lower and lower. Can't quite do the Diffuser Blade charge, but 747 in trouble. They will get off the epicenter, but it's only a couple of ticks on the rest of this squad. Ice Shard's going back in. It looks like Wings might back together. The arrow will hit nicely. That'll be onto Stan King. Wings will back up together. Shadow up the hill. They need Shadow Word, but Innocence is actually out of mana. Finally, the Arcane Boots will go. He does have an Aghanims himself now ready to go, but they will back up. Perhaps secure, I guess, maybe some HP.
Yep, they need Luna to probably just get a farm and then go back and heal.
Yep.
Wow, just good fights. That's it. Wings doesn't fight when they know they can't win. After that 5-man wipe, they definitely tightened up their play, and they're only taking fights they can win, which is usually good when you're really farmed.
I mean, this is also just how it is for the TI champs.
Yep.
They accrue an advantage. They slowly but steadily push that advantage, and they'll be able to take Roshan within 2 minutes, as it is going to be respawning soon. They will group up together over towards the Ancients. You do have the rest of FDL down in the Radiant Jungle. They've smoked up. They're looking for an initiation.
They know they're not in there. Smoke didn't break.
Yeah.
They're looking to do it.
Stan King will have his broken. They know that Blink's on the high ground. Vision-wise, it doesn't look like Blink sees this coming. They don't have any Radiant or Dire Observer wards, I don't believe, anyway, nearby. They do have a scan, however, which has caught where the positioning of the Juggernaut is.
If he was just a second sooner, they might have been able to pick him off at the Ancient stack, but they were not there. Now they're both teams maybe just waiting for Roche in a minute.
Yeah, but the longer they wait here, the more likely this... I mean, they're losing some structural damage. It's just some of the wells going down on FDL side. The Tier 4s have not taken damage yet, but this gives... I mean, they see MJW back, they can head to Roche and feel more comfortable. Again, it's not up yet, but it's close to it.
Yeah. We need 747, just still trying to farm out. Same with Biza. There's very, very far behind, almost 5,000 behind both their counterparts.
They've died too many times, especially Bisa. He's gone down a couple of times. 747 has done the best that he could. I mean, it's 7 deaths for Bisa on that spend.
Yeah, that's rough.
That is not good.
He's trying to, even when he gets that, he wants that probably Black King bar, he's just going to go in, but with how farmed the Luna is, it won't matter. He's just going to right-click him. He is not scared of him. And they had an Ice Ogre as well from the Helm of the Dominator.
I mean, it comes down to one of those fights where Wings just get a chaotic offering to like a hook shot again. It's just they get locked down. They can't move. They will, however, find a BKB off of Blink, so that's forced out. Ice Shards aren't able to connect in time to stop MJW from blinking away, but at least they do get the BKB charge down to 9 for Blink.
Yep. Who has a defusal now as well. And they're going to do Roche.
God, wow. Yeah, she really does, doesn't she? It's getting to that point, Grant. I mean...
This is probably this is Roche and Cheese, right? Yeah, I mean,
it's actually just Aegis, only the Roche, second Roche, yeah. Just kind of surprising. They're going to finish up the next big items. Butterflies coming up very soon for Shadow. You have plenty of items for Wings. I mean, they've got everything they really need to take a fight to push into base. We've seen already once that they fight with reckless advantage, essentially, and they'll be able to do so again now with another Aegis. No cheese, they'll push up top first and foremost with Faith Beyond, and then they'll make their move towards, I would imagine, one of those two lanes, top or bottom.
Now we see, yeah, once again, Ogre as well as Sven just in the top jungle. A little bit scared.
They might get picked if they're not careful.
Yeah.
But instead, Wings will head down straight towards mid, and Juggernaut's a prime target. And at the south, Walrus Punch, not the right target. The Omni / Chaotic offering misses, hearing that Omni as well. He's got Blade Fury ready to go. He'll use it. He might be able to get out still. Moonlight Shadow. Blink will jump forward. He's got the Starstorm ready once 747 is done. And the Lucid Beam, he comes out and gets crushed. Meanwhile, top lane, Hookshot comes out. That was on Subisa. I'm not sure if he was using his TP in the meantime. Back towards this mid lane, MJW was able to burrow strike up and away and get out. The Visa TP was not canceled. It was Faith Beyond hookshotting and trying to maybe set something up, but he does get the TP back. They have buyback for 747 as well. Shadow has his Mantis style up and ready to go, so they can push this. They've got 2 golems of the Aghanim Scepter. Glyph-wise, I don't know if they have it for the Radiant team. They're not using it. If so, BKB's going to get popped now. They will find that kill easily onto 04 the Ogre. Beast is going to use his Warcry. No Godstrength popped just yet. 747 already at half health after just TPing back in. Meanwhile, Stanky gets Lucid Beam. There's the snowball coming forward. MJW, he's the target. They won't find him. Ice blinks out immediately as he was too deep in towards that tier 4 tower. Everyone is at half health right now for FDL. Stormhammer, they'll find the Mystic Flare. It's not nearly enough damage to bring down this Mirana, however, as they're so tanky again. Almost bringing down Stan King with that Flare. Not able to drop him. The Butterfly done for Shadow as well. Blink as well as the rest of the Wings crew going to back out happily. They secured another set of racks with relative ease.
Yeah, and they're just going for top. They still have the Aegis as well as the Butterfly and Luna. Why not?
Yeah, they do not seem to want to stop. Again, 04 did have a buyback, doesn't need to use it. The Ogre is back up. This is the last defense that FDL have. No God Strike, no Omni Slash. 747 only has 1 life, so too does the Sven. Burrow Strike, there's the Ignite coming out. They also have the Flame Burst, but it's not nearly enough. 04 MJW able to get out of those hookshot cogs from Faith Beyond, but I think that's just about it. They can't really defend this. Shadow has an Aegis ready to go, so even if they drop him, it's the Epicenter, which will try, and it finds. They get off a couple of decent hits, though, coming out from the Starstorm. Faith Beyond will take out that Omni Slash, only to pop the Ghost Scepter. Meanwhile, Blink, he did pop the BKB. 747 really wants this kill, but he will go down. It's too much. Beyond Godlike's free, a double kill. Blink just running over Wings, FDL at this point. Beast of the last to live, but GG has already been called 2-0 for Wings in this series.
Yep, I think it's kind of what most people expected. FDL put up a decent fight, 32 minutes, and I mean, early game, they look decent in lane. They get kills, but the farm, they fall behind the farm way too soon. And rough, but we get to see a Tusk. That was fun, and he did his job early. The zoning with the shards was top tier.
On point, yeah. We were a bit concerned about the Tusk pickup. We were a bit concerned about some of the
Lovely.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is falling. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.